Hello everyone, I'm Ronald Mehta and welcome back to our channel Digi8.com. We are your digital aid and we provide free courses on the subject of business and marketing. This video is a comprehensive take on the gamut of strategy along with live examples and case studies. The video covers close to 50 concepts that fall under the gamut of strategy. We have covered modules ranging from levels of strategy, strategy models, market and product strategy, competitive strategies, and collaborative strategies. Let's start with the first one. Let's start with corporate level strategy. The extensive plan of action that includes all the functions and activities that are performed by business firms is called corporate strategy. Now, corporate strategy entails several types. They are stability, growth, retrenchment, combination, and internationalization. Let's take a stab at each one of them briefly with suitable case studies, starting with the first one, stability. The existing services and products of a company are focused on under this strategy. Here, the firm intends to gain a decent and modest amount of profit along with a moderate rate of growth in the future. Ideally, the company is playing it safe and banking on its prior experience of the industry. Case study in this case is of Lego. After the falls of Toys R Us, Lego faced 2 tough years after which it decided on repositioning its focus to steady growth. In 2017, in fact, Lego's first fall in profit and sales in the last 13 years were witnessed. This was pinned on excess stocks in warehouse and stores. Ultimately, in 2018, a 4% rise in profits clubbed with a 4% rise in sales were reported, which amounted to about 10.8 billion Danish kroner and 36.4 billion Danish kroner respectively. Moving further, Niels Christensen, the chief executive, said, "We set out with one aim in 2018 and that is to stabilize the business." Their underlying mission was, what the family which owns the business wants is to get Lego out to as many as kids possible. Mr. Christensen had been Lego's chief executive for 18 months and stated that the company would not be working for supernatural growth rates like it did in the past. The company also stated that by 2030 it will convert to sustainable materials in its packaging and products. Thus, why stability? The company regards itself as doing reasonably well in the market and wants to continue to being as triumphant in the future as it is now. Since the managers prefer action over thought, they generally do not consider other alternatives. Because of this, there can be developments in the stability strategy. The environmental threats and opportunities are not assessed and taken advantage of by the management pursuing the stability strategy since they do not have the mindset of a strategist. And finally, the company is already efficient in the existing business, because of which it does not want to risk diversifying and averting the consumer's attention from the current business, playing it safe. Moving on to the next, growth level strategy. A company sometimes applies growth strategy to widen its consumer base and obtain higher revenues as compared to the current figures. This is known as an expansion strategy. Now, there are several subtypes under growth strategy, the first one being diversification. For instance, YouTube was bought by Google in 2006 for a whopping $1.65 billion then. A lot of people have doubted the popular video sharing site's ability to sustain itself in the market. Despite this, Google believed at that time that YouTube will be a very versatile marketing hub since advertisers and viewers are increasingly moving to the internet from the television. And the rest is history. As stated by Eric Schmidt, the chief executive officer of Google then, this is the next step in the evolution of the internet during a conference call. The next sub-strategy under growth is of intensification. A case study of Walmart here. A strategy that will generate significant growth will be worked on by Walmart Canada through its plans between 2020 and 2025. By investing 3.5 billion Canadian dollars, it will work on improving its distribution and intensifying its online and in-store shopping experience. Ontario-based Walmart Canada stated that the impressive expansion plan would impact every aspect of the business. With respect to the architectural infrastructure, the company planned to renovate more than 150 of its 400-something stores by modernizing and reinventing them in the next 3 years. These form 1/3 of its entire store network in Canada. Moving on to the third strategy of merger and acquisition. Facebook acquires Jiffy. Jiffy is a database and search engine for short animated images called GIFs. Buying Jiffy for a reported $400 million added to Facebook's rapidly growing list of services and apps at a time where the company's scope was being questioned by regulators. Facebook stated that its apps, including WhatsApp and its social networking service, were already behind 50% of Jiffy's traffic. Number 4. Joint venture. Glaxo and Pfizer joint venture creates the world's largest supplier of over-the-counter drug. The joint venture between Pfizer and GlaxoSmithKline was announced to come to an end in August 2019 so that the respective parties could combine their consumer healthcare business with powerful iconic brands and create the world's largest over-the-counter drug business. GSK owns 68% of the equity, whereas Pfizer owns 32% of the equity. GSK Consumer Healthcare is a title under which the combined business globally operates. Moving on to the third corporate level strategy, retrenchment. Either the performance of a loss-making product is turned into a profit-making one, or firm stops providing an existing product service in this strategy. Generally, after a firm deals with the crisis, it turns to retrenchment strategy. In the case of a small crisis, paced retrenchment can be applied. In case of a moderate crisis, some units or divisions might have to be sold off. In case of a major crisis, a firm may need to liquidate its assets. So what are the motivations for pursuing a retrenchment strategy? First, poor performance of a firm. Pressure to improve performance from various stockholders. If better business possibilities are available somewhere, a firm can utilize its strengths more efficiently. The examples in this case is first, Ford selling off Volvo, Aston Martin, Jaguar and Land Rover. The Volvo was sold to Geely, the Chinese car maker, by Ford in 2010. Selling off Volvo helped CEO Alan Mulally at that time achieve his game plan of focusing on Ford's namesake brand and withdrawing from the European luxury lines. He also sold off Aston Martin in 2007 for a confidential amount to a group of investors led by David Richards, the former UK race car champion. A year later, Ford also sold Land Rover and Jaguar for $2.4 billion to Tata Motors in India. Another case study of Volkswagen discontinuing the iconic Beetle. The production of its iconic Beetle was stopped by Volkswagen in the summer of 2019. Volkswagen used to sell around 420,000 units of Beetles in the late 1960s when it was at its peak of popularity. The sales dropped gravely to roughly 15,000 Beetles in the US by 2007. Among passenger cars, the Toyota Corolla and Volkswagen Golf are trailed in popularity by the Beetle. But now Volkswagen has decided to divert its attention towards electrified vehicles and towards building up its inventory of the kind of crossovers and SUVs that consumers are buying. Moving on to the fourth corporate level strategy of combination. Combination generic strategy is said to be the mixture of growth, stability and retrenchment applied either subsequently or simultaneously in order to improve the performance of a company. The example here is of Henkel, where some brands are to be deprived or discontinued. The German company's chief executive has announced plans to suspend or strip some of its brand by 2021. Along with this, it plans to look for new acquisition opportunities. Henkel also stated that a crucial part of the strategy would be acquiring consumer brands that would enable them to fortify their place in top categories and markets, and that would help them widen their technology leadership in adhesive. And finally, the last strategy of internationalization. Initiating production unit or sales unit, turnkey operations, acquisition, franchising, etc. are some of the ways in which a firm widens its operation internationally under this strategy. The example here is of Ferrero Group obtaining a turnover of 11.4 billion euros in 2019, most of it coming from the international market. With the help of its export sales in the markets of France, Germany and United States, the Ferrero Group managed to close this financial year growing by 6.2%. Ferrero Rocher, Nutella, Kinder Bueno and 2019 news launches like Nutella biscuits were previously distributed in France and entered the Italian market recently, which came to almost unobtainable and was some of the products that significantly contributed to the Italian confectionery success. More than 170 countries worldwide have retailers that sell Ferrero products directly or have authorized distributors to sell them. So that's it folks, this brings an end to the topic on corporate level strategy. There were 5 of them. These are the list of sources and links referred to for our content in the video. Let's start with business level strategies. Business strategy takes place at a production level for a strategic business unit level. Its focus is to improve the competitive position of the products or services of a company in a particular market segment or industry. The types of business level strategies include cost leadership, differentiation, and focus strategy. Let's take a quick stab at them briefly, starting with cost leadership. A strategy that is used by businesses to reduce production cost in order for it to be below the average in the industry or below the competitors and increase efficiency is a cost leadership business level strategy. Basically, it refers to a business that has the most inexpensive prices and charges lower prices compared to its competitors in the market for its products. The strategy where the lowest price is offered to its customer segments by in the market by a company is referred to as a cost leadership strategy. This strategy comes in handy when a company can sell or produce products at the lowest cost compared to others in the market, and at the same time, the customers are price sensitive. The advantages of the strategy are: First, profits can be increased. The market can be dominated over time. And finally, the stability of the business can be improved. Certain risks are: success depends on a large volume of sales. The capital required by the company might not be available. And finally, cuts made in areas due to this might harm the business. Now let's look at a case study of Walmart, which is a premier example of cost leadership. The way Walmart started is responsible for its standing attitude. Sam Walton, the founder, wanted the lowest prices to be its primary focus. Apart from low prices, scale and volume is another critical cornerstone that builds up Walmart's advantage over its competitors. Walton knew that small margins could be made up for with more significant volume of sales. He knew that in time, economies of scale could be achieved along with absolute bargaining power with the help of the said volume. This would help Walmart shape the retail landscape and supply sector to its own benefit. Another example in cost leadership is of IKEA. IKEA sells home decoration and daily necessities along with self-assembled furniture and happens to be the largest and most successful furniture manufacturers and sellers in the world. It was founded in 1943 in Sweden and has been a leader in the market for almost 73 years now. IKEA is always on the lookout for suppliers who manufacture sub-assemblies that are well designed and easy to assemble at the lowest cost. Most of the furniture sold by IKEA have to be assembled by customers themselves. Moving on to the second strategy under business level strategy, that is of differentiation. The strategy where the services and products are offered on the basis of differentiated features by companies is referred to as differentiation. Providing services or products with unique features as compared to its competitors is the basis of the strategy. Differentiation strategy requires a unique thought process and innovation. It is based on making the service or product noticeable and different from its competitors. When consumers are not price sensitive and are more quality oriented, this strategy is most useful. The basis of differentiation could be the price of the product, features, product itself, after-sales service, etc. The advantages of having a differentiation strategy are: brand loyalty is created, which turns clients into fans of the products. It makes marketing easier. You can price a product higher if you can manage to increase its demand. And if you produce a product in a high demand market, you can price it higher. The risk associated with the differentiation strategy are: first, cost is high, too different could be harmful, some buyers are excluded, and finally, the strategy may backfire overall. The best case study in this case is of Tesla. Tesla is based out of California and is an American clean energy and electric vehicle company. In 2019, it was ranked the world's best-selling plug-in battery electric passenger manufacturer after 11 years of being in market. By 2019, it had 23% of market share in the battery electric segment and 17% of the market share in the plug-in segment. Tesla vehicle sale increases globally by 50% from 2018 to 2019. 81% of the total battery electric vehicles sold by the first half of 2020 in the United States were Teslas. As compared to the internal combustion competitors, the battery-powered vehicles by Tesla are much more simplistic. Did you know its competitors, as in the internal combustion engines, have around 2,000 parts, whereas Tesla has a significantly lower number, around 20 parts per vehicle. Moving on to business level strategies, and this time focus strategy. Companies focus on specific end markets or customer segments in this strategy. Targeting a specific or a small group of consumers with unique products is the basis of the strategy. This requires your service or product to have differentiated features that are capable of meeting demands of a niche market. Advantages: high prices can be charged, limited competition, and customer loyalty can be built. On the other hand, drawbacks are: growth capabilities can be limited due to a limited demand, larger competitors can outcompete you and your niche could disappear, and businesses that adopt an even narrow focus can outcompete you. Moving on to an example of a focus strategy is Marshall Amplification. Marshall, a British company, is a manufacturer and designer of speaker cabinets, music amplifiers, personal earphones and headphones. The founder, Jim Marshall, is a drummer and a drum shop owner. Marshall's guitar amplifiers are very famous all over the world. A crunch and a sizzling distortion are characteristics of their signature sound. After guitarists like Pete Townshend visited the drum shop owned by Marshall and complained about the guitar amplifier in the market not having enough volume or the right sound, Jim came up with the signature sound. Other examples of focus strategy include Ray-Ban glasses, signature line of their aviators, Levi's, the denim market, Johnson & Johnson for baby care products, and Lego, focusing on your toys. That's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on business level strategies. These are the list of sources and links referred to for our content in the video. Alright, let's start with the functional level strategy. Functional strategies are drawn up with the help of guidelines that were set at higher levels. By higher levels, I mean corporate level strategy and business level strategy, as discussed in our earlier videos. Now, functional level strategies operate under business level strategies. Different types of functional level strategies are production, finance, human resource, research and development, and marketing. Let's look at each one of them briefly, starting with production level strategies. Along with the increasing volume of products and improving the quality of products, this strategy also aims to reduce the production cost. The decisions related to expansion and plant modernization, production capacity, choice of the production process, etc. fall under production strategy. Let's look at a case study of Xiaomi. An intelligent factory is to be built by Xiaomi that is capable of manufacturing around 10 million smartphones annually. This factory that will be responsible for producing these many phones annually will be completely automated and unmanned. Moving further, a China Daily report says that this is a move as part of the Chinese tech giant honing its expertise in the field of smart manufacturing that it surfaces as company invests further in the high-end market. The founder and CEO of Xiaomi, Li Jun, said that this target was fixed after Xiaomi operated for 6 months in Beijing out of its first smart factory. The facility houses an autonomous production line that spreads over 1,600 square meters of space and is able to produce more than 1 million premium smartphones annually. As stated by him, we have spent about roughly $1.4 billion on R&D since the beginning of this year and will increase it by a certain percentage in the subsequent years. Moving on to finance strategy. Strategies that focus on raising, planning, controlling, and utilizing the financial resources of a firm in order to reach its organizational goals constitute financial strategies. The usage, management, and sourcing of funds along with management of business models are included in the strategy. Case study of Facebook. $5.7 billion was invested by Facebook in April 2020 for about a 9.99% equity stake in Jio, which is a leading telecom player in India and part of Mukesh Ambani's Reliance Industries Limited group. This was on a completely diluted basis. JioMart seems to be Facebook's primary motivation. Facebook plans to bring Jio Business Platform to WhatsApp, Facebook's messaging app. Moving on, this will enable consumers to connect with small businesses through WhatsApp. Reliance gave a statement saying, "Our goal with this investment is to enable new opportunities for business of all sizes, but especially for small businesses across India. Our focus will be India's 60 million micro and small medium businesses, 120 million farmers, 30 million small merchants, and millions of small and medium enterprises in the informal sector, in addition to empowering people seeking various digital services." Mukesh Ambani, the chairman and MD of Reliance Industries, states that Jio and Facebook's collaboration will be of help to Digital India. As he stated further, the synergy between Jio and Facebook will help realize Digital India mission with its two ambitious goals, that is, ease of living and ease of doing business for every single category of Indian people, without exception. Moving on to human resource strategy. Policies that are employee-related and focus on motivating a company's employees are referred to as human resource strategies. They include the following. First, recruitment of right employees, development of employees, motivation system as in monetary and non-monetary, retention of employees, and finally, managing industrial relations. A case study in this case of Amazon's Career Day in 2020, which focuses on the important element of recruitment in human resource. Over 300,000 people attended the 2020 Career Day by Amazon, which spans across US. In the US and Canada, a record was set by 384,000 applications for jobs at Amazon that were received by them in the last week since the announcement of the event. Around 20,000 one-on-one coaching sessions were carried out by recruiters with participants in a span of 24 hours. Additionally, group breakout sessions joined by 6,000 people. Amazon's Career Day was attended by Americans in Puerto Rico, the District of Columbia, and all the 50 states. The online event aimed to help people irrespective of their professional field, their background or their level of experience, and to give them information, insights, and advice in order to help them find more opportunities at either Amazon or other firms. The company's senior VP of HR, Beth Gullerty, said, "Our vision for Career Day was to help job seekers from all walks of life and career stages fulfill their professional goals using our scale to support those who need it the most." Moving on to research and development strategy. The main objective of R&D is introduction, improvement, and innovation of processes and products. Product development, quality checks, process improvement, energy saving, etc. are fall under the gamut of R&D. Again, a case study of Amazon in this case. In 2015, Amazon's R&D expense was close to Microsoft's R&D expense. Since then, Amazon's R&D expenses have grown rapidly. Amazon's R&D development expenses amounted to about $36 billion in 2019, whereas Microsoft's were around $16.9 billion. By 2021, Amazon's R&D reached a whopping $56 billion, as stated by the figures in the chart. Moving on to the last strategy that falls under functional level strategy, and that is the marketing strategy. All activities that are related to identifying customers' needs and the efforts put in to satisfy those needs with services and products required by consumers in exchange for consideration is referred to as marketing. A marketing mix includes all the steps that a company can take to increase its product's demand and is the most important component of marketing strategy. Price, product, promotion, place, physical evidence, people, and processes are all included in a marketing mix, which covers the gamut of products and services. Direct marketing, social marketing, concentrated marketing, relationship marketing, differential marketing, services marketing, etc. are some of the various strategic marketing techniques. Moving on to a case study of P&G. According to its annual report summarized in June 2020, the advertising expenses of P&G were hiked by 8.5% or $575 million, which amounted to about $7.33 billion in the first increase for 4 years. This was its first annual increase since 2016, which took place even with the coronavirus pandemic that started in March 2020. Since P&G is the world's largest advertiser and has cut expenses for several years due to lackluster sales, like many other companies, its decision to boost its expenditure is significant. According to its annual report, its investment in media and other marketing spending was lifted by while it made savings in agency compensation, production cost and advertising spending, which seemed to be a trend since 2017 as it reduced the number of agencies it worked with. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on functional level strategy. These are the list of sources and links referred to for our content in the video. In this video, we are going to cover the topic on strategic intent. Let's start with the introduction. The purpose of existence for a company is called strategic intent. It refers to what a company intends to do and why it intends to do so. These what and why questions must necessarily be defined by the organization. Keeping the reason for its intention, as in the answer to why, as focus, strategic intent comprises of the following: vision, mission, and goals and objectives. Let's look at each one of them briefly, starting with vision. Vision refers to where the company sees itself as being in the future. It includes the markets that need to be followed, the kind of customer focus and future technology the company is interested in, the type of culture, structure, etc. in the company the management intends to build. As stated by Kotler, it is a description of something, an organization, culture, business, technology, and act in the future. Moving forward, a good vision must first aim for perfection, shed light on the company's direction, motivate the company's members to be committed and inspire them, depict how unique a company is and highlight its distinctive capabilities, be relevant to the organization and suit the times, and finally, be well written and easy to understand for people who accomplish it. LinkedIn's vision: to create economic opportunity for every member of the global workforce. Another example of vision, Tesla's 2030 vision. Elon Musk, the CEO of Tesla, says that it aims to produce 20 million electric vehicles annually by 2030. That is 50 times greater than what Tesla manufactured in 2019. According to Musk, by 2027, the electric vehicle market will produce more than 30 million vehicles every year. Moving on to mission. The ongoing business activities of a company are its mission. It refers to who the company is and what its business is. Mission consists of the following ongoing factors. First, the services and product it offers. Second, the needs it caters to. Third, its business and technological competency. For a mission statement to be clear, it must describe a company's preferences and values. Moving forward, a mission can be also defined as a purpose or reason for an organization's existence. A mission statement must be, first, practical. Second, accurate. Third, clear. Encouraging. Unique. Indicative of important components of the strategy. And finally, suggestive of ways to accomplish its objectives. Examples of famous mission statements are: first, Twitter, to give everyone the power to create and share ideas and information instantly without barriers. Next, Walt Disney, to entertain, inform and inspire people around the globe through the power of unparalleled storytelling, reflecting the iconic brands and creative minds and innovative technology that make us the world's premier entertainment company. Tesla,
to accelerate the world's transition to sustainable energy. And finally, Facebook to bring the world closer together. Now moving on to goals and objectives. Converting a company's mission and strategic vision into a particular performance target is referred to as goals and objectives. They help track performance by creating standards, motivate firms to be result-centric, and finally, prevent organizations from self-approving themselves. The results an organization focuses on achieving in the future are symbolized by goals. The ways of accomplishing goals are explained by objectives. Objectives are detailed and exact, whereas goals are generic. Moving forward, let's look at a brief differentiation between the goals and objectives. Goals are precise, objectives are understandable. Goals describe the variety, the time available, and the quantity of work to be finished. Objectives are particular and definite. Goals are practical but challenging at the same time. Objectives connected to a particular time frame. Goals are easily accepted by people. Objectives are quantifiable and manageable. Goals determine the priority of a company's actions. Objectives are challenging. And finally, goals identify the important attributes of the job that have to be performed. Objectives are set within limitation. Moving forward to some examples, starting with Apple's strategic intent for chip independence. In 2019, Apple bought a huge portion of modem business by Intel for $1 billion. This was a major step taken by Apple in order to supply its own smartphone chips. Devices like iPhones are connected to wireless data network with the help of modem chips. External suppliers were relied on by Apple for the same. This deal will help Apple attain its goal of manufacturing its own modem chip. Modem chips are already self-supplied by Apple's biggest rivals, Huawei and Samsung Electronics Company Limited. Intel will still be able to generate modems for non-smartphone applications like industrial equipment, self-driving cars, and PCs after the deal. Apple chief executive Tim Cook has also long said the company wants to control its own technological fate, what analysts have called the Cook Doctrine. We believe that we need to own and control the primary technologies behind the products that we make, Tim Cook told investors back in 2009. Moving on to the other example of Nike's 2030 and 2050 intent. The UN climate change and global retailers, suppliers and brands were joined by Nike with the aim of speeding up the industry's most assertive climate target. The target aims to decrease the aggregate greenhouse gas emissions by 30% by 2030. The target also envisions that the emissions will be net zero by 2050. The RE100 initiative was also joined by Nike to source 100% renewable energy. By 2018, in North America, Nike was powered by 100% renewables. It was already halfway through fulfilling its undertaking to source 100% renewable energy through all its global facilities. They aim to fulfill this commitment by 2025. As stated by Nike's Chief Sustainability Officer Noel Kinder, issues as big and complex as climate change call for us to collaborate across our industry and beyond. That's why we are committed to doing just that in partnership with UN Climate Change, teaming up with peers and partners across sectors to do what's right for our planet and for the future of sport. Moving on to Amazon's Shipment Zero vision. Amazon aims to make 50% of its shipment by 2030 net zero carbon with the help of a Shipment Zero vision. They intend to focus on recycled materials, renewable energy initiatives, investments in electrification and sustainable process improvements to attain net zero shipments. It is also on its way to use 100% renewable energy to power its operation by 2025 so that by 2040 it can reach net zero carbon. 42% of renewable energy was already reached in 2019 by Amazon across its global business lines. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on strategic intent. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video. In this video, we are going to cover the topic on strategic business unit. Now let's start with the definition of strategic business unit. Strategic business unit, also known as SBU, is a division in a large firm that is run independently. It has its own objectives, mission, and vision. The SBU's planning is separate from the rest of the firm. SBU is a division's line of products, a business division, or a particular product or brand. It targets a specific set of consumers or a location. Moving on to what is a SBU? A SBU is a profit center in a business that concentrates on market segment and product offering. Despite being part of a larger business entity, they have competition analysis, marketing plan, and marketing campaign that are specific. SBU could be a branch or a separate business. It could also be a business unit inside a larger corporation. Moving on, corporations might be made up of many SBUs. Each of them individually makes sure they are profitable. SBUs can impact most things that affect their performance. They are run as a separate business, but they have to answer to the parent corporation. Firms these days refer to SBUs as division or segmentation. A corporation can be a collection of SBUs that are similar. Example, General Electric as a company has 49 SBUs. Moving on to characteristics of a strategic business unit. Different business or a group of similar businesses give the opportunity for separate planning. SBUs have their own set of rivals. They have managers who are answerable for strategic planning, profitability, and a unit's performance. SBU encourages similar departments of the company to work together. Moving on to the strategic business unit structure. SBU structure has an operating unit. These units act like individual businesses. The top corporate executives allocate managers to the business for the strategizing and day-to-day operations. So the officer is answerable for coming up with and acting on the strategy. He or she runs the SBU with financial and strategic controls. Thus, the structure brings together related business divisions into the SBU. The senior officers can decide for each unit. The senior executive answers to a CEO. Moving on to SBU and strategic models. Large companies whose business organization is an SBU face a major problem of distributing resources between these units. Two models aid in this process. The first being the GE 9-cell matrix. General Electric, along with McKinsey, developed a complicated matrix as a technique for portfolio analysis. By portfolio, we mean strategic business units. The GE McKinsey matrix has two main variables which are plotted on the X and Y axis of the matrix. On the X axis is the business unit strength, and on the Y axis is the industry attractiveness. Once each product is given a value for its attractiveness and business unit strength, it is plotted in the appropriate position on the graph. Once the product in its place, the management can decide the strategy for the product. In this case, there are three major strategies, whether to grow, hold, or harvest the SBU. The next model is the BCG Matrix. The BCG Matrix is made up of different business units of a company. These are plotted on a graph of market growth versus market share relative to the company's rivals. Resources are given to business units on the basis of their position on the graph. Moving on to why have a strategic business unit? First, it allows an organization to make a better future for itself. Second, it is financially beneficial. Third, it improves the business longevity. Fourth, it gives a chance to come up with a strategic direction. Next, it allows for better decision making. SBUs can develop the brand identity, marketing strategies, and strategic ideas. Next, it lets the parent firm avoid competitive conversions. And finally, SBUs have a lot of freedom to act. Moving on to strategic business unit examples. Starting with the first one, Amazon. As we can witness, the total sales for Amazon in the year 2018 stood at about $232 billion, wherein in 2019, the revenues increased to about $280.5 billion. Amazon has three broad strategic business units. First, the North American segment. Next, the international segment. And third, marked in yellow, is Amazon Web Services. Moving on to the next, Tesla. Tesla has three segments. First, total automotive revenues marked in blue. Then comes the total automotive and services and other segment revenue. And finally, the energy generation and storage segment revenue, which accounts to almost 3% in 2019. Next is Google. Google has a diversified portfolio with many SBUs. As we can see, Alphabet, the parent company, has many subdivisions, starting with Google, then Nest, Fiber, Calico, Google X, Sidewalks, Google Capital, and Google Ventures. Under Google, which is headed by Sundar Pichai, there are many businesses which are also considered as an SBU, such as YouTube, Google Search, Google Ads, Maps, Apps, and the Android. And moving on to the final example of Apple. As we can witness, Apple's total net sale increased from $260.1 billion in 2019 to $274.5 billion in 2020. Apple's SBUs include iPhone, marked in blue, then comes Mac, the iPad, wearable home and accessories, and the services segment. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on strategic business unit. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video.
In this video, we are going to cover the topic on levels of strategy. Let's start with the introduction. There are three levels of strategy: corporate, business, and functional. Let's look at each one of them briefly, starting with the corporate strategy. The overall plan of action that involves all the functions and activities carried out by the business firm is called corporate strategy. The complete set of objectives with respect to the coordination among different functional areas and levels and the allocation of resources fall under corporate strategy. Moving forward, let's look at the strategies involved under the corporate level. Starting with the first one, stability. The example here is of Kraft and Heinz. S&P affirms Kraft Heinz rating revises outlook to stable.
S&P Global Ratings revised the Kraft Heinz outlook from negative to stable on September 28, 2020 and affirmed its BB Plus long-term issuer credit rating. Since the sale of at-home meals grew during the lockdown, Kraft Heinz reported that in the first 6 months of 2020, there was significant volume growth. Considering the confidence in Kraft Heinz's ongoing turnaround and the ensuing reorientation of its business, the company sets long-term targets for growth that include the following: organic net sales growth of 1 to 2%, adjusted EBITDA growth of 2 to 3%, and adjusted earning per share growth of 4 to 6%, with more than or equal to 100% free cash flow conversion. The next example is of the growth strategy under corporate level. Example: Walmart. A new partnership was announced by Walmart with Shopify, which aims to be an e-commerce purchasing platform that is utilized by more than 1 million businesses. This deal enables Shopify's small-scale business sellers to use Walmart's market space. The goal is to bring 1,200 Shopify sellers this year to Walmart's marketplace. This partnership will place brands in front of Walmart's marketplace, which has 120 million visitors, and hence will drastically expand the reach of the particular participating brands. The next strategy under corporate level is of retrenchment. Example: Nokia. The Nokia smartphone business was sold by Microsoft in 2006 for $350 million to Honai Foxconn Technology Groups and HMD's global subsidiary, which were led by Microsoft and Nokia's former executives. It was confirmed by Microsoft that it was selling its feature phone company to Foxconn Manufacturing Company for $350 million. Foxconn Mobile then gained the right to use 4,500 employees that switched payrolls and the power to utilize the Nokia brand name. The next strategy under corporate level: integration. Example: Amazon and the Whole Foods Market deal. Whole Foods Market and Amazon announced on June 16, 2017 the entry into agreement pertaining to Amazon acquiring Whole Foods Market by buying its share for $42 in cash. In the all-cash transaction, the total value came up to $13.7 billion, which also included Whole Foods Market's net debt. Jeff Bezos, who is the founder and CEO of Amazon, stated that millions of people who love Whole Foods Market because they offer the best natural and organic foods and they make it fun to eat healthy. Amazon got a full-fledged entry through this deal into the grocery store business, which happens to be a market of more than $700 billion in the US. Moving on to the last strategy under corporate level: internationalization. Example: Amazon. Amazon marked its first entry in the Nordics by opening up its Swedish website in October 2020, which offered more than 150 million products to customers across 30 categories. Before this, Swedish customers could shop through other European countries' websites such as Germany and then ship in their products. This generally included high delivery charges. Alex Oots, the Vice President of EU Expansion at Amazon, says that Amazon.se, the new website, will give customers an option of choosing from tens of thousands of products offered by Swedish businesses. The company stated that free delivery would be applied for orders over 229 crowns and for shipping Amazon distribution centers. PostNord, the postal company, would make most of the deliveries, and options like priority shipping, where packages will be delivered within 2 hours to customers, will be offered. Now moving on to the business level strategy. Business strategy at production level or strategic business unit level. Improving its services or products' competitive position in a specific market segment or industry is the focus of business strategy in a company. Strategic business unit. SBU was developed by General Electric. It is a profit center that was formed to operate its multi-purpose business. An SBU focuses on a particular market segment or a product. Characteristics of an SBU. This consists of a single business for a group of businesses. These can be planned independently from other parts of the company. The set of peers/competitor SBU has is separate from the rest of the company. The profit performance and strategic planning are looked after by the manager. A manager also looks over maximum factors that affect profit. There are 3 strategies that come under the business level strategies. First, cost leadership, example Walmart. Second, differentiation strategy, example Tesla electric vehicles. And third, focus strategy, for instance Ray-Ban's focus on sunglasses. Now moving on to functional level strategies. Functional strategies are created within the guidelines that are already set at higher levels. These strategies are run below business level strategies. They entail the following: R&D strategy, human resource strategy, finance strategy, marketing strategy, and production strategy. Let's look at a couple of examples. First, for production strategy. Example Apple. Part of Apple's production was shifted to India. Apple in August 2020 announced that it is planning to manufacture their phones in India. There will be an increase in the production value by $29 billion in the course of 5 years, which will mostly be for the export market. The company will be able to shift its production from China with the help of this move. According to analysts, about 95% of Apple's mobile phones are being produced in China currently. Moving forward, it has been pointed out that if things go well, the production value could increase. It has also been said that India in the next 5 years could constitute at least 10% of the phone manufacturers' global production. Two of Apple's global vendors, Foxconn and Wistron, already manufacture the company phones in India. Pegatron, a third party planning on building a new plant in India, has also applied to be eligible under the PLI scheme meant for large-scale electronic producers and manufacturers with the government. And the final example of marketing strategy under a functional strategy, Netflix. In 2019, the marketing expense of Netflix was hiked to around $2.65 billion, whereas in the previous year, it was amounted to $2.37 billion. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on levels of strategy. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video. In this video, we are going to cover the topic on triple bottom line. Now let's start with the definition of triple bottom line. The triple bottom line is an accounting framework that incorporates three dimensions of performance: social as in people, environmental as in planet, and financial as in profit. The triple bottom line dimensions are commonly called the 3 Ps, that is, people, planet, and profits. The rationale behind triple bottom line is that a company should be managed in a way that it not only makes profit but also improves people's lives and the planet. Next, what is triple bottom line? Triple bottom line accounting increases the framework for traditional reporting. It takes into account environment, social, and financial performance. The triple bottom line is a sustainability-based accounting method that focuses on the 3 Ps. The words people, planet, and profit was invented in 1994 by John Elkington. This refers to the objective of sustainability and the triple bottom line. Let's look at the first one, people. This bottom line calculates the impact businesses have on human capital. A firm that employs a triple bottom line is accountable to the community where it does business, customers, vendors, employees, etc. They are answerable to more just than their shareholders. They are responsible for anybody else impacted by the firm, indirectly or directly. Next in line, planet. The planet, that is the natural capital bottom line or environmental bottom line, describes sustainable environmental activities. A triple bottom line company tries to improve the natural order to the best of their ability. The bare minimum they try for is to not harm the environment. They try to reduce the impact it has. A triple bottom line endeavor tries to decrease its environmental footprint in many ways. This includes careful management of energy. It tries to reduce the use of non-renewables. It decreases manufacturing waste. It reduces waste toxicity and then discards it in a legal and safe way. Next in line, profit. All firms care about their finances. Firms dedicated to triple bottom line see profits more than a benefit for shareholders. They also see how they can help the larger community with these profits. Moving on, which companies use the triple bottom line? Government entities, non-profits, and businesses can all employ triple bottom line. Let's start with businesses. The value at the heart of the triple bottom line is sustainability. It has become compelling in the world of business as there is increasing evidence showing its profitability in the long run. Example, reducing packaging waste lowers cost. Next, non-profits. Many non-profits use TBL. Some have formed alliances with private entities. They wish to bring attention to larger issues with sustainability that impact mutual stakeholders. Firms understand that partnering with non-profits is good for business. This is especially true for those non-profit organizations that want environmental protection, social well-being, and economic prosperity. And finally, government. Local, regional, and state governments use triple bottom line and similar sustainability assessment frameworks more and more. These are used for assessing performance and making decisions. Now let's look at triple bottom line examples. First, Lego. Lego's colorful plastic bricks to go green. Lego has promised that its famous bricks will be completely sustainable by 2030. The firm is based in Billund, a town in western Denmark. Lego won't stop the use of plastic. Instead, they want to use better materials. Currently, most of the pieces are made of acrylonitrile butadiene styrene as an ABS. ABS is a petroleum-based and is used to produce household appliances. Brooks has said, "We want to use plastic in a responsible way, and particularly where it is in a high quality, durable and reusable application, and that's what Lego bricks are." Currently, 80 of 3,600 construction pieces, or 2% of its plastics pieces, are built from bio-sourced substance. It is a polyethylene made from sugarcane. Next, in line for Lego is passing the brick. Lego wants consumers to pass on the bricks to the next generation. According to Brooks, the bricks has been compatible since 1958. You can buy something from the shelves today that works with the same thing from the late 1950s. The firm believes that 96% of customers pass on Lego kits or keep them to themselves. This is how it differs itself from one-time use plastics. And finally, wind farms. Lego promised to decrease its carbon footprint in 2014. It partnered with WWF, an environmental group. Lego says it has been using only renewable energy sources from 2017. Lego's parent company is Kirkby. It has put $1 billion in wind farms. Next example of Nike, in this case recycling. Since 2010, Nike has diverted over 4 billion plastic bottles from landfills and recycled them into this polyester fabric. Today, about 75% of Nike apparel contains some form of recycled material. Next, Fly Leather. Nike released Fly Leather, which is 50% leather fiber and uses 90% less water and has an 80% lower carbon footprint than traditional leather manufacturing. Nike's Flyknit shoes reduce waste by featuring a one-piece upper in the shoe that doesn't require multiple material cuts that are typically used to build a sports shoe. Because the Flyknit essentially completely eliminates waste, the technology has reduced Nike's environmental footprint by some 3.5 million pounds of waste. Next example of Levi's. Clothing manufacturer Levi's now has a process for using 100% recycled water in parts of its production. The company claims it is the first in the industry to use a new water recycling standard that reduces the impact on fresh water resources. The process is being used in one of its Chinese factories, which bleaches, dyes and stone washes garments. The factory, located in southern China, worked with Levi's to engineer a system to pipe 100% recycled water into an industrial laundry machine used for finishing one of its jeans lines. The process is still in testing phase, but the goal is to eventually use 100% recycled water to finish a broader range of Levi's products at factories in other parts of the world. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on triple bottom line. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video.
Let's start with SWOT Analysis. SWOT Analysis is the acronym for strength, weakness, opportunity and threats which are involved in business competition or project planning. Strengths are qualities of the organization that help achieve its goals. Weakness, on the other hand, are drawbacks that prevent the organization from meeting their goals. Opportunities are events happening outside the firm that help a business. And finally, threats are external conditions that can badly affect the organization's business performance. Let's look at each one of them briefly, starting with strengths. These are things a company is good at. Things that make you different from your rivals. For instance, resources in the company such as skilled and experienced workforce. Material resources like intellectual property, capital and proprietary technologies. Weaknesses, on the other hand, are things a company doesn't have. Things rivals are better at. Limited resources for a company also count as weakness, and it may even happen that the USP of the company isn't clear. Opportunities, on the other hand, are demand for a product that hasn't been met in the market. Few local rivals. Increasing demand for products and services of the company, and getting good media coverage. Threats, on the other hand, may be from new rivals that enter the market, increasing regulations from the government that may hamper the profitability of the company, negative attention in the media or bad PR, and change in customer opinion of the company. Now moving on, looking at a case study of Amazon and applying the SWOT analysis, starting with strengths. The first strength of Amazon is the revenue and margins. Amazon's revenue in 2021 stood at a whopping $469.8 billion, an increase of 21.6% from 2020. In 2021, Amazon earned a net income of $33 billion, an increase of an astonishing 187% from $11.5 billion in 2019. The segment that witnessed the maximum growth was Amazon Web Services, also known as AWS. Its net sales increased from $45.3 billion in 2020 to $62.6 billion in 2021, an increase of 37%. The next strength, its strong brand name. Amazon is a massive global e-commerce brand. That's why it has a good brand image and is in a strong position in the market. Next, largest merchandise selection. Amazon has a variety of products. This makes online customers buy most products from it instead of its rivals. 562.3 million Amazon products have been sold in its Amazon.com marketplace till about 2018. Next, technology. Two technologies in particular. One is the Amazon Go cashierless store where there are no cashiers and customers can pick up products, put it in their bags and leave the store, and there's an automatic deduction at the entrance gate. And next is the anticipatory shipping model. Amazon anticipates what are the products that you might buy next and they would pop up in your Amazon basket. The next trend is Amazon Prime membership base. There are about more than 150 million members in the Amazon Prime's membership base. An average Amazon non-Prime member spends about $600. But if you compare that with a Prime member,
they spend about roughly on an average $1,400 a year. Revenue from subscriptions were about $6.57 billion, up 32.6% from $4.96 billion. This includes the Prime fees. The next strength is Amazon's big data. It gathers more than 2,000 historical and real-time data points on every single order placed on their platform. That is a lot of data. Next, the seller base. There are 2.5 million sellers are active on Amazon's marketplace. Out of these, about 25,000 sellers have crossed $1 million in sales and 200,000 have crossed about $100,000 in sales. Moving on to the weakness part. First, lack of physical stores. Amazon has been slow in adoption of brick and mortar model. Next, imitable business model. Rivals can build an e-commerce website for selling anything. Next, limited penetration in developing markets. Amazon has little presence in developing markets, so it hasn't been able to take advantage of their high economic growth rates. Moving on to the opportunity angle. First, Amazon Web Services. AWS is the world's leading cloud computing platform. In fact, as we discussed earlier, net sales for Amazon Web Services increased about 37% between 2020 and 2021. The next, Prime Air, Amazon's own drone delivery package service. A service named Amazon Prime Air uses drones to deliver packages up to 5 pounds in half an hour or less. In fact, finally, Amazon's customers in Lockford, California will be among the first to receive Prime Air drone deliveries in the US later this year in 2022. A kickstart to the physical store presence might also help them. This in fact started off when Amazon acquired Whole Foods in 2017 for a whopping $13 billion, the rationale being to tap the brick and mortar grocery market. The next opportunity could come in the form of an international expansion. Amazon can definitely grow in developing markets. One of them happened in Sweden in 2020 where they launched their marketplace. Next, growth in the private label segment. Its website has more than 100 private label brands in many markets, for instance in the food and beverage category, automotive, clothing and electronics. Amazon's owned product sales grew by 33% in Q3 of 2020. Moving on to threats. First comes from the competition. Global offline retailers such as Walmart, Home Depot, Costco are Amazon's main competitors. Amazon has competition also from e-tailers such as Alibaba from China, Walmart-backed Indian e-tailer Flipkart, and Reliance JioMart. Then, Amazon also faces competition from its Amazon Prime services from Netflix, Disney Hotstar, Hulu, and Apple TV+. Next, cybercrime. Amazon was attacked by hackers in May 2019. They stole funds from its merchant accounts for over half of last year. The Seattle-based e-tailer said that unknown hackers stole money from around 100 sellers' accounts. Amazon said that the hack took place between May 18 and October 2018. And finally, Amazon is also plagued with a lot of government regulations. Government of many countries are looking into Amazon's fair play practices and its anti-ambitious policies. So that's it folks, this brings an end to the topic on SWOT analysis and the case study of Amazon. These are the list of sources and links referred to for our content in the video.
In this video, we are going to cover the topic on Coca-Cola SWOT analysis. Let's start with Coca-Cola's company overview. The Coca-Cola Company is a group that is entirely invested in food and beverage products worldwide. Coca-Cola trademark products started selling in the USA in 1886. They are now available in 200 plus nations and regions. The firm is in possession of or has the license to promote many brands of non-alcoholic beverages. Looking at the operating segments are at times called groups or operating groups. The operating segments that are included in the operating structure of the group are as follows: Europe, Middle East and Africa, Latin America, North America, Asia Pacific, Global Ventures, and Bottling Partners. Moving on to Coca-Cola products. There are 4 major divisions, the first being sparkling soft drinks, which includes brands like Coca-Cola, Diet Coke, Fanta, Schweppes, Sprite, and Thums Up. Moving on to water, enhanced water and sports drink, which has brands like Sani, Ice Dew, Powerade. Next, juice, dairy, and plant-based beverages, which has brands like Minute Maid, Simply, Fairlife. And finally, tea and coffee, which has brands like Costa, Georgia, Honesty. Now moving on to Coca-Cola's facts and trivia. Net operating revenues for 2020 stood at about $33 billion. Moving on to certain trivia, beverages with trademarks licensed to or belonging to Coca-Cola report 1.9 billion of the roughly 62 billion servings of all beverages bought across the globe on a daily basis. Average individual worldwide buys a Coke product once every 4 days.
3.1% of all beverages sold worldwide are beverages by Coca-Cola. Coke manufactures various kinds of beverages that, if consumed once a day, would take one more than 9 years to have tasted all of them. Finally, Coke makes use of 300,000 tons of aluminium to make its cans annually only for the USA sales. This comes to 17.4% of the whole of the USA's aluminium industry production. Now moving on to the SWOT analysis, starting with strengths. First, Coca-Cola's product portfolio. The company's product portfolio, ranging from soy-based drinks to sodas to energy drink, has 500 brands and 3,500 beverages. Next, licensing. A majority of these branded beverages are distributed, made, sold, and packaged by bottling partners who are independent, thus reducing the load on the Coca-Cola as a group. Third, it has the world's biggest distribution system for non-alcoholic beverages. Coca-Cola beverages can be consumed by customers in 200 plus countries and regions. This is possible because of a network of retailers, wholesalers, distributors, and independent bottling partners, and also their attached distribution and bottling operations. Next, the budget for marketing. The overall amount Coca-Cola gives to resellers, bottle, etc. comes up to about $4.1 billion in 2020. This was mostly spent on marketing and promotional programs. Next, the company's marketing campaign success. Everybody's heard about the campaigns such as Share a Coke, the Super Bowl in 2012, Hilltop in 1971, History of Celebration in 2010, and Taste the Feeling campaign in 2016, which bring a lot of attention to the group as a whole. Next, powerful brand awareness. About 95% of the global population recognizes the white and red of the Coca-Cola logo. Next, Coca-Cola's iconic brands whose sales exceed $1 billion. Coca-Cola has the ownership of a stunning 15 of them. Combined, they produce revenues of over $15 billion every year. Next, trademark, copyrights, trade secrets, and patents. The company has multiple copyrights, trade secrets, patents, and various technologies and know-how. This is usually linked to the beverages and their manufacturing process, packaging material, and packages themselves, operations or processes, design, and equipment that is good for business and particular software. Moving on, the next strength, their access to raw material. The main ingredients used are non-nutritive and nutritive sweeteners along with water. In the United States, the principal nutritive sweetener is a high fructose corn syrup, which is nutritionally equivalent to sugar. High fructose corn syrup is available from numerous domestic sources. The principal nutritive sweetener used by business outside the US is sucrose, that is table sugar, which is also available from numerous sources. The principal non-nutritive sweeteners they use in their businesses are aspartame, access flame, potassium, sucralose, saccharin, xylomate, and steviol glycosides. Usually, most of these can be accessed from many places. The point is that they do not have to depend on one supplier for their raw materials, considering there are numerous sources for most of them. That creates a big strength for the company itself. Next, the price of their shares. Comparison of the 5-year cumulative total share owner return among the Coca-Cola Peer Group Index and the S&P 500 Index. The total share return assumes that dividends were reinvested daily and is based on a $100 investment on December 31st, 2015. Their peer group index is a self-constructed peer group of companies that are included in the Dow Jones Food and Beverage Index and the Dow Jones Tobacco Index, from which the company has been excluded. As we can see, prices of shares have gone up from $100 in 2015 to about $150 in 2020. Moving on, the strength of intangible assets. Indefinite lived intangible assets. The following table represents the carrying values of indefinite lived intangible assets included in the consolidated balance sheet of the company. Trademarks as of 2020 stood at about $10.3 billion. Goodwill as on $17.5 billion. And in the other section is around $225 million. So the total indefinite lived intangible assets of the company stood at about $28.1 billion in 2020. Next, total market share. As we can witness, Coca-Cola's market share stood at about 50%. And it was one of the leading carbonated soft drink companies in the United States from 2004 to 2019. And finally, customer loyalty and brand association is also their strength. Coca-Cola is one of the United States' greatest emotionally connected brands. Coca-Cola for consumers is associated with happiness. Consumers remain faithful. They are quickly able to spot the special taste. Moving on to the weakness. First, scarcity and usage of water. Water is used a lot in almost all the products. It is a prime ingredient for the group. The firm understands that water quality, sustainability, and availability is one of the most important hurdles for the business. Although they have not had problems with the water supply in the past, however, a finite natural resource like water in several regions around the globe is a concern. Next, health concerns. Carbonated drinks lead to a large amount of sugar consumption. Diabetes and obesity are two serious health problems caused by this. And Coca-Cola is the largest producer of carbonated drinks. Multiple health experts have forbidden drinking these beverages. Next, the group relies too much on the carbonated drinks segments. Next, it is not very diversified as it is only in the food and beverages category. And finally, many of those brands, and when I say brands, I'm looking at those 3,500 brands, don't generate a lot of revenues. As noted, if the company has revenues of $33 billion and 15 brands generate more than $15 billion, then the remaining roughly $18 billion is accounted by the thousands of brands in the other category. Moving on to the opportunities. First, distribution. In 2020, the firm decided to grab opportunities that were open. In the USA, the firm came up with multi-serve new takeout bundles. These were meant for drive-through channels. They also came up with touchless freestyle equipment. With regards to channels, the group kept pumping money into omni-channel possibilities. Example, the group took advantage of the current booming online to offline retail market in China. Next, developing nations see increased presence. Many areas where this hot climate have a huge demand for cold drinks. That is why it would be a good idea to ramp up operations in African and Middle Eastern nations. Next, sustainability. Coca-Cola is one of the biggest producers of beverages. It has to be accountable for the increasing usage of one-time use plastic products. Coca-Cola has the potential to market itself as pro-environmental by coming up with creative and recyclable packaging material. Example, Coca-Cola is releasing a new bottle size for the first time in 10 years. It is composed of 100% recycled plastic. The latest bottle weighs 13.2 ounces and is recyclable. Consumers can buy these from Feb 2021 onwards. It is part of a long-term initiative by the group to decrease its plastic waste. Coke calls it the most sippable package. It will contain the group's most popular sodas such as Coke Zero Sugar, Coca-Cola and Diet Coke. The tentative retail price would be $1.59. In 2018, Coke said World Without Waste Initiative had the eventual target of recycling one can or bottle for each product sold. They plan to achieve this by 2030. The latest bottle is a big step in that direction. Other opportunities include demand for bottling water is growing across the globe thanks to the pandemic and also investing in healthy products. Moving on to the threats. First, tax litigation with the IRS. In November 2020, the US Tax Court put forth an opinion about the group's 2015 litigation with the Internal Revenue Service. This had to do with adjustments for transfer pricing tax. The court leaned towards the IRS. Coca-Cola is opposed to the IRS position. They want to defend their position strongly. It is, however, a possibility that a part of the whole adjustment sustained by the US tax code is upheld at the end. The firm has measured a possible liability of roughly $12 billion. Next, indirect and direct rivalries. There are other indirect rivals along with their open competition with Pepsi. Other brands that can damage Coca-Cola's market position are Nescafe, Red Bull, Costa Cafe, and Starbucks. Alcoholic drink makers are also indirect rivals. Next, the issue of regulation. Health experts are getting increasingly outspoken about the risk of sugary beverages. They highlight their ability to cause heart problems and diabetes. This has made the government consider levying sugar taxes on beverages. Sugar is crucial in Coca-Cola products. Next, the issue of modernization. Coca-Cola is present around the world. They are sensitive to economic shifts in developing countries. In these nations, workers are asking for an increased rate of pay and additional people depart and pursue increased pay elsewhere. This keeps Coca-Cola understaffed. Its productivity could take a hit. Coca-Cola also depends on exchange rates that are good for them. They rely on abundant and cheap supply of raw materials to increase profit margins. And finally, the last two threats. One, product ingredients might get leaked. And finally, local homegrown players may become rivals in certain specific countries. For instance, in India, they have competition from local brands like Socio and Campa Cola. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on Coca-Cola SWOT analysis. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video.
Let's start with the BCG Matrix. Boston Consultancy Group's Growth Share Matrix is commonly used for analyzing portfolios. The BCG made this matrix in the 1970s. This technique is used for the portfolio management of different business units. Large companies whose business organization is split into several strategic business units face a major problem of distributing resources between these units. The BCG matrix is made up of different business units of a company. These are plotted on a graph of market growth versus market share relative to the company's rivals. Ultimately, resources are given to business units on the basis of their position of the graph. Now let's take a stab at the BCG matrix and its quadrants. On the x-axis is the relative market share, which could be high or low. On the y-axis, you have the market growth rate, which could be low or high. Now let's start with plotting the first quadrant, that is being of stars.
Now, stars, as you can witness, are business units that have a large market share in a fast-growing industry. They generate cash, but due to rapidly growing market, these business units require continuous investment. Moving on to cash cows. Cash cows are business units with a large market share in a mature and slow-growing industry. Cash cows require little investment and generate cash that can be used to invest in another business units, as you can witness on the graph. Moving on to the third quadrant of question marks. This type of business unit is also known as the problem child. Question marks are business units with a low market share but in a high growth market. The company needs to invest in these businesses to grow its market share. But whether the investment will pay off, whether a question mark will become a star, is unknown. And finally, dogs. These business units have a small market share in a mature industry. A dog may not require substantial cash, but it ties up capital that could be invested elsewhere in the quadrant. Unless a dog has some special strategic purpose, it should be liquidated. Now let's look at a case study of Apple and plotting the products of Apple on a BCG matrix. Before we get to plotting the products, let's understand the different business units of Apple. The categories are the iPhone, Mac, iPad, wearable and home accessories, which has the likes of AirPods, Apple TV, Apple Watch, etc. in its portfolio, and services, which includes the likes of iTunes, the App Store, Apple Music, Apple Pay, etc. Now, as you can witness very clearly, Apple's net sales increased from $260 billion in 2019 to whooping $365.8 billion in 2021. 50% or more than 50% of the sales of Apple comes from the iPhone. As you can witness, out of the $365 billion in 2021, $191.3 billion was accounted from iPhone sales. The fastest growing segment, although, apart from all of these, is the wearable, home and accessories, which grew 56.7%, that is from $24.4 billion in 2019 to about $38.3 billion in 2021. So if you plot these subcategories and products on the BCG matrix, under stars, we have the Apple AirPods, Apple Watch and Apple services. Under cash cows, we have the iPhone and the MacBook and the iMac series. Under question marks, we have Apple TV, Apple TV Plus, iPad and the Apple HomePod. As far as dogs are concerned, we have the iPod. Now let's look at the rationale of plotting these on these quadrants briefly, starting with the cash cow, and in this case the iPhone. iPhone sales had declined over 3 years between 2016 to 2018. However, by the end of 2018, Apple's top-end price had increased twofolds from 2016. In fact, the maximum price in 2016 was $969. There were no iPhones bought for higher prices. This increased to about $1,149 when Apple introduced the iPhone X in 2017. The iPhone XS Max reached $1,449 in 2017. These prices remained till 2019. Many Apple buyers fall for the Apple reality distortion field. That means they buy high-end, fully equipped phones like the iPhone 13 Pro, where fewer units are sold, but the bottom line on net profits of iPhone increase. Moving on to stars, which has Apple services and Apple Watch. Tim Cook had said that Apple's 2016 target has been reached as far as services are concerned. Their goal was to double the revenue, and they reached it 6 months before the expected time. According to an update, Apple's gross profit margin was 67% in its fiscal fourth quarter of 2020. This was much more than its product segment's 30% gross profit margin. The services segment earned 22% of the revenue. However, it contributed to about 40% of Apple's fiscal quarter 4 gross profit. Let's take a stab at the Apple Watch. Did you know? The whole Swiss watch industry sales are less than Apple's smartwatch sales. Apple shipped nearly 31 million units in 2019, whereas the whole Swiss watch industry shipped about 21.1 million units. According to Counterpoint Research, Apple is still the leading player with the highest shipments in the smartwatch category. In 2021, Apple led the smartwatch category with a share of about 30.1%, way ahead of its competitors, with the closest being Samsung at about 10.2% and followed by Huawei at 7.7%. Moving on to question marks. Let's start with the HomePod. Between quarter 4 2018 to quarter 4 2019, the HomePod grew by 65%. But Apple's market share only grew from 4.1% to 4.7%. This is still less than Amazon and Google. These companies lead the market. The Apple iPad, on the other hand, leads in the tablet segment. However, global tablet sales are decreasing. According to information from the International Data Corporation, the tablet market decreased by 1.5% in 2019 from the previous year. Only 144 million units were shipped globally, and most vendors saw reduced sales. Moving on to Apple TV Plus. Now, Apple TV Plus does not have a back catalogue of content like Disney Plus, Netflix, Hulu, and Amazon Prime. Apple TV Plus may be failing to resonate with customers, perhaps due to its limited content offerings. And finally, dogs. In this case, the iPod. Our music listening habits were changed by the iPod. It helped turn Apple into the world's biggest companies. The iPod was Apple's biggest product, but now it is no longer found anywhere. The iPod Classic, Nano, and Shuffle are not found anymore. The iPod Touch was relaunched in 2019, and it is struggling to keep up with the iPhone and the rise of the music streaming services like Spotify. Ultimately, in May 2022, it was revealed that Apple's final iPod Touch has been discontinued and will not be replaced once stocks run out dry across stores. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on the BCG Matrix and the case study on Apple. These are the list of sources and links referred to for our content in the video. In this video, we are going to cover the topic on 5 C's of marketing. Let's start with the introduction. The 5 C's are customer, company, collaborators, competitors, and context. Let's start with customers. Customers are potential buyers who are identified by the needs the company aims to fulfill. The company does so by designing its offerings. The 2 categories that company may fall into are B2B and B2C. A value proposition must necessarily be created for target customers by an organization. The worth of an offering is reflected by creating customer value. Customer value can be psychological, monetary, and functional. Let's look at an example of happy customers of Starbucks. Starbucks Rewards, one of the most popular loyalty programs offered by Starbucks, provides discounts and freebies to its members. This gives the customers a reason to choose Starbucks over other brands. A significant part of coffee chain's recent monetary growth is represented by Starbucks Rewards. Starbucks has been recognized as a leader in the restaurant technology for a long time, and an increase in its revenues has been reported during the pandemic from its loyalty program members. According to a regulatory filing in the United States, 44% of the sales in the quarter ended March 29 was said to have come from Starbucks Rewards members, and so was 48% of the sales in the last week of May. There were roughly 19.4 million US members who were part of this program as of March 29, 2020. Moving on to company. The organization managing the offering is the company. In the case of a company's portfolio being diverse, the company is considered to be the strategic business unit that offers the product. The example in this case is Facebook. More than 80 companies have been acquired by Facebook in order to maintain business growth and keep its portfolio diverse. A few notable product-centric acquisitions, while continuing the primary pattern of talent acquisition, was the $2 billion Oculus VR acquisition and the roughly $19 billion WhatsApp acquisition. Moving on to collaborators. The entities that create value for target customers while working with the company are called collaborators. Suppliers, distributors, manufacturers, dealers, research and development agency, retailers, advertising agencies, external sales force, and market research companies are collaborators. They create cost effectiveness, flexibility, cost efficiency, and speed in delivery of services and goods. Collaborations can be implicit or explicit, horizontal or vertical. Example, McDonald's franchise model. A heavily franchised business model is adopted by McDonald's. 93% of McDonald's restaurants worldwide are represented by franchise restaurants as of December 31st, 2019. The company is able to generate cash flow streams along with stable and predictable revenue with the help of its current mix of franchise stores and company-owned restaurants. As of 2019, revenue from franchise restaurants stood at about $11.6 billion, whereas sales from company-operated restaurants stood at $9.4 billion. The other example on Apple, products are sold and third-party products are resold by Apple in majority of its market directly to consumers, mid-sized and small businesses, education, government customers, and enterprises. This direct selling happens through its online stores, retail stores, and direct sales force. The company also hires many types of indirect distribution channels such as retailers, wholesalers, third-party cellular network carriers, and resellers. In 2019, the company's net sales through its direct distribution channel accounted for 31%, while indirect distribution channels accounted for 69% of total sales. Moving on to competitors. The organizations that compete with the same set of consumers to fulfill the consumer's needs are competitors. Competition can be both in different industries and in the same industry. Examples of competition: McDonald's is mocked by Burger King, Pizza Hut competes with Domino's, Canon competes with both digital camera manufacturers like Nikon and Sony, and mobile manufacturers whose products have cameras like Samsung and Apple. Starbucks competes with both coffee shops and cafe drinks like Red Bull and Monster Energy. Walmart acquired Flipkart, the Indian e-commerce giant, to continue its fight with Amazon in India. And finally, the aspect of context. The surroundings in which the company operates is called the context. It can be economic, physical, or political environment. Context relates to the money, inflation, supply, economic growth, interest rates, deflation, changes in market structure, information accessibility, and balance of power. It also refers to the technological environment such as cultural trends, diffusion of existing technology, and market-specific beliefs. The regulatory environment also falls under the context. For example, import-export tariff, specifications, product, taxes, pricing and advertising policies, trademark protection, and patent. Natural resources, health condition, climate are physical environments that also fall under the context. Example of IKEA. By 2030, the Swedish furniture giant IKEA has aimed to become a circular business. It plans to manufacture all its products by 2030 according to circular principle, which means that they can be recycled, refurbished, and reused. Only recyclable or renewable material will be used across its entire range. Launched in June 2018, the strategy is called People and Planet Positive. The head of sustainability at IKEA, Lena Pripkovac, is responsible for this whole transformation being executed. That's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on 5 C's of marketing. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video. In this video, we are going to cover the topic on Porter's 5 Forces Analysis. Let's start with the introduction. To understand the area of strength in a business situation, organizations use Porter's 5 Forces model. This business strategy tool helps examine the appeal of an industry. The model states that the competitive strength of an organization in a business circumstances is regulated by 5 factors or forces. The 5 factors are industry rivalry, threat of substitution, threat of new entrants, supplier power, and buyer power. Let's look at each one of them briefly, starting with the industry rivalry. The magnitude of competition between rivals in an industry is called industry rivalry. Industry rivalry on a scale of low to high is high when the number of rivals is enormous, the switching costs are inexpensive, the industry is developing, firms stick to the industry and participate when the barriers of the existing are high, the economy of scale and low prices achieved through higher production due to high fixed cost, and differentiation, price wars and advertising wars due to high industry rivalry make it difficult for companies to keep up their profits. Next, threat of substitute products. The ability of a consumer to effortlessly shift to the competitor's services and product is referred to as threat of substitute products. The threat of substitute products on a scale of low to high is high when there are plenty of available substitute products in the market. It is easy for consumers to find services or products that are priced equally or lower to the firm's services or products, or the competitor products are of better quality than the company's. In case where the threat is high, the price trends of products have to be closely recorded so that it does not affect the company's profit and revenue. In such cases, the product tends to lose its allure. Next, threat of new entrants. When companies lose their market share because of the entry of new players, it is called the threat of new entrants. The industry's entry and exit barriers are generally the basis of this threat. The threat of new entrants on a scale of low to high is high when you need very little capital to kickstart a business in the industry, economies of scale, the switching cost of products is inexpensive, products are non-differentiated, the technology needed is effortlessly available in the market, along with the profit margins, the barrier of entry and exit are high. However, when the companies do not perform well, try to improve their performance, organizations face more risk. It gets easier for firms to enter and exit the industry when the profitability along with the barriers are low. Next, bargaining power of suppliers. The magnitude of power that suppliers have over increasing the price of units is referred to as bargaining power of suppliers. Power of suppliers when rated on a scale of low to high is high when suppliers are focused and well organized, the number of substitute products as in inputs available is less, the existing input is distinctive and successful, and the switching cost is high. The market loses allure when suppliers manage to get control over the products and their price. The best way to avoid this is by having multiple suppliers and being interdependent with them. And finally, bargaining power of buyer. The magnitude of power that buyers have over reducing the prices of the product. The bargaining power of buyers when rated on a scale of low to high is high when similar products are sold by multiple suppliers. A couple of buyers look out to buy a huge number of products. Buyers purchase in bulk. Products is non-differentiated, low switching cost and low shopping cost. Providing differentiated products can help in bringing down the bargaining power of buyers. Now let's apply Porter's 5 force analysis to the US online grocery market. Introduction. For 2020, United States online grocery percentage share of the total grocery market was pegged at 10.2% or about $106 billion, which was up 3.4% from 2019. The share of online groceries of the United States by 2025 is expected to reach $250.26 billion. Moving on, there is a high level of competition in the market with both old, large companies and new, small-scale companies. Both Walmart and Amazon are continued leading the online grocery market in 2020. Both of them used their key strengths that their competitors lacked. By announcing their completely automated warehouse that will speed up their manufacture and pick up services by using robots, Walmart has excited consumers. The company seems to be very composed about taking advantage of its infrastructure footprint. While Walmart is in motion, Amazon's strategy is to keep leveraging its strength like fast free shipping with minimal price restrictions. Target, Instacart, Peapod and Kroger are some companies that are trying to acquire a larger share in the US online grocery market. Next, threat of new entrants is medium. Due to the large market potential, the online grocery market is increasingly becoming alluring to new entrants. Investors are very optimistic about the hyperlocal section. But the main barriers of entry are increasing delivery and storage cost, large initial capital requirement, intense competition, low margin and price fluctuation of grocery items. Next, threat of substitute products is medium to high. Retail stores and delivery options offered by them seem to be the only substitute. Since consumers have the option of shifting to different online grocery stores and offline stores, the switching costs are low or nil. Players don't acquire any brand loyalty. Finally, looking at the bargaining power of buyers, which is high, a lot of grocers are available for consumers to choose from. Companies are trying their best to give consumers the best shopping experience and value. And finally, bargaining power of supplier. Suppliers have very low bargaining power, such a huge number of procurement options, including the provision of extra businesses to suppliers by bringing them to an online platform, and bulk procurement are available to online groceries. Sales can be magnified by vendors just by joining online grocers. Thus, to conclude, the online grocery industry in US is very profitable. The scope of an enthusiastic businessman who has good operational management and an unconventional business model is considerable high. Thus, the US online grocery industry is a lucrative segment to enter. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on Porter's 5 force analysis. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video. In this video, we are going to cover the topic on McKinsey's 7S framework. According to this structure, the presence of these elements helps a company successfully implement strategies. The 7S model entails, first, shared values, structure, systems, style, staff, skills, and strategy. Let's look at each one of them briefly, starting with shared values. Employee behavior and company actions are guided by shared values. They comprise the foundation of all organization. Example, Ritz-Carlton's gold standards. Next, structure. The organizational chart and hierarchy of the firm is represented by the structure. The 4 general types of organizational structures are functional, divisional, matrix, and flat. A point to note, old business models are being disrupted by the rise of digital marketplace and decentralized team-based organizational structures. Next, systems. The procedures and processes of the company are called systems. They show how decisions are made and the business's daily activities. Example, Steve Jobs' style of meeting. Walter Isaacson, author of the Steve Jobs biography, said, Jobs hated formal presentations, but he loved freewheeling face-to-face meetings. Every Wednesday afternoon, he had an agenda-less meeting with his marketing and advertising team. Slideshows were banned because Jobs wanted his team to debate passionately and think critically, all without leaning on technology. I hate the way people use slide presentations instead of thinking, Jobs told Isaacson. People would confront a problem by creating a presentation. I want them then to engage, to hash things out at the table, rather than show a bunch of slides. People who know what they are talking about don't need PowerPoint presentation. Next, style. This refers to the way in which top-level managers manage the company. It is the management style of the leaders of the company. Example, Elon Musk. Elon Musk is the co-founder of Tesla, SpaceX, Neuralink, and the Boring Company. Incredible vision, dedication, and perseverance is demonstrated in his vision and then actualized. Next, staff. This refers to the staff that is hired and the process of recruitment and training. It also oversees how the staff is motivated and rewarded. Example in this could be Google's recruitment process, which entails many steps. Next, skills, the capabilities and competence of the firm's employees. Example, Apple. An anonymous Quora who claims to have worked at Apple says that Apple has an experienced demographic mostly between age group 30 to 40. They have tons of experience that they bring to the workplace. This keeps slackers at bay. Next, strategy. To fruitfully compete in a market and obtain sustained competitive advantage, a company develops a plan. This is also called a strategy. For instance, Amazon's Prime Air drone delivery service. Amazon got approval from the Federal Aviation Administration to operate Prime delivery drones in August 2020. This gave Amazon privileges to safely and efficiently carry on its package deliveries to customers. UPS, an Alphabet-owned wing, previously won FAA's approval for their drone-based delivery. Amazon joined them with this approval. That's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on Mckinsey's 7S framework. To conclude, the 7S framework includes shared values, structure, systems, style, staff, skills, and strategy. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video.
In this video, we are going to cover the topic on GE 9-cell matrix. Let's start with the introduction to the matrix. General Electric, along with McKinsey, developed a matrix as a technique for portfolio analysis. The GE McKinsey matrix has two variables which are plotted on the X and Y axis of the matrix. The variables are market attractiveness and business unit strength. Once each product is given a value for its market attractiveness and business unit strength, it is plotted in the position on the graph. Once the product is in its place, the management can decide the strategy for the product. The GE McKinsey matrix is also known as the 9-box matrix because there are 9 boxes on the graph. Let's look at the matrix in detail. First comes the strategy of growing your business. If a business unit is strong with strong market attractiveness, then the company should grow that particular business. Next comes holding the business segments. If the business unit strength or market attractiveness is average, the company should hold the business as it is. In this case, it is possible that the market is dropping in value or that there is very high competition, making it hard for the business unit to catch up. And finally comes the strategy of harvest. If the business unit or market has become unattractive, the company should either sell or liquidate the business or hold it for any residual value it has. The best step in this case would be to dispose the weak businesses and reinvest the money earned from the divestiture into business units that are growing. Thus, based on the GE McKinsey matrix, a company can manage its product portfolio efficiently and can take the right decisions of growth, hold or harvest for its products. Now let's look at an example of Apple's 9-cell matrix. But before we do that, let's look at the figures for Apple's net sales for the year 2020, 2019 and 2018 among its products. As we all know, iPhone happens to be the largest contributor to the revenues. In case of the year 2020, out of the $274 billion in revenue, iPhone accounted for about $137 billion. The next share is taken by the services segment, which has been growing. The revenues for the service sector in 2020 stood at $53 billion. And if you compare that with the revenues in 2018, there's a big growth. In 2018, it was $39 billion and year-on-year growth is 16%. The other segment that has also witnessed a fast growth is the wearables, home and accessories segment, which has two blockbuster products, AirPods and the Apple Watch. The segment itself witnessed a growth of 41% year-on-year from 2018 to 2019, and from 2019 to 2020, it witnessed a growth of 25%, accounting to $30 billion in revenue. Now let's look at the example of Apple being plotted on the GE 9-cell matrix. As far as grow is concerned, the first product that falls in the segment of growing more is the iPhone. iPhone sales have declined over the 3 years between 16 and 18. However, by the end of 2018, Apple's top-end price has increased 2-fold from 2016. The maximum price for the iPhone was about $969 in 2016. There were no iPhones bought for higher prices. This increased to $1,149 when Apple launched the iPhone 10 in 2017. The XS Max reached around $1,500 in 2017, and now most of the iPhones do fall in that particular range. Many Apple buyers fall for the Apple reality distortion field. That is, they buy high-end fully equipped phones. All the fewer units are sold, Apple's bottom line or net profits increases. Here I'm referring to the phones which are the normal. For instance, it could be the iPhone 12, but the iPhone 12 Pro comes at a higher price. So people eventually go for the Pro features, which are fully equipped phones. The next product into the growth segment is Apple Watch. The whole Swiss watch industry sales are less than Apple's smartwatch. Apple shipped nearly 31 million units in 2019. That is 36% more than the previous year. Only about 21.1 million units were shipped by the Swiss watch industry. This is a 13% decline. The brands include Swatch and Tag Heuer. The next brand in the growth segment is Apple Services.
Tim Cook had said that Apple's 2016 target has been reached. Their goal was to double revenues in the service segment, and they reached it 6 months before the expected time. According to an update, Apple's gross profit margin for the services segment was about 67%. This was much more than its product segment, that is 30% gross profit margin. The service segment earns 22% of the revenue. However, it contributed to 40% of Apple's fiscal Q4 gross profit. The next product in the segment is the Mac series. The Mac series segment witnessed an 11% year-on-year increase from $25.7 billion in 2019 to $28.6 billion in 2020, showcasing a very stable growth. And the final product to make it to the grow category are Apple AirPods. AirPods, which is part of the wearables, home and accessories, accounted for 35% share of the global wireless earbuds market in 2020. Now moving on to products which fall under the hold category. First one are the Apple TV and Apple TV Plus subscription features. Apple TV Plus does not have a back catalog of content that Disney, Netflix, Hulu and Prime Video have. Apple TV Plus is failing to resonate with customers, perhaps due to its limited content offerings compared to other brands. The next product to make it to the whole list is the iPad. The Apple iPad although leads in the tablet segment. However, global tablet sales are decreasing. According to recent information from the International Data Corporation, the tablet market decreased by 1.5% in 2019 from the previous year. Only 144 million units were shipped globally, and most of the vendors saw reduced sales. And finally, the Apple HomePod. Between Q4 2018 to Q4 2019, HomePod grew by 25%. But the issue is, Apple's market share also grew just in the range of 4.1 to 4.7%. This is far less compared to brands like Amazon and Google, which are leaders in the market. And finally, the product that falls in the harvest category is the iPod. Our music listening habits were changed by the iPod. It helped turn Apple into one of the world's biggest companies. The iPod was Apple's biggest product, but now it is no longer found anywhere. The iPod Classic, Nano and Shuffle are not found. The iPod Touch was relaunched in 2019, but it will also go off the shelf soon. It couldn't keep up with the iPhone and the rise of the music streaming services like Spotify. So that's it, folks. That brings an end to the topic on the GE 9-cell matrix. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video. In this video, we are going to cover the topic on Porter's value chain. Now let's start with, what is Porter's value chain? A chain of activities that a business running in a particular industry executes to produce a valuable product, that may be a good or service, for the market is known as a value chain. The value chain, also called as a Porter's value chain analysis, is a concept under business management introduced by Michael Porter. Michael Porter released a book called Competittive Advantage in 1985, where he described value chain as a collection of activities that a business carries out to create value for its customers. It builds additional value. This gives the business a competitive advantage. Eventually, this added value brings the business higher profit. Moving on to the diagram of Porter's value chain. The diagram entails two main activities, primary and secondary. Primary activities entail inbound logistics, operations, outbound logistics, marketing and sales, and service. Whereas support activities for these primary activities are firm infrastructure, human resource management, technology, and procurement. As we can see in the diagram, primary activities and support activities together entail higher margins. Now let's look at each of these activities briefly. Starting with, first, primary activities. Primary activities immediately impact on sales, support, production, and maintenance of the product or services which will be supplied. These actions are made up of 5 elements. The first one being inbound logistics. This deals with organizing the inbound movement of parts, materials, and finished inventory that come from suppliers. These are delivered to retail stores, warehouses, assembly, or manufacturing plants. Example, tire manufacturers have their manufacturing plants in Thailand due to rubber plantations. On the other hand, Starbucks has a tie-up with 300,000 farmers worldwide to access the best of coffee. Next, operations. This deals with the management of the process that turns the input into output. Energy, labor, and raw material are inputs. The outputs are services and goods. Example, Tesla manufacturing electric cars, and Apple gets iPhone assembled in India and China. Third, outbound logistics. It is a method of storing and moving the final product along with related information. It moves these from production's line to the end user. Example, Amazon delivery options provided to customers, and the upcoming Amazon Prime Air drone delivery service. Next, marketing and sales. This involves product sales and various processes. These processes involve exchanging, delivering, communicating, and creating offerings. These offerings add value to partners, clients, customers, and society in general. Burger King is famous for its marketing activities involving making fun of McDonald's. GoPro is heavily bent on user-generated content, and Red Bull promoting daredevil activities around the globe. Next, service. This involves the processes that come in after a product is sold and delivered. They are needed to keep a product working soundly. Businesses can gain a competitive advantage at either one of the 5 value chain activities. The example in this case is Tesla, which owns showrooms for good and seamless experience for customers. That brings an end to the primary activities in Porter's value chain. Next, we move on to the support activities. Primary activities can be more efficient with the use of support activities. An increase in any of the 4 support activities aids at least one primary activity to work more productively. The first support activity is infrastructure. This involves processes like assurance, quality, public relation, control, finance, legal, accounting, and strategic general management. The next support activity is technological development. It involves everything that is used to turn inputs into outputs by the business. It comprises of technical knowledge, procedures, software, hardware, and equipment. The inputs are raw materials and the outputs are finished products. The example in this case could be Tesla developing battery in-house in order to reduce their over-dependence on external suppliers. And the other example of technological development comes from Amazon by launching Amazon Go cashier-less stores. Next, human resource management. This is made up of many activities such as compensating, developing, training, hiring, and recruiting. If needed, it involves laying off or dismissing employees. The best example in this case is Ritz-Carlton empowering its staff, and the other one wherein Apple providing amazing perks for its employees. Next, procurement. Acquisition of goods, services, and works from an exterior source procurement. Decisions pertaining to purchases are also made under this field. Example, McDonald's procures from McLean, Tesla procures battery from Panasonic, and Facebook profited by buying Jiffy, which would be used in Instagram. Thus, the support activities also support the entire value chain. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on Porter's value chain. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video. In this video, we are going to cover the topic on 5 P's of strategy. Now let's start with what are the 5 P's of strategy. Henry Mintzberg developed the 5 P's of strategies in 1987. Mintzberg is a famous researcher and academician from Canada. He has been responsible for coming up with multiple business models and frameworks. All of the 5 P's, as developed by him, represent a different aspect of strategy. The 5 P's are: first, plan; pattern; ploy; position; and perspective. Now let's look at each one of them briefly. If the concept behind each P is well understood, then one can create an efficient strategy. This would employ the firm's strengths as well as capabilities. Let's start with the first P, strategy as a plan. Managers enjoy planning, and it is ingrained in most people. It is a natural and automatic method that everyone uses. People try and think over problems and their possible solutions. Next, strategy as a ploy. A ploy is also a strategic choice. This catches rivals off guard. According to Mintzberg, outdoing rivals with ploy can be a strategy. This can be done by influencing, discouraging, dissuading them, or plotting to disrupt. Next, strategy as a pattern. Patterns involve strategies that have already been employed. For implementing this P, one should spot patterns in the organization and team. One can then find out if these are inherent to the strategy. Next, strategy as a position. This is where the firm is located in the market. This is where outside and inside context engage with each other. Position is also a way to describe strategy. This oversees how one plans a position for themselves in the market. It allows one to create a sustainable advantage vis-a-vis rivals. And finally, strategy as a perspective. One should understand how the firm is seen by the desired customer base. Culture significantly impacts a firm's choices. Behavior can also impact strategy. Thinking patterns influence how a firm sees things and what they are good at. Now let's look at some examples of the 5 P's of strategy. Starting with the first one for plan. In terms of planning, one must work on it ahead of time with intent. The example in this case is of Tesla planning to enter the Asian markets. Next, ploy. In terms of ploy, a strategy must outsmart rivals. Example, world's largest retailer Walmart acquired a stake in Flipkart, an Indian retailer, to take on Amazon.com in India, basically getting their war from US to India. Next, pattern. When seen in terms of pattern, strategies that worked well in the past can influence the future. Example, Budweiser spending at the Super Bowl every year. Next, in terms of position, strategy decides how a firm interacts with the environment. They can try and create a USP. The best example in this case is of Apple and its products, and the ecosystem and privacy built around all Apple products. And finally, perspective. Perspective stresses the impact a firm's culture can have on decision making. The example in this case is of Starbucks, which is adored both by employees and customers. And finally, to conclude, All of the 5 P's of strategy depend on a thorough understanding of the following areas. First, has the industry been analyzed? Second, are the actions of the rivals known? Third, is the USP known? Fourth, is there a strategic position at the present moment? And finally, are the perceptions of employees, suppliers, and buyers known? Thus, critical thinking and analyzing background when combined enable thorough execution of the 5 P's of strategy. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on 5 P's of strategy. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video. In this video, we are going to cover the topic on blue ocean strategy. Now let's start with the definition of blue ocean strategy. Blue ocean strategy is an approach where new markets are understood and explored instead of tapping into existing oversaturated markets. This approach does not bother about competition. It encourages businesses to employ fresh thought processes with respect to business strategy and forget about pre-existing ideas about gaining success. The strategy tries to get businesses to build demand in evolving, undisputed markets and take advantage of them instead of increasing shares in existing saturated markets. Moving on to the key features of the blue ocean strategy. First, independence and adaptability. Blue ocean strategy focuses on redefining the boundaries of an industry and working in the redefined space without bothering about competition or being the best in the field. Next, it is not just theoretical. The basis of certain strategic planning models are theories that do not practically work out in market implementations. However, the origin of the blue ocean strategy is a study that was conducted for 10 years and evaluated the success and failures of companies in over 30 industries. Next, ideas can be tested through its framework. Companies can test the commercial feasibility of an idea through strategy's Blue Ocean Index. And finally, low cost and differentiation exist simultaneously. According to the Blue Ocean strategy, users do not have to pick between affordability and value. Low cost and differentiation can be both achieved if companies recognize the consumer's needs and find a new way to give them that value. This is called value innovation. Moving on, how to create a blue ocean strategy. First, explain the existing reality of the industry. What are the main features of the services and product in it? Next, find a group of consumers who receive value in a portion of a service or product's features or are interested in. Third, adjust the service or product and make the least value areas by the consumers inferior. With the amount saved through the previous step, improve the aspects of service or product valued by the new target audience the most. New features can also be introduced which are specifically targeted to the new consumers. Now moving on to the background of the blue ocean strategy. Chan and Rainey are the management thinkers who created the blue ocean strategy. Being the strategy professors at the world's most renowned business school INSEAD, both Chan and Rainey are also INSEAD's Blue Ocean Strategy Institute's France co-directors. Blue Ocean Strategy was co-authored by Chan and Rainey in 2005. Both of them won many awards and distinctions for their work that was well recognized. In 2019, Thinkers 50 named Chan and Rainey the #1 business thinkers in the world. Now about the book, Blue Ocean Strategy. As stated earlier, professors at INSEAD, Chan and Rainey wrote a book called Blue Ocean Strategy in 2004, and the name of the marketing theory detailed in the book. According to the authors, long-term success comes from creating blue oceans, that is, exploring unexplored markets with growth potential and not battling with competitors. The book was again redrafted and expanded in 2015 after its first edition. It has now become a bestseller and has sold over 4 million copies in 46 languages. In 2015, an expanded edition of Blue Ocean was published, after which in 2017, its sequel, Blue Ocean Shift, was published. Moving on to the differences between a blue ocean strategy versus a red ocean strategy. Let's look at a red ocean strategy. It participates in a market space that already exists, whereas blue ocean strategy builds a market space that is undisputed. Red ocean strategy makes use of demands that already exist. On the other hand, they build and identify new demand. Red ocean strategy aligns the firm's activities with the planned choice of low cost and differentiation, whereas blue ocean strategy aligns the firm's activity to pursue low cost and differentiation. Next, red ocean strategy is all about defeating competitors, whereas blue ocean strategy is not bothered about by competition. Red ocean strategy finally builds the trade-off between value and cost, whereas blue ocean strategy cracks the trade-off between value and cost. Now moving on to blue ocean strategy examples. Starting with Nintendo Wii. In 2006, Nintendo Wii was launched and its core concept was based on value innovation. Nintendo reduced cost by minimizing graphics and processing quality and not using the DVD and hard disk functionality present in most gaming consoles back then. It did not try to beat consoles from Microsoft and Sony that had high computational power and performance. Nintendo's focus while creating Wii's hardware was the use of motion controls not common in video games and ingenious gameplay back then. Wii ended up selling over 100 million units throughout its lifetime and outsold its competition. Next in line is Yellowtail. Yellowtail, Castella's wine's new brand, is another instance of the implementation of the Blue Ocean Strategy. The brand let go of the general focus on aging and distinguished vineyards. They also eliminated the complicated terms and bottles that intimidated potential customers and made it easier by launching only 2 varieties of wine and red. Next in line is Cirque du Soleil, which is arguably one of the most famous examples of Blue Ocean Strategy in action. Formed in Canada in the early 1980s, the company has since gone on to entertain 155 million people in over 300 cities. Doing away with live animal acts enabled the company to reduce its cost base, while the introduction of live music and a storyline inspired by the world of theatre and an emphasis on human physical skill helped Cirque du Soleil to create new elements that had never been seen in the world of circus. Their new audience of adults and corporate clients rather than the traditional audience of families, which was also willing to pay higher prices to watch this extraordinary spectacle. Next, iTunes. iTunes solved 2 very big problems in the market when it was first launched. First, it helped the recording industry by preventing illegal downloads of music, and it also met the demand for a la carte digital songs. It enabled artists to benefit from it. Additionally, it also allowed consumers to purchase single songs without purchasing the complete album. iTunes is largely held responsible for the development of digital music and has conquered the market for a long time. And other examples in line are Uber, that is the mobile app hailing cab service, and Airbnb, which revolutionized the entire hospitality segment across 100 countries. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on the Blue Ocean Strategy. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video.
In this video, we are going to cover the topic on gaining market position. Let's start with the introduction. There are 3 methods to gain market position. First, steal share from the competitor. Second, market growth. And third, market innovation. Let's start with the steal share strategy. Instead of attracting new customers, the competitor's customers are targeted and stolen in the steal share strategy. This strategy is used by many companies. A very good value proposition needs to be given to the customers by the company in order to successfully attract the competitor's customers. The best example in this case is of Burger King. Burger King's Escape the Clown campaign. Marking the release of the scary clown movie It No. 2, Burger King Germany planned to take shots at its clown-fronted competitor McDonald's. With the mission of getting customers out of McDonald's, #EscapeTheClown was initiated to offer the nearest Burger King as a refuge. The concept was to invite McDonald's customers to read the review of It through a Facebook or Twitter message and instill a fear of the clown. It was pretty simple to find the article and scan it with your Burger King app. A red balloon would float up on clicking the Escape the Clown button with a coupon to a Whopper burger for just 1 cent. Icing on the cake, to elevate the scary experience, a countdown begins with the app calculating a flee and run route to the nearest Burger King. Moving forward, now under the steal share strategy, there are 2 strategies. First, differentiation strategy. In this strategy, the product of the company could be superior to the competitor's product, which allows them to steal the show. In differentiated strategy, very low cost products, performing product, or technology advanced product could be the examples of superior benefits. Example in this case, Tesla targeting Toyota Prius customers with the Model 3. Toyota experienced defection rate in North America in 2019. About 50% of the defection rate was because of Tesla. In 2018, Toyota Prius was leading the chart amongst the top 5 cars that were traded in while the new Tesla Model 3 was bought. Tesla delivered over 1 lakh Model 3 vehicles at the end of 2018. This seriously impacted the sales of Toyota Prius. Jim Lenz, the CEO of Toyota Motor North America, admitted this at the Automotive News World Congress in 2019. He thinks a new segment may have been created by Tesla. He was also not surprised that the impact was more on the sales of Prius than the sales of Lexus, despite Model 3 being a premium vehicle. Moving forward, another strategy under steal share is the similarity strategy. In this strategy, the company's products are generally similar to the competitor's products, which makes them want to protect their own offering. It is also called the Me Too strategy. In this strategy, market shares are generally stolen from the market leaders who are competitors. The companies portray to their customers that their and their competitors' offerings are similar. In this strategy, companies completely imitate their competitors with just enough variations to avoid trademark infringement liabilities.
Example, Amazon Echo and Google Home. Amazon released a personal home assistant in 2015 called the Echo. Google released its home device 1 year later. People asked the Google personal home assistant the same questions that were asked on Amazon's Echo. Going further, Apple released HomePod by the end of 2017. This home assistant was released 1 year after Google Home and 3 years after Amazon Echo in the market. Another example of similarity strategy is Xiaomi's similar interface like Apple's. The chief design officer of Apple, Jonathan Ive, said that Xiaomi was good at theft in the year 2014. When it comes to MI smartphones, China's Xiaomi is a common target of popular belief that it copies its rival Apple. Bin Lin, the co-founder and president of Xiaomi, has been directly posed with this question a number of times. Despite this user interface, which is incredibly similar to Apple's, Lin and others in the company keep defending it that there are differences. Moving on to the second strategy, market growth strategy. Instead of stealing the competitors' customers and targeting them, market growth strategies attract new customers. Instead of focusing on the competition, the brand focuses on growing the overall category demand. Primary demand simulation is another name for this strategy. Example, Tinder. Gamifying dating is what made Tinder famous and successful. It helps match prospective partners with one another via its interesting interface and interaction design of its mobile dating app. Match Group is a dating app umbrella company which owns Tinder. They revealed that in the year 2019, Tinder raked in about $1.2 billion in revenue. This was a significant increase of 43% from 2018. The company owns many high-profile dating platforms, for instance Hinge and OkCupid. The overall revenue for the year was $2.1 billion. This means that more than half of the company's revenue is attained from Tinder. It was also noticed that in 2018, there was a 36% increase in subscriber numbers of Tinder as compared to Q4. It topped off the year with about 5.9 million subscribers. And amid the pandemic, Tinder launched its face-to-face feature in 2020 to its customer base all around the globe. Moving on to the third, market innovation strategy. In this strategy, customers who are not using the service and products particular category are attracted by the company. This is how the company gets market position. This strategy establishes a completely new category where direct opposition is missing. It doesn't convert new customers to existing customers, which can have a lot of competition. This strategy is also called as the blue ocean strategy since it focuses on such uncontested markets. Rapid growth and high profit margins are often acquired through this strategy. Example, first, Netflix. In 1997, Netflix offered online movie rentals. Now it can anticipate what shows and movies its subscribers would be enthusiastic about watching. Over the years, Netflix as a company has exemplified the blue ocean strategy exceptionally well. And the other example, iTunes. With the iTunes entry in the market, the recording industry's problem of illegal downloads of music was solved. At the same time, it addressed the demand for digital a la carte songs. A completely new sector of music sales was created by the iTunes blue ocean strategy. It helps artists earn profit and customers to buy single songs as compared to the entire album. Apple earned a total of $14.5 billion in services revenue in the fourth quarter of 2020. These services include iTunes, the company's online entertainment library, software, Apple Pay, digital content, Apple Care, and licensing. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on gaining market position. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video.
In this video, we are going to cover the topic on cost leadership strategy. Now let's start with what is cost leadership strategy. The cost leadership strategy requires leading the market or industry in terms of cost. Cost leadership strategy is a part of Porter's generic strategies. It is one of the 3 generic business strategies discussed by Porter in his well-known book Competitiveness Strategy in 1980. This means that a company that uses a cost leadership strategy method tries to get increased returns. Moving forward, there are a couple of main ways of gaining cost leadership. First, one can maximize profits by cutting down on cost. The business still asks prices that are the industry average. And the other, it can increase its market share by cutting its price. A decent profit is still made per sale. This is because the costs have been lowered. Moving forward to cost leadership strategy features. Firms that are cost leaders have a few things in common. These are, first, having capital available that can be invested in technology. This will reduce cost. For example, Walmart. Next, having logistics that are efficient. Amazon. And finally, a base that is low cost. The base consists of facilities, materials, and labor. In this case, Chinese contract manufacturers. Moving on to cost leadership strategy risk.
The biggest risk in using this strategy is that these cost-lowering methods can be used by rivals. These strategies don't belong to any one firm and competitors can copy them. Thus, it is important to find methods for lowering costs at all times. Moving on to cost leadership versus price leadership. Cost leadership is different from price leadership. A company could be the lowest cost producer yet not offer the lowest price products or services. If so, that company would have a higher than average profitability. However, cost leader companies do not compete on price and are very effective at such form of competition, having a low cost structure and efficient management. Moving on, how to achieve cost leadership. First, economies of scale help in achieving cost leadership. An effective production method decreases production cost. A business's size is very important in terms of economies of scale. What this means is simple. The larger a business is, the lesser is its cost. Next, size is advantages. Higher purchasing power is a result of having a large size. This means that if suppliers receive more money, there is a greater chance of extracting deals that are unique that turn into advantages. Next, technology helps cut cost. Innovative and better technologies and ways of manufacturing help a lot when it comes to cutting down cost. This means better the technology that is used by a firm, higher is the possibility of being a cost leader in the long run. Next, focus is important. A business can be a cost leader without being large in size. Let's say a business manufactures only one product. They do this efficiently with maximum focus. It can still turn into a cost leader in that specific segment of the market. In other words, greater the focus a business has on its products, greater is the possibility that it becomes a cost leader in that segment. Next, very important, access to raw materials. Cost can be cut by a large margin if a business has the right basic raw materials. A firm might spend a lot on a specific resource. A different firm might not have to do this. This means that the more a company has access to potential raw materials, the higher are the chances of lowering costs as compared to rivals. And finally, more efficient operations. A greater amount of tasks can be done in a lower time. This also reduces cost. This is a great way of raising efficiency and also lowering cost. In other words, the less time and money a company has to spend while completing a task, the higher is the chance that the company's cost advantage and efficiency increases. Moving on to cost leadership strategy advantages. First, it helps expand market size. A company can earn profits by using the cost leadership strategy. But more than that, the market size for a specific product will also increase. This will happen over a period of time. Next, a business becomes more sustainable. The financial threats to a business go down if the business cost is low. Let's say the market for the specific product goes down. Then business using cost leadership strategy will be safe as there are no huge losses. Third, profit margin may go up. The cost leadership strategy is generally used to make a business more profitable. A product's popularity and recognition goes up due to its low price. A business earns higher revenue than is expected. And finally, competition goes down. The cost leadership strategy raises barriers of entry for competitors in the market. The firm that uses the strategy will create a successful market and become more sustainable. This cannot be altered by the entry of rivals in the market. And finally, cost leadership strategy examples. First, Walmart. Walmart has a strategy of everyday low prices to attract customers. The idea of everyday low prices is to consistently offer products at an attractively cheaper rate than competitors rather than depending only on sales. Walmart has a large scale and efficient supply chain. One of the aspects is Walmart sourcing. They source products from cheaper yet better domestic suppliers and from the low-wage foreign markets. Therefore, the company can sell their items at low prices, profiting off thin margins but high volume. Next, Walmart savings to keep costs down. Walmart size means that small changes yield big results. For instance, switching to LED lights in its parking lot cut its annual energy cost by $200 million. A change in the floor wax it uses cut costs by $20 million a year because the floors need to be buffed less often. Next example, IKEA. The Swedish company IKEA has revolutionized the furniture industry. IKEA sources its products in low-wage countries and offers a basic level of service. While this is a bit more complex than traditional retailers, it allows IKEA to offer lower prices and attain cost leaderships. For instance, Europe happens to be the biggest market for sourcing with 67% share, followed by Asia at 30% and North America at 3%. The top 5 purchasing countries for IKEA are China, Poland, Italy, Germany and Sweden. Next, IKEA sourcing from India. IKEA has been sourcing from India for its global operation for close to 35 years now. It is working with around 60 suppliers and 400,000 people in the supply chain. And finally, the example of McDonald's. McDonald's has a strategy of offering basic fast food meals at low prices. One of the advantages for them is their employees. They have a division of labor that allows it to recruit and train freshers rather than train cooks. It also relies on few managers. These savings in various processes allows the company to offer its foods for bargain prices. And finally, sourcing. McDonald's also ensures to source raw materials such as potatoes or French fries obviously from the local market they are operating in, such as farms in India, Russia and New Zealand where they have their stores. So that's it folks, this brings an end to the topic on the cost leadership strategy. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video. In this video, we are going to cover the topic on differentiation strategy. Now let's start with the definition of differentiation strategy. Differentiation strategy is the method that tries to differentiate a product or service from similar offerings from market rivals. It involves coming up with a unique service or product for its consumers. The product can have unique customer service, quality, brand image, features or design. Differentiation strategy is one of the three Porter's generic strategies. Differentiation is crucial in terms of competing, marketing and building a long-lasting competitive advantage. Having a product or service that is better than market standard isn't enough. Prospects need to know how it is unique as well. Moving on to the advantages of differentiation strategy. First, helps fight competition. Differentiation allows a firm to compete with rivals in the market. It does this by building up loyalty to the brand. This in turn makes customers less sensitive to price rises. And finally, it raises the barriers of entry. Rivals have to compete harder to match the firm's product or service in terms of uniqueness. Next, increases profit. Differentiation raises margins. As a result, low-cost positions aren't required anymore. It decreases consumers' power to choose from the alternatives. This is because of lack of similar options. Next, improves brand loyalty. The business can use product uniqueness to increase brand loyalty. The firm becomes better equipped in terms of substitutes in comparison to competitors. Moving on, how to create a differentiation strategy. First, the firm should decide how it wishes to be seen. There must be an idea of what makes the firm an expert in the market. A firm will have to decide what is crucial for it. It must decide which aspects the firm performs best in. This lets even small differences stand out for customers. Next, target audience has to be studied. Research is important for any firm. It helps to align the needs and wants of prospect with the product. It helps the firm choose differentiators. This makes the firm's specialization more attractive. Third, differentiators have to be created. This stage allows the firm to decide what makes its products unique. These are some popular differentiators. First, cost of the offering. Second, brand reputation and image. Third, customer relationship. Fourth, quality of service. Fifth, the product itself or the distribution strategy. Next, use storytelling. A firm needs to tell its story to prospects. This story must be unique. This might help distinguish it from rivals. Rivals will not have a story that is the same as that of the firm. Values, vision and mission need to be evaluated by the firm. This helps in the story building process. Be unique, the target audience can be turned into customers. In this case, social media may also be used to reach out to prospects and current customers. It makes the process of sharing services and the story more personal. Next, building up a brand image. Working on quality can improve a firm's brand image. It's an excellent strategy to use. One has to use their imagination to rebrand. It helps a firm rope in prospects from a target audience. Now moving on to differentiation strategy examples. The first company in this case is obviously Tesla. Tesla differentiation stands in the form of higher range of electric cars, innovative battery technology, direct sales of their car via means of online platforms and company-owned showrooms without involving the middlemen, and finally, upgradation of the car which is synonymous to software upgrades. Next, Lush Cosmetics. Animals aren't tested upon. All of its products are vegetarian. Most of the products are also vegan. It comes to about 89%. Lush's method for packaging products is unique. It uses recycled material from customers to make its plastic bottles. Lush's naked products are famous. They don't have plastic packaging. Lush Cosmetics, an all-natural bath and body brand, inspires worship from beauty bloggers everywhere for their wide product range of shampoo, fragrances, massage bars, bath bombs and more. It is a voracious advocate against animal testing. And its resolute focus of ethical buying makes Lush use only raw, natural and fair trade ingredients. This practice has also defined its identity as a business and made it unique. Next, Apple. Apple's mobile operating system is known as iOS. It was developed and built by Apple. The attention it pays to privacy is well known and makes it a key differentiator for Apple. Next, Tom Ford, and the differentiation here is exclusivity. Designer Tom Ford showed how his firm is unique to a handpicked group. This happened when he was the host of a fashion show. A telephone was used to request people to attend the show. This way, press reporters, photographers didn't get to know about it. Tom hosted the show alone. His friends Julianne Moore and Beyoncé assisted him as models during the show. This way was very different from what is normal in the fashion industry. that is usually maximum media presence, but in this case it was all about exclusivity. Next, Subway. Subway's differentiation started by making customizable sandwiches. And moving further, the American Heart Association has approved some of its meals. The Subway chain restaurant is the first to display the Heart Check Meal Certification logo next to certain selected meals. And finally comes GoPro. The differentiation in this case is the introduction of action cameras. Founders at Woodman Labs, the company eventually focused on connected sports genre, developing its line of action cameras, and later video editing software. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on differentiation strategy. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video. In this video, we are going to cover the topic on diversification strategy. So now let's start with what is a diversification strategy. Diversification is a strategy used by corporates to launch new products or product lines, new services into new markets. It needs different sort of knowledge, technology, and skills. To define further, diversification is a growth strategy. Expanding into a new market lets an organization grow its presence and capture a new space. This is done through expansion or diversification of a product or service. It caters to new customers and increases profits. Moving further, the relation between diversification and the Ansoff Matrix. Diversification is one of the 4 main growth strategies defined by Igor Ansoff in the Ansoff Matrix. These 4 growth strategies were identified by Ansoff using a 2x2 matrix known as the Ansoff Matrix and was made up of new or existing products on one axis and new and existing markets on the other. The Ansoff Matrix is a tool for strategic planning which is commonly used. The matrix aids companies in the implementation of planning a strategy for growth that is efficient. Ansoff said that a strategy for diversification is different from the other 3 strategies. Moving further, the first 3 strategies are implemented with similar resources. These can be merchandising, financial, or technical resources. These are used for the original product line. Company must gather knowledge and learn new skills to diversify. It must understand product development and also how a market functions. Along with skills and knowledge, a company needs resources for diversification. It needs new facilities and technology. This means that companies have to take a higher degree of risk. Moving further, now let's look at the types of diversification strategies. With the first one being horizontal diversification. Companies sometimes release products or services that are not connected to what it sells. However, these may cater to the select existing customer base. When this happens, it is known as horizontal diversification. Of all the diversification strategies, horizontal diversification involves the least risk. This is because the market and the customer segments are familiar. Example, Apple launched the Apple Watch, which is compatible with iOS and syncs perfectly with other Apple products. Next, concentric diversification. Sometimes a company releases a new product in a new market that is similar to current products technologically. This is known as concentric diversification. The company has some advantages here. It can use its technical understanding and the industry experience. At times, a manufacturing process already exists. Example, Apple leveraging the iPhone technical know-how to launch the Apple iPad. Third, conglomerate diversification. At times, companies diversify in markets that are completely new. The products are not related. They target completely new audiences. This is called conglomerate diversification. A single corporate group is called a conglomerate. It runs many businesses which are diverse and belong to different industries. Example, Amazon's Amazon Web Services. Amazon Web Services is a subsidiary of Amazon providing on-demand cloud computing platforms and APIs to individual, companies and governments on a metered pay-as-you-go basis. The other example is Tesla's move from electric cars to SpaceX. Space Exploration Technologies Corporation, that is SpaceX, is an American aerospace manufacturer and space transportation services company headquartered in California. It was founded in 2002 by Elon Musk with the goal of reducing space transportation costs to enable the colonization of Mars. SpaceX has developed several launch vehicles as well as the Dragon cargo spacecraft and the Starlink satellite constellation, providing internet access, and has flown humans to the International Space Station on the SpaceX Dragon 2. Next, vertical diversification. At times, a company moves up or down within the supply chain. They join multiple stages of production, which are usually run by different organizations together to achieve this. This is called vertical integration or vertical diversification. It begins to run multiple stages of distribution and production of the main product. This includes buying, assembly, manufacturing processes, raw material, sale and distribution. Vertical diversification can be of 2 forms. This is decided by which direction a company moves in the supply chain. The first is forward vertical diversification. This applies to companies that are at the start of a supply chain in terms of business positioning. Such a company might want to run operations further down the chain. Example, McDonald's seeks to transform the drive-thru technology. In March 2019, the company announced that it acquired Dynamic Yield, an Israel-based company focused on personalization and decision logic. Through this acquisition, McDonald's is planning to use artificial intelligence to automate its drive-thru menus. This AI integration is set to take personalization to the next level with automated systems that can make real-time menu recommendation based on consumer trends, ordering habits, and even weather conditions. Next, backward vertical diversification. This involves businesses that are closer to the end of a supply chain. They can consider diversifying in main markets that funnel into their product. Example, Walmart's private labels. 18 private label of Walmart's do more than $1 billion in sales annually. World's largest private label brand owned by Walmart, that is Great Value, does more than $27 billion a year globally. Now moving on to the reasons for diversification. First, diversification of a business promotes revenue growth. It makes use of customer base, brand recognition, and current resources. Diversifying an organization lowers the risk involved. It is better than investing in a single market or product. Diversification maintains profitability through the lows and highs of an industry. These occur because the economy, society, and consumerism tend to change. It allows your business to maximize their resources if they are underused. And finally, let's look at an example of diversification strategy. The brand being Apple and the product being Apple Car. Apple has been developing the car project in secret for a while. Apple launched Project Titan in 2014. More than 1,000 people were employed to build an electric vehicle. This was done at a secret location near the Cupertino headquarters. It is rumored that Apple's car team is trying to develop a vehicle that drives itself. It is said that the users only have to put their destination in. Reuters claims that the company has a target of 2024. The company's analyst Ming-Ching Hu says the model won't be released before 2025 to 2027. The company will deliver better integration of hardware, software, and services compared to rivals in the automobile market. Apple has held discussions with Hyundai and other automobile manufacturers. Hyundai Motor, although, declined to comment on the report. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on diversification strategy. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video. In this video, we are going to cover the topic on defending market position. Let's start with the introduction. A company needs to make strategies to expand its offerings. Not only that, but it also is necessary to constantly create strategies to defend its position in the market. The company's reaction to its competitor actions can be divided into three fundamental types. First, ignoring the competition or no action. Second, repositioning the current offering. Third, repositioning to attract new customers. Let's look at each one of them briefly, starting with ignoring the competition or no action. If the threat by competitors is not sustainable and it will die by itself, then this strategy is favorable. A company may not react to price reduction by a competitor if they believe that it will not last for long. Example of companies who utilize this strategy are Red Bull, Gillette, and Lego, all three dominant players in their particular industry and product type. Next, repositioning the existing offering. On the entry of a new competitor in the market, the existing company can reposition its product for current customers. Customers hold value for a product in proportion to the advantages and the prices they have to pay for it. In that case, the company can either reduce the cost or improve the benefit of an offering. Increasing the advantages of the offering is done to make it more attractive. A company can choose to augment the practical benefits of the offering by enhancing the performance of the products, or boost monetary benefits by adding financial rewards, or third, improve psychological advantages while repositioning the image of the offering. One of the examples in this case is the Netflix Stream Fest. This scheme enabled everyone to watch all programs available. It was a free trial promotional offer by Netflix on 5th and 6th December 2020 in India. It was declared by them that users would not have to use the credit card or debit cards to watch the programs. Netflix sent codes to viewers so that you could use the app. They declared that users would not have to use the debit card or credit card as stated earlier to enjoy all movies and shows. All users had unrestricted access to all of Netflix content during these 2 days. Next, repositioning to attract new customers. Repositioning the product to lure in new customers can be a diverse way of managing the competitor. In order to attract new markets, fresh products are added along with promising target propositions in this particular strategy. A shift in the value proposition offering in two fundamental ways is One, vertical repositioning, and second, horizontal repositioning. Let's look at vertical repositioning. Vertical repositioning alters the value proposition of the offering. The modification is done by shifting into a new price tier, which could be upscale, as in premium, or downscale. The company raises the price and enhances the benefits in the upscale repositioning. On the other hand, the company curtails the price and reduces some benefits or frills while in downscale repositioning. Let's look at an example of upscale repositioning. In this case, Mondelez International launches global brand Cadbury Glow. Cadbury Glow, a luxury chocolate gift, was launched in India by Mondelez in 2014. The company amalgamated its global mastery in chocolate, breakthrough innovation abilities, and profound customer understanding for this creation. This special product is an elegant chocolate praline with a generous chocolate filling. It is exemplary in terms of flavor and packaging. The chocolate gift brand is loaded with tiny details. These details are symbolic of the respect and care that was put into this creation. The chocolate pralines are crafted in Europe. After production, extra vigilance adopted in the process of designing and packaging, and the special efforts along with the gorgeous purple and gold packaging of Cadbury Glow make it genuinely gift-worthy. Moving on to the horizontal positioning aspect of repositioning to attract new customers. When the company alters its proposition to build value by modifying and adding benefits without rewriting their price tier, it is called horizontal repositioning. Horizontal repositioning attempts to smash the conventional norms built by the consumers. It comes up with a new appeal for the offering. The best example in this case is Old Spice. The very famous Old Spice personal care brand for men was founded back in 1937. However, Old Spice, in collaboration with Weedon plus Kennedy, revamped their brand identity in 2008. They came up with a new brand campaign called Old Spice Swagger. The online campaign gained popularity at swaggerize.me.com. It added a fresh appeal to the Old Spice brand, thus making it a strong competitor against the market rivals like Axe. The name Old Spice held a considerable amount of cultural ethos combined with unmatched attitude. Swagger, which was marketed as a scent that makes a difference, saw a tremendous amount of success on traditional marketing channels and also eventually appeared on YouTube. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on defending market position. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video. In this video, we are going to cover the topic on flanking. Now let's start with the definition of flanking. Flanking is a tactic used in the military. It is also known as a flanking maneuver. In this tactic, armed forces move around an enemy force's flank or side. The aim is to acquire an advantage over the rival. Next, what is flanking? Launching an attack on the enemy from the side is called flanking. It is a powerful move because an army's strength is usually concentrated at the front. That is why it is better to go around the army's front. The army's side should be struck. It is a place that is least defended. By striking the flank, one is likelier to strike a weak spot. It is less defended and gives an advantage. It is a very powerful tactic in sales. It has also been used in sales for a long time. What is a flanking strategy? Flanking is also a type of marketing strategy. The firm tries to displace its rivals in a peripheral market. It tries to seize the market segment that hasn't been catered to by its rival. The firm that is flanking uses different methods to do so in order to outperform their rivals. It can be called as an indirect marketing strategy. Its goal is to capture the segment or share of the market of the rivals. This method is generally used by innovative businesses against bigger rivals. What is a flank attack? Flank attack is one more name that the tactic is called by. The attacker chooses the weaker point of its rivals and attempts to outmaneuver them. Basics of flanking strategy. Firms that use flanking marketing must not come face to face with the rival's brand. Managers must make sure that a move is made in the market segment that is unchallenged. Moreover, it is necessary to remember that the move should be stealthy and swift. This marketing strategy aims at getting a presence in the market before the rival knows about it. The firms must act in a manner that makes the rival think that the firm isn't a possible threat until it's too late. Types of flanking strategies. First, low price flanking. In this type of marketing, the marketer uses this method and attempts to cut expenses by lowering the prices. The firm dramatically cuts its price. Because of this, the rival finds it hard to sell its product. This is because the firm is selling similar products at a lower rate. Next, high price flanking. In this model, there are a variety of products for which a higher price benefits the marketer. The higher price is better for a couple of reasons. On the one hand, the product is sold at a higher price with better quality and features. On the other hand, the firm can earn higher profits by charging a high price. Next, distribution flanking. This is used while building a new distribution channel. The company can provide support by using a flanking marketing strategy. Moving on to flanking examples. First, Tesla, the flanking strategy, direct distribution and high-range electric cars. Next, Lush Cosmetics, their flanking strategy, their products are animal-friendly and vegan products. Next, the Dollar Shave Club, their flanking strategy is the price and their direct-to-home delivery strategy. And finally, Ains, flanking strategy, flanked its competitors by selling pantyhose through an alternative distribution system, marketing its Lex brand pantyhose in supermarkets while competitors only sold in clothing stores. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on flanking. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video. In this video, we are going to cover the topic on strategic alliance. Now let's start with the definition of strategic alliance. Strategic alliance occurs when two or more organizations join together to pursue mutual benefits. A strategic alliance is formed when two or more partners agree to work towards a set of pre-decided objectives while staying independent. It is a type of collaboration or cooperation that tries for synergy. In it, each party thinks that the benefits of the partnership will be better than from individual efforts. Usually, two firms enter a strategic alliance when each one has one or more business assets than the other needs. They might be experts who can improve the business. Strategic alliance lies between mergers and acquisitions and organic growth. Moving on, goals of strategic alliance. First, it gives business flexibility. Second, the businesses can acquire each other's customers. Third, the strength of business are increased, the business of weakness are lowered, and their abilities complement each other. Next, lets a business enter the market of another. Example, a foreign firm entering a local market. They can access each other's technologies. They can share the resources of their resources. And finally, the risk is split and is lower. Moving on to strategic alliance examples. First, Uber and Spotify. Rideshare giant Uber's partnership with Spotify lets Uber riders easily stream their Spotify playlist whenever they take a ride. This helps Uber experience feel more personalized and encourages Uber customers to subscribe a Spotify Premium for more control of their tunes both inside and outside Uber. Next, Starbucks and Barnes & Noble. Starbucks formed another long-term successful in-store partnership with Barnes & Noble. Many larger brick-and-mortar bookstores have survived through tough competition from Amazon, but Barnes & Noble has continued success. One reason is the co-branded Starbucks Barnes & Noble's cafe inside most Barnes & Noble retailers. Next, Red Bull and GoPro. In 2012, Red Bull first partnered with GoPro to support a record-breaking skydive from a balloon. Red Bull sponsored the dive and the skydiver wore a GoPro camera to capture it. The two brands later formed a lasting partnership for Red Bull extreme sports events such as the Red Bull Rampage. Only GoPro cameras are used to capture athletes' point-of-view shots at these events. The Red Bull GoPro strategic partnership is so successful because both brands have similar adrenaline-seeking audience. Because of the strategic alliance they built, both brands now have an even stronger association with high-level thrills. Next, Volkswagen and Ford. Volkswagen and Ford confirmed that companies intend to develop commercial vans and medium-sized pickups for global markets beginning as early as 2022. The alliance will increase the scale of business and efficiency. Both firms can invest together in vehicle architectures that offer new technologies and capabilities. The partnership does not entail cross-ownership between the companies. It will be managed by a joint committee. The committee will be headed by Hackett and DS. It will have senior management from both firms. Next, Toyota Motor Corporation and Suzuki Motor Corporation have signed an agreement regarding a capital alliance to establish and promote long-term partnership and to promote collaboration in new fields, including autonomous driving. In addition to promoting the mutual supply of products by bringing together Toyota's strength in electrification technologies and Suzuki's strength in technologies for smaller vehicles. The Toyota and Suzuki partnership has already seen the launch of the Toyota Glanza, which is essentially a rebadged Maruti Suzuki Baleno. The two Japanese car makers will also make a big push for hybrid electric vehicles in the country, with Toyota supplying its hybrid systems to Suzuki. Additionally, they will cooperate to develop a new Toyota C-segment MPV that will be supplied to Suzuki as well. Moving on to types of strategic alliance. First, horizontal strategic alliance. Firms from the same business area enter these partnerships. The parties would have been rivals. They will have to work with each other to better their position in the market. They will have to increase market power more than their rivals. Next, vertical strategic alliance. This involves partnering between a firm with a business that is downstream or upstream in the supply chain. It is the alliance between a firm and its distributors and suppliers. The partnership tries to improve and intensify the relationship. It tries to expand the business's network and sell for lower prices. Next, intersectional alliance. These alliances are forged between firms which are neither from the same business area nor part of the same vertical chain. They have completely different expertise and markets. Without the alliance, they would not contact each other. Next, equity alliances. These alliances are made by acquiring the equity shares of another business and vice versa. This makes the firm mutual shareholders and stakeholders. The business acquires a minority of the equity share. This way, companies can make their own decisions. Moving on to strategic alliance advantages. First, shared risk. Alliances let business offset their exposure to the market. These partnerships perform best when their business portfolios don't compete, but rather complement one another. Next, shared knowledge. Synergistic effects come from exchanging assets, technical know-how, market knowledge, brands and skills such as management, marketing, distribution, etc. This makes more resources available than there would be in the individual businesses. Next, opportunities for growth. Each firm makes use of the other party's distribution networks and brand image. This helps a firm to grow quicker than it would have individually. Next, speed to market. Speed to market is important for success. Nowadays, competitive markets and the right ally can greatly improve the speed. Next, innovation. Allied partners can decide their desired goals together. They can forge a contract for working together that encourages higher investments in innovation. Next, the aspect of cost. Alliances can lower cost. This is best seen in non-profit areas such as research and development. Next, access to resources. In a strategic alliance, partners aid one another by allowing access to resources such as technology, finance, personal, etc. This allows the ally to make better products or use a more cost-efficient method. Next, access to target markets. At times, the only way to enter a market is by allying with the local party. In developing economies, firms try to avoid the exploitation of their resources. This makes it difficult for foreign businesses to enter these markets. Next, intellectual property. Lets a business gather intellectual property rights and resources from their partners. Next, R&D focus. Alliances improve things like speed to market agility, material flow, and research and development. Next, learning. Partners can learn from each other and gather expertise which might be more widely exploited somewhere else. And finally, the reduction in political risk. Decreases political risk when joining or entering a new market. Moving on to strategic alliance disadvantages. First, partners have to share. In partnerships, the parties have to split profits, resources, expertise, and skills. This can be dangerous if business secrets are shared as well. Next, gives birth to a competitor. The ally might become a rival someday. It might leave after making sufficient profits and growing because of the alliance. It can then work in its own market segment. Next, lose out on opportunities. Commitment and focus are required to manage a strategic alliance. This might prevent grabbing other opportunities. Next, lopsided alliances. Some partners can have more decision powers than others. The weaker ally will have to do what the more powerful allies say. That ally might not want to do this. And finally, foreign confiscation. Sometimes a firm works in a foreign country. The foreign government might seize the business. This lets the local business have the whole market for itself. The business might lose proprietary information. There's a risk, especially if there are complicated transactions involved. This will need a lot of coordination and intense information sharing. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on strategic alliance. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video. In this video, we are going to cover the topic on glocalization. Now let's start with, what is glocalization? Glocalization is a blend of localization and globalization. Glocalization is a term that refers to a service or product that is developed and distributed worldwide. However, it is also altered to fit in users and customers at a local level. Glocalization shows that the relevance of global and continental levels is increasing simultaneously as the salience at local and regional levels is growing. Local management, in terms of thinking globally, act locally, is employed by firms as a part of their business strategy. Many times, glocalization campaigns use culturally friendly media. They use ads to get to people to accept foreign goods locally. Origin of glocalization. The idea originates from the Japanese word dochakuka, which signifies global localization. It was used to refer to how farming techniques were adapted to local circumstances. The term glocalization first emerged towards the end of 1980s. It appeared on the Harvard Business Review. In a conference held in 1997 about globalization and indigenous culture, sociologist Roland Robertson stated that glocalization means thus simultaneously the co-presence of both universalizing and particularizing tendencies. Next, globalization versus glocalization. Globalization means processes through which a firm introduces its business to the world. Example, Apple. Glocalization refers to a specific product or service getting adapted in a local market, as done by McDonald's in several countries. Next, advantages of glocalization. First, aids in larger reach. Next, access to new markets, reduce prices, reduce the inequality gap, and access to new talent. Disadvantages of glocalization. It is costly, time-consuming, cultural acceptance can be a challenge, backlash from local players in each country, and there could be foreign worker exploitation. Let's move on to glocalization examples. First, McDonald's. McDonald's menu has items that suit local preferences. Its products are specific to a particular geography. Next, Netflix. Netflix is operational in more than 190 countries. It changes what it streams from market to market. They offer programming and subtitles in local languages. Next, Nike. Nike has partnered with athletes from different sports backgrounds and from different countries. These athletes provide Nike with endorsements. This supports its global expansion and being relevant at a local level. Next example, IKEA. First, furniture assembly in India. IKEA sales come from self-assembly products. The firm, however, grasps the Indians' habits and mindset. IKEA sends out 1/6 of its staff to set up the furniture, a practice which is not relevant in other countries. IKEA has joined forces with Urban Company. Urban Company is a marketplace for services that is mobile-based. This partnership caters to consumers who buy a select range of furniture from the IKEA store. They can book furniture assembly services through Urban Company app. Next, Amazon in India. The US-based e-retailer Amazon wished to aid more than 150,000 sellers community. For the same, they launched a support service in 3 local Indian languages. In addition to Hindi and English, the vendors can now communicate in Kannada, Tamil and Telugu. Vendors can ask for callback in these languages under this initiative. Next, Starbucks in Australia. One can easily locate a Starbucks anywhere around the globe. However, Australia has just a few. After starting, they expanded too quickly. This didn't allow Australian customers to acquire a taste for Starbucks products. As a result, 70% of underperforming Starbucks stores were shut in 2008. This left only 23 Starbucks continent-wide. Australians don't prefer Starbucks as it served coffee options which were sweeter than their liking. Also, Starbucks stores asked for higher prices than the local cafes. In its initial 7-year span in Australia, Starbucks lost $105 million. This forced them to shut 61 stores. Another example of Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola takes on bigotry and Islamophobia in a moving Ramadan ad. In the ad, Coca-Cola is motivating people, both Muslim and non-Muslims, to be more empathetic and kinder. The ad from the Coca-Cola team in Middle East and FP7 McKinney UAE shows a lonely Muslim woman who misses her home. She is shown to find unanticipated friendship with a thoughtful stranger. The spot embodies the optimistic spirit of Coca-Cola brand but does not shy away from tougher topics either. And a final example of Kellogg's. Kellogg's unsuccessful first foray in India. Despite a high-profile launch and a frenzy of marketing activity, the first breakfast cereal it marketed were an initial failure in India. A major problem for Kellogg's was persuading the Indian customers to have cold milk with breakfast cereals. Kellogg's first entered the Indian market with crispy flakes which would turn soggy if they were had with warm milk, practice in India. That's why Kellogg's later had a better run with Frosty. Since Frosties are pre-sweetened and have dissolvable sugar, they sweeten the milk when added. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on glocalization. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video. In this video, we are going to cover the topic on competitive intelligence. Now let's start with, what is competitive intelligence? Expanding an enterprise by being aware of the happenings outside of a business and learning from them is called competitive intelligence. It involves determining and collecting the intelligence about consumers, products, competitors, or other environmental aspects and then examining and dispensing it. The intelligence may be anything that supports managers and executives with respect to their strategic decision making for an organization. Competitive intelligence is a business practice that is legal, unlike industrial espionage that is illegal. The intelligence is gathered, converted, and then used while making decisions in an organization. Moving on, why is competitive intelligence important? The opportunities and obstacles in their competitive environment are understood by the business through CI. Business or corporate unit strategies are established with the help of CI. Counter-competitive strategies are designed and developed against competitors with the help of competitive intelligence. New market entries, product launches, and such other strategic moves are also arranged with the help of CI. Moving on, benchmarking other organizations is also possible. The business is prepared and trained for future descriptions and opportunities faced in the market. The success of product messaging strategies and market position of competitors is also evaluated through CI. Moving on to competitive intelligence sources. The collection of data for competitive intelligence can be online, can be by talking to people, or can be by other data collection methods. Let's look at the online approach, which includes looking into company websites. Businesses can get an idea of product benefits, target audiences, strategy changes, and product prices by looking into company websites. Next, the straightforward press releases. New products, expansion news, all new stuff can be announced through company press releases. Next, tracking social media posts. If competitors share information about products that haven't been launched yet, tracking the social media posts to gather information can prove to be useful. Next, tracking job postings. New job openings posted online can mean that the competitors are trying to build a staff or category of product development. Hence, tracking them can help gather CI. Next, information aggregators. Information aggregators of a company like Hoover's also do come handy. And finally, user groups. Various user groups on social networking sites on the internet like Facebook and LinkedIn can be useful in gathering CI. Moving on to the offline approach. First, salespeople. A company's salespeople can be used to gather information about rivals while communicating with the prospects or consumers. Next, employees. Employees can gather information while attending industry conferences. Third, vendors. Vendors that serve your industry specifically can prove to be very useful in collecting CI. And finally, consumers. Consumers may sometimes unknowingly share information about the competitor's services or products. Now moving on to competitive intelligence tools. First, scenario planning. The shifting conditions and markets can be tracked by companies through long-term plans started with the help of scenario planning. Generally, a scenario is given to the participants who are then clubbed into teams that model and identify company strategies. Next, wargaming. Role play is used by participants to guess the competitors' moves in wargaming. Pending events like regulatory change or product launches are a basis of the market scenario presented to participants by a facilitator. The reactions of competitors to the given scenario is then showcased by participant teams. Third, win-loss analysis. Win-loss evaluates the aspects and resources for wins and losses of deals in a company. Market, strategic, tactical, and competitive intelligence is provided to clients through win-loss analysis. Next, trade show intelligence. Listing information that cannot be accessed through other research methods can be obtained through trade show intelligence by companies. Big market participants gather in the same location with the help of trade shows where they are prepared to network. And finally, market intelligence platform. Competitor assessments are a detailed analysis of companies' rival. Competitor profiles do not consist of ongoing market and competitor tracking, whereas competitor assessments do. The competitor assessments support certain decisions and are personalized according to the needs of a client. Now let's look at competitive intelligence examples. The first in this case, airline tickets. A good example of the practice of using competitive intelligence is the airline industry. Various pieces of external information are responsible for the daily change of flight ticket prices by airline companies. An airline company will increase its price for a certain route if it sees other competitors increasing their price for the same route. In addition, customer information is frequently used for pricing adjustments. By identifying and tracking specific users, flight companies can spot when a potential customer is repeatedly searching for the same flight details and increase the price over time. Next, sports analytics, in this case football. The process of using and analyzing external data has been very useful globally to the world's most competitive industry, that is the sports industry. Football has some very competitive intelligence instances. The reason they outperform their budget is that they excel in gaining new data, that is scouting, and insights, which is analytics, and effectively distributing this information among their management teams. Example, SAP, the German software company, provides analytics to the German national team, which won the Football World Cup. Its researchers place trackers on everything, players, goalposts, balls, creating millions of data points to chew over. Next, sports analytics, cricket. Indian Premier League leverages big data for competitive intelligence. Cricket commentators are often found explaining a player's performance, his strike rate against a particular bowler, and event match-winning percentages based on tons and tons of match data collected over time. The trend is an indication of how important data science has become in a team's strategic decision. Performance is enhanced by players with the help of personal data analytics. In IPL auctions, big data analysis is used by all teams to personally pick their dream teams. Every player's ball-to-ball performance record of the past 10 years is obtained by the IPL that help in the formation of dream teams. Example,
Kolkata Knight Riders (KKR) in 2014 used the auction analysis by SAP to draw the best players in the auction and then won the trophy. IPL hires various performance and game analytic organizations that calculate the victory statistics for everything from team selection to fan engagement. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on competitive intelligence. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video. In this video, we are going to cover the topic on barriers to entry. Now let's start with what are barriers to entry. Barriers to entry are obstacles that deter a firm from joining a market. These can be licensing, startup costs, patents, government regulation, and technology hurdles. Barriers to entry help companies that already exist in the market. They prevent rivals from entering a market. They can thus impact prices. These have to be thought out while devising an antitrust policy. Barriers to entry can result in or contribute to monopolies and oligopolies. They give firms market power. Moving on to the types of barriers to entry. First, agreement between distributors. Specific arrangements between leading retailers or distributors make it harder for other manufacturers to enter the industry. Thus, manufacturers have complete control towards the end of the supply chain. Next, intellectual property. Patents provide companies with the legal ability to prevent other companies from manufacturing a product for a select time. Trademarks might also be an entrance hurdle for any service or product. Most of the market is captured by one or more famous brands. Moving on to the next one, agreement between suppliers. Special arrangements with essential parts of the supply chain make it hard for other manufacturers to enter the industry. An example would be a suppliers launching exclusive kind of products. Next, switching cost. Often it becomes costly for consumers to change their providers. The goal of cost switching is to deter purchasers from switching suppliers. Next, tariffs. Tariffs are majorly import taxes that deter the entry of foreign players in a market. Tariffs are majorly put into place to protect the domestic markets that are nascent in stage. Next, zoning. Governments permit certain business activities in one place and ban others. This gives firms exclusive rights to operate in specific zones as marked by the government. Next, the aspect of economies of scale. Advantages of price make the competition high-stakes affair. This can prevent or hinder new entries in the market. Next in line are government restrictions. These involve orders from the government enforced by law and overseen by the relevant authority. It curtails the actions of those overseen by authority. Next, marketing. Pre-existing companies can try and deter competition by investing in marketing. New entrants might not be able to spend as much or have enough workforce to counter. Next, the top-down integration. A firm overseeing multiple production levels can be a barrier to entry. The firms will only do things that give preference to itself at each level. Rivals will have to function at each one of those levels to enter the market. R&D. Incumbent firms will strategically invest in R&D. This creates a hurdle for new entrants. It indicates an increase in industrial economies of the scale, which makes the entrants lack of resources to enter the market. Next, predatory pricing. Some companies sell their products at a lower price, bearing a loss to deter competition. Rivals might not be able to lose as much as money as a pre-established company can. This is because big firms might have credit or cash reserves ready. Next, the aspect of multiple rivals. If at a time more rivals are entering the market, it is easier to enter a market. The chances of a successful entry into a market where many competitors are trying and failing are in fact relatively low. And finally, technological innovation. It can be hard to gain from economies of scale where high levels of technology are needed. Speed to technological change can deter players from entering and settling in a new market. Now moving on to the barriers to entry classification. Michael Porter has classified the markets into 4 general types. First, high entry barrier, high exit barrier. Next, high entry barrier, low exit barrier. The third, low entry barrier, high exit barrier. And fourth, low entry barrier and low exit barrier. Moving on to barriers to entry in different markets. Following markets have a combination of these features. First, markets with high entry barriers have few players and thus high profit margins. Next, markets with low entry barriers have many players and thus low profit margins. Markets with high exit barriers are not self-regulated, thus profits fluctuate. On the other hand, markets with low exit barriers are self-regulated, thus profits don't fluctuate. Next, higher the barriers to entry and exit, the market would be a natural monopoly because new players won't get an entry and the existing ones won't leave. And finally, lower the barriers to entry and exit, the market would witness perfect competition. Moving on to barriers to entry examples. The first, Starbucks, barriers to enter Australia.
Differences in American and Australian coffee culture. Unlike in the US, people in Australia like to sit at one spot for a long time and enjoy their coffee, whereas Starbucks is typically famous for takeaways. On the other hand, competition from local grown cafes in Australia was another deterring factor for Starbucks. Next example of Walmart's barrier to enter in India. Walmart has always sold directly to customers, but this approach for India is not a good idea. There are restrictions on the extent to which investment can come from abroad. India allows only 51% FDI investments for multi-brand retail stores. India is careful not to disrupt retailers who form the unorganized sector. In India, Walmart moved away from selling to customers directly by opening cash and carry wholesale format stores, known as Best Price. Coupled with that is the intense competition from market leaders such as Reliance Retail and Amazon.com. And the final example of Tesla's barrier to enter in India. First reason, slow electric vehicle market. A Bloomberg study claims that the electric vehicles have less than 1% of market share in India. Therefore, the real hurdle for Tesla will be to craft out a position for itself in the combustion engine dominated automobile market in India. Second, subsidies and infrastructure for charging. India's attempts to raise EV demand fail before China's because of lack of subsidies. China's state-backed companies have large investments into creating charging stations. The country also has massively subsidized electric vehicle purchases. Third, India's consumer base and pricing issues. The upper limit for an electric vehicle to be eligible for subsidies in India is around $20,000. Tesla's affluent offerings will not be eligible for EV subsidies in India. The cheapest China-built Tesla Model 3 begins at roughly $41,000. A Bloomberg report claims 3/4 of the Indian auto sales happen in the $10,000 range or less. And finally, issues with the range of the car. Potential consumers of electric vehicles are nervous about the range the electric vehicle might offer. They just want cars that let them get to where they wish to go without the battery losing charge issue. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on barriers to entry. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video.
In this video, we are going to cover the topic on exit strategy. Now let's start with understanding what is an exit strategy. To be defined, an exit strategy is a way to keep the situation one is in behind and move ahead. An exit strategy is a contingency plan that is put into effect by a business owner, venture capitalist, trader, or investor. The idea is to release a tangible business asset or let go of a financial asset. This is done when a fixed event occurs. This event is decided upon since before. Reasons for exit strategy. First, limiting losses. An exit strategy could be in action in case of an unprofitable business or a non-performing asset. Here, the purpose of the exit strategy is to contain losses. Next, managing profits. An exit strategy may be put into effect when a business venture or investment has returned enough profits. Example, a seed investor who runs a startup company might want to use an exit strategy by putting out an IPO, that is initial public offering. Third, changes in market scenario. The other dominant reason for using an exit strategy is the change in the market scenario. The market might go through a sudden change because of a terrible event. Next, legal issues. A liability lawsuit might make a business owner abandon his position and exit since fighting lawsuits requires money. For instance, a divorce could also bring up legal trouble that needs an exit strategy. In such a scenario, such as this, the owner might want to divert the resources more on their personal lives. Estate planning, on the other hand, would require an exit strategy as the owner would be deceased or be unable to continue. And finally, the reason could be retirement. When the business owner retires, they might want to exit their position and cash out. This is because they are no longer running the business. Now let's look at the types of exit strategies. First, liquidation. Liquidation happens when a business shuts down. The exit strategy here is to sell all the assets. Next, liquidation over time. The business owners sometimes draw all the profits they have made from the business over time. After this, they sell and close the business down. This is known as liquidation over time. The profits aren't reinvested to expand the business in this. The owners take dividends or higher salary over many years. The business then is slowly closed. In this scenario, the owners want to better the lifestyles they lead instead of expanding their business. Next, management buyouts. This scenario occurs when a team of executives gathers the resources it has, then they acquire all or part of the business they are running. Sometimes, the team sells the company assets and secure purchasing finances. This strategy is called leverage management buyout. Next, sell your business to managers or employees. The managers and employees of a business might want to buy and own the business. The organization can do well in this scenario. Employees can run a business that is already up and functioning. They have familiarity with the business and will be driven. Long-term buyouts can be planned for workers. It makes them more loyal and gives them motivation. It encourages employees to work harder and the business succeeds. Next, sell the business in the open market.
This strategy is commonly used by small businesses. When a small business owner is near retirement, they can offer the business for sale at a predetermined price. In certain scenarios, they also peacefully exit on getting the desired price. Next, the IPO, initial public offering. IPOs aren't meant for small businesses. It can be a great exit strategy for others. However, it can earn a lot of profit for a business. IPO can greatly increase returns on investment in the right market. It can provide long-term capital. The potential profit that can be made is far greater than what is made by selling the company. Even liquidation offers less. This is why investors want to go for an initial public offering. Moving further, next, family-specific transaction. This involves handing over the business to heirs or family members. This is a personal exit strategy. This is among the simpler exit strategies. Selling or passing on the business is a straightforward strategy. This is not very disruptive for business. It is a smooth process for the employees too. Children will have developed an understanding of how the business operates if they have been brought up near the office. This will also stabilize the career. The legacy of owners is thus continued. And finally, enforced liquidation, bankruptcy, and reorganization. In this scenario, the original owners will have no control over the ownership and the management process. Moving on to the importance of an exit strategy. These strategies keep business well prepared in the event of a closure. They aid the signing of important business contracts, and they also help build relationships. Sometimes, business owners don't think an exit strategy through. This shows that they might not be interested in the eventual business transition. Planning a harvest and strategizing for it is the mark of a successful business owner. Moving further, investors too don't like putting their money into organizations that don't have an exit strategy. This might indicate the person running it are more interested in investing in their lifestyle business. They might not be focused on building a business with high growth. An investor knows that a large number of people launch their ventures annually. They are aware that a correct exit strategy guarantees a smooth transition, attracts valuable employees, and safeguards wealth. So finally, let's look at some exit strategy examples. First, Sachin Bansal, founder of Flipkart, exited in 2018. Why? Sold his 5.5% stake for $1 billion. Next, Vinny Bansal, co-founder of Flipkart, exited in 2018 for misconduct charges. Third, Ashish Kashyap, founder Ibibo Group, exited in 2017, sold the business to Make My Trip and starts new venture ING Wealth. Fourth, Abhijit Bose, EasyTap, exited in 2018 to join WhatsApp as India head. Fifth, Kunal Shah, founder of Freecharge, exited in 2015, sold to Snapdeal and launches Cred. The next founder, Rahul Yadav, exited Housing.com in 2015. Reason? Conflict with investors. Next, Aprema Radhakrishna, founder of Taxi for Shore, exited in 2016. Why? Ran out of money and bought out by rival Ola. Next, Travis Kalanick, founder Uber, exited in 2017. Why? Booted out by investors after misconduct charges by employees. Next, Jan Koum, founder WhatsApp, exited in 2018 over a disagreement with Mark Zuckerberg. And Brian Action, another founder of WhatsApp, exited in 2017 due to icy relations with Mark and Facebook CEO Sheryl Sandberg. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on exit strategy. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video.
In this video, we are going to cover the topic on competitive advantage. Let's start with the definition of competitive advantage. The term competitive advantage refers to the ability gained through attributes and resources to perform at a higher level than the others in the same industry or market. A competitive advantage is a feature that lets a business get an edge over competition in business. Moving further to the sources of competitive advantage. Competitive advantage can be achieved through a geographic location that is unique. Next, having a team with experience. Third, having access to technology or production methods that are uniquely available. Fourth, labor has high skills. Fifth, labor that is low in cost. Sixth, presenting a unique product. 7. A product that is protected by patents or IP law. 8. Being able to produce and make sales at a lower cost. 9. Barriers of entry that are high. And finally, having a good reputation and brand. Moving on to importance of competitive advantage. Competitive advantage lets a company show that it is different from its competitors. It gives a company leverage over its competitors. Competitive advantage lets companies ask for higher prices, and it also increases brand loyalty and helps get more customers. Moving forward, competitive advantage also lets a business focus on its resources to get the highest ROI. These resources are treasure, talent, and time. It decreases fundraising, recruiting, and marketing costs that aren't needed. And finally, it lets you attract issue-focused investors along with brand alliances and talent.
Moving on to what is sustainable competitive advantage. Sustainable competitive advantage gives a firm an edge over its competitors. This advantage can be maintained by a firm. It cannot be decreased by competitors over time with ease. Let's look at the steps to developing a sustainable competitive advantage. First, the market and its segments have to be understood. Second, niches which aren't targeted by competitors have to be discovered. Third, these can be targeted for sales and profit. Fourth, customers' wants have to be understood. Fifth, a value proposition that attracts attention has to be put in place. Sixth, the important things that must perform well to deliver and support value proposition have to be worked out. Core competencies and strengths must be understood well. Next, how these can be valuable to a market in unique ways has to be worked out. And finally, business model design should deliver value proposition and support. Now let's see how to gain competitive advantage. In 1985, Michael Porter, who was a graduate from Harvard University, had written a book. It singled out 3 strategies that organizations can implement to improve and get a competitive advantage over rival. The first being the cost leadership strategy. Cost leadership is a business ability to build a product or service at a lower cost than its competition. If the business maintains the same product quality but sells at a lower price, then it has competitive advantage over its rival. Low cost provide high profits. This is because businesses get an adequate profit on every good or service that is sold. Example, Walmart and its perfect supply chain. Next, differential strategy. A business has a differential advantage when its products or services differ from its competition. Michael Porter suggests in his book that these goods or services should be made attractive to make them different from its competition. Innovative ideas should be formed by businesses. This needs good design, development, and research. If customers see that a product or service is different from competitors, then they are fine paying more to get these benefits. Example, Tesla for electric vehicles and Airbnb for its sharing economy. And finally, focus strategy. Focus strategy encourages the businesses to target a few markets instead of targeting everybody. This strategy is usually used by small businesses. This is because they might not have enough ability or resources to reach everyone. A business that employs this method focuses on the needs of the customers. It also pays attention to how its products or services can improve day-to-day routines. The example in this case is the famous Jägermeister. Jägermeister, based in Germany, is an alcoholic beverage made with a selected amalgamation of 56 herbs and spices. Wilhelm and Kurt Mast founded the brand in 1934 and its alcohol volume is a solid 35%. The recipe is consistent ever since creation for over 85 years and is still served in its signature green glass bottle. Now let's look at some of the examples of competitive advantage. First, as discussed earlier, Tesla. The key USP here is Tesla's software updates. Over-the-air updates, which are similar to what we get on computers, tablets and smartphones, continuously make improvements to all electric vehicles of Tesla. Updates are very frequent. Tesla released 7 new software updates in the most recent update from late Jan 2020. These are cabin camera, new language support, tunnel improvement, walk door lock improvements, dash cam viewer improvements, backup camera improvements, and improved traffic light and stop sign control. The next example here is of course Walmart supply chain management strategy. A company gets many sustainable advantages thanks to the supply chain strategy. These include high competitive pricing for the consumer, improved in-store variety and selection, reduced inventory carrying cost, and lower product cost. Walmart put an electric vendor managed inventory system in place. This way, vendors are accountable for merchandise management in their Walmart warehouses. The other company keeping ahead of competition, Amazon. The key USP is Amazon frequently taps into big data to make decisions. For instance, dynamic pricing. Amazon employs dynamic pricing tactic aggressively. The average product cost changes every 10 minutes. Because of this, Amazon can change its product prices nearly 2.5 million times per day. Next, detect signs of fraud. The company gathers more than 2,000 real-time and historical data points on all of their orders. It tries to find fraudulent transactions through machine learning algorithms. For example, a person might be investigated by a company if data shows that he has returned an unnaturally high percentage of things over a period of months. And finally, their famous patent on anticipatory shipping. Amazon has a patented system known as anticipatory shipping. It makes use of the e-commerce behemoth to predict, pack and ship products that a consumer is about to purchase. The goods are delivered to either a distributor or a local distribution center. This way, once they are ordered, they can be shipped quickly. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on competitive advantage. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video. In this video, we are going to cover the topic on competitive analysis. Now let's start with defining competitive analysis. A competitive analysis identifies a company's competitors and evaluates their strategies to determine strengths and weaknesses relative to the company's brand. Moving further, a competitive analysis frequently contains a SWOT analysis. This SWOT analysis assists the marketer in defining a competitive strategy plan. To identify opportunities and risks, delivers a defensive and offensive strategic context. It is an important element of corporate strategy. Now moving on, how to conduct a competitive analysis. First, define the industry. Define the essence of the industry. Select indirect and direct competitors for analysis and obtain summarized knowledge of all competitors. The next in line, rate your competitors. Based on all key factors, grade or rate your competitors. Third, technology. Find out what solution stack technology the competitors use. Understand how the competitors approach the market and acquire customers. Fourth, financials. This includes the following: P ratio, dividend policy and profitability, various financial ratios, liquidity and cash flow, profit growth, method of growth, organic, inorganic. Next, their manufacturing and operational facilities. This includes plant capacity, capacity utilization rate, age of plant efficiency, capital investment, location, and their logistic cost. Moving on, product analysis. Inspect everything that the product has to offer. Examine the characteristics, rate, strength, and weaknesses, and also of its given as a freemium or free trial. Paying attention to the competitor's all-round business model is very important. Recognize the channels used by competitors to promote and deliver products. Next, pricing analysis. Pricing strategy is the most critical element and a possible competitive advantage of an online business. It is important to understand how much target market is ready to pay. Have an insight into potentially reasonable prices that may be good for business. Next, very important, review social media. Study the satisfaction level of competitors' customers. It's crucial. Bank on the rise of social media like Facebook and Instagram. With the help of social media, push the business to capture opportunities and outperform competitors. And finally, check competitors' customers' review. Research as many competitor reviews as possible. Cover all bases like product reviews on the website, business reviews on social media, and comments on blogs. You need to know what customers think about your competitors. Now moving on to the purpose of competitive analysis. Competitive analysis fulfills the purpose of determining the strong suits and limitations of competitors within the market. It helps determine the strategies that will give unique advantages. With its aid, barriers can be created to avoid competition from entering the market. Competition's exploitable weaknesses are exposed. Now moving on to the techniques for conducting competitive analysis. The first being competitor array. Competitor array is a fascinating method that can be utilized to determine the marketing competitor analysis. This model tool helps determine the status of a competition in a few steps. As we can witness in the table below, weightage is given through several aspects of key industry success factors such as extensive distribution, customer focus, economies of scale, and product innovation. Then the ranking of competitors is done based on these particular factors. Next method is SWOT analysis. SWOT is a short for strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. It involves business competition or project planning. The characteristics of an organization that aid in accomplishing its goals are called strength. The drawbacks preventing the organization from attaining its goals are called weakness. The circumstances happening outside which assist the business are called opportunities. And finally, external conditions having the capability to badly affect the business performance of the organization are called threats. The other technique that is useful for conducting competitive analysis is the Porter's 5 Force analysis. This business strategy tool helps examine the appeal of an industry. The model states that the competitive strength of an organization in a business circumstances is regulated by 5 factors or forces, which are competitive rivalry, threat of substitutes, threat of new entrants, supplier power, and buyer power. Now, 3 forces out of the 5 focus on competition, which are: first, industry rivalry. The magnitude of competition between rivals in an industry is called industry rivalry. Second, threat of new entrants. When companies lose their market share because of the entry of new players, it is called the threat of new entrants. And finally, threat of substitutes. The ability of a consumer to effortlessly shift to the competitor services and products is referred to as threat of substitute products. Now let's look at competitive analysis example. In this case, first we look at Netflix competitive analysis, which includes brands such as Amazon Prime Video, Hulu, HBO Max, Disney Plus, Hotstar, Stars, Sling, Showtime, YouTube, Vudu, and HBO. Now let's look at the competitive analysis of Tesla, which includes brands such as General Motors, Toyota, Volkswagen, Ford, Chinese players as the BAIC Group, NIO, Li Auto, BYD, Japanese brand Honda, and now Apple's entry into the electric car segment. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on competitive analysis. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video. In this video, we are going to cover the topic on Netflix competitors. Now let's start with the introduction to Netflix. Netflix is an online streaming platform that hosts a variety of TV series and movies. In addition, it produces some of these and provides over-the-top content. It has a global presence barring mainland China, Syria, North Korea and Crimea. It is based out of Los Gatos in California, USA. Reed Hastings and Mark Randolph set up Netflix in 1997. This was set up in Scotts Valley, California. By July 10, 2020, the platform topped the list of entertainment firms ranked according to market capitalization. By June 2021, Netflix had 209 million subscribers worldwide, out of which 74 million were from Canada and United States. Moving on to Netflix market share. According to Parrot, Netflix accounted for 50.2% of the original series share around the world in the first quarter of 2021. While Netflix is a dominant player, its market share is rivaled by many players, or I would say many upcoming players. 2 years ago, Netflix accounted for almost 65% of the demand. The data on the left exhibits the fact that Netflix is now competing with the likes of Amazon, Hulu, Disney+, HBO Max, Peacock, Apple TV+, Paramount+, etc. Moving on to Netflix subscriber base. Netflix added 1.4 million new subscribers in June quarter 2021. Wall Street had predicted 1.15 million new subscribers in the period. Netflix ended the June quarter with 209.18 million subscribers worldwide. For the current quarter, that is quarter 3 of 2021, Netflix expects to add 3.5 million new streaming subscribers. However, Wall Street estimates Netflix to add about 5.63 million new subscribers in the same quarter. Now moving on to the competitors. Starting with the first one, Amazon Prime. Amazon Prime Video or Prime Video is subscription video on demand over-the-top streaming and rental service of Amazon.com. It is offered as a standalone service or as a part of Amazon's Prime subscription. Prime Video distributes films and series produced by Amazon Studios or licensed to Amazon Originals, with the service also hosting content from other providers, content add-ons, live sporting events, etc. In July 2021, Universal Pictures and Amazon striked a multi-year deal to bring Universal films to Prime Video as well as IMD TV. This makes content like Fast and Furious, Jurassic Park, and Bourne film series eligible to stream on Prime Video. Moving on to the next, Hulu. Hulu hosts videos that can be seen on demand after subscribing. 2010 onwards, users also got to access a special Hulu Plus or Plus subscription. It lets viewers watch new episodes whenever they want to. In addition, they can see complete seasons of shows made by Hulu and Hulu's partners. Hulu, along with Disney Plus and ESPN Plus, are the three main Disney streaming platforms in the United States. It is a US-based platform. It is run by Walt Disney Company, which owns the majority of its shares. By quarter 2 2021, 41.6 million viewers subscribed to Hulu. Moving to the third, Disney Plus. Disney Plus is a streaming platform that mainly hosts content that is produced by Walt Disney and Walt Disney Television. In addition, viewers can access content from Disney, Pixar, Marvel, Star Wars, National Geographic, and Star Content Hub in sub-international markets outside the US. These brands also get their own content hubs. The platform also streams original content on Disney Plus. According to the parent company, Disney Plus had reached about 94.9 million subscribers by Jan 2021. Moving on to the next competitor, Apple TV Plus. Apple TV is an on-demand video streaming platform, which is subscription-based. It was launched by Apple on November 1st, 2019. It is ad-free. Apple TV Plus has its own dedicated app. It can be downloaded on most Apple devices and other non-Apple devices as well. Users subscribing to Apple One can view Apple TV Plus content. This was done to get more viewers. Next, HBO Max. HBO Max is an on-demand video streaming platform that has shows and movies. It is subscription-based. It hosts content from TV channel HBO. However, it is also used primarily by Warner Media as a content hub. It is a US-based service that was released on 27 May 2020 in the States and later expanded to the Caribbean and Latin America. It is a property of Warner Media Direct, which is a subsidiary of the AT&T-owned Warner Media. Moving on to the next, Peacock. Peacock is an over-the-top video streaming platform. It mostly hosts content that the NBC Universal Studios produce. Nevertheless, viewers can also see sports events, news, movies, and TV shows from other producers. They also get to watch NBC Sports and WWE Network content. Peacock was released on July 15, 2020. It gets its nickname from the bird on the NBC's brand logo. Peacock is US-based. It is run by the television and streaming wing of Comcast subsidiary NBC Universal, which owns the brand. Next, Paramount+. Paramount Plus is an over-the-top and on-demand video streaming service. It hosts original content like that from the library of Viacom CBS. It is a subscription-based service. Users can also see content that has been aired on CBS recently. The platform started off on October 28, 2014 as CBS All Access. The March 4th Viacom CBS remerger saw its brand name change to Paramount Plus. The remerger took place in 2019. The US-based streaming platform is now run and owned by Viacom CBS, division of Viacom CBS Streaming. Moving on to the next one, iQIYI. iQIYI is one of the biggest video streaming platforms globally. It was known to have 500 million active viewers. Together they watch about 6 billion hours of content each month. It is headquartered in Beijing, China and founded on April 22, 2010 and it is owned by Baidu. iQIYI earned $22.2 billion from its March 2018 IPO in the US. The platform saw an increase of 3.6 million subscribers to a total of 105 million in Q1 2021. This has happened after it steadily lost viewers for upwards over a year. Moving on to the next, Tencent Video. Tencent Video is a video streaming platform named after its owner Tencent. It creates original content. It also backs original content makers. It offers support plans, short film contests and short movies and amateur dramas. By March 2019, it touched 900 million viewers on cell phones per month. It also offers a VIP subscription. 89 million viewers avail this service. It is a China-based firm. It released VTV for international audience in 2018. And the final one to our list, Youku. Youku is a Chinese video streaming platform. It now hosts movies and TV series that will not be found on YouTube. Alibaba Group Holding Limited owns it. It is headquartered in Beijing. 500 million people and more are active on it every month and 800 million subscribers watch it daily. Alibaba has never released these numbers separately. Moving on to Netflix future strategy. First, podcasting and gaming. Netflix wants to expand into making games and podcasts. Research shows that younger people prefer gaming to TV. The streaming service plans on letting its subscribers play games without charging extra. The platform has hired executives for this end. Netflix could see more spending in these avenues. As stated by Netflix in a letter to its shareholders, we view gaming as another new content category for us, similar to our expansion into original films, animation, and unscripted TV. And the final strategy of merchandising. Subscribers can now buy merchandise from films and shows on Netflix. For example, a $55 side table is for sale on the platform. It contains a quote from the lead character in Lupin. The rationale is to offer exclusive limited editions of high-quality apparel and lifestyle products based on famous shows and brands. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on Netflix competitors. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video. In this video, we are going to cover the topic on strategy versus tactics. Now let's start with the introduction on strategy versus tactics. As stated by Sun Tzu, strategy without tactics is the slowest route to victory. Tactics without strategy is a noise before defeat. Strategy is the overall plan. It is a collection of targets. It is the total of the instructions that are meant to achieve an objective. Tactics, on the other hand, are smaller individual goals that need to be achieved to follow the strategy. Tactics are the things that need to be done to follow the instructions of the strategy. To put it simply, strategy is the overall plan that aims for an objective. Tactics are how that plan is carried out and supported. Now looking at strategy briefly. Strategy aims for long-term goals and tactics for the immediate targets. Both these concepts have their origin in the military. Nowadays, they are used in both professional and personal lives. Strategy and tactics, they end up getting confused for each other. They are used to mean the same thing when they're discussing a target. However, they imply different things, particularly in marketing. Moving on to tactics. The etymology of the word tactic from ancient Greek, it implies the art of arrangement. A tactic is made up of one task or a bunch of tasks. It tries to achieve an immediate target. The term is used to describe conceptual actions in many fields. Some of these are military-related, protest, or in business. It is also used in sports such as chess, various competitions, etc. Now let's look at strategy versus tactic from marketing's perspective. Let's look at strategic marketing. Strategic marketing focuses on plans like building a new brand, targeting a new customer base, growing one's business, etc. These are all targets meant to be achieved in the future. The finance wing of any company plays a crucial role at this stage. Their task is to figure out if the firm has the finances to support the strategy. Moving on to tactical marketing. The strategy sets out the long-term targets of the company. Tactical marketing must figure out how to go about it. Tactical marketing consists of various tasks. Some of these are website making, lead generation, advertising, sales promotion, and follow-ups. These tasks and tactical actions can be started once the strategy has been decided. So to conclude, both are crucial to any marketing strategy. They have to complement each other. The strategy devises a plan first, and then the tactics flesh out the details. Now moving on to an example of strategy versus tactics. In this case, the brand Burger King. Burger King's overall strategy is to beat other players in the fast food segment such as McDonald's, Domino's Pizza, Taco Bell, Pizza Hut, KFC, etc. That's the one overall strategy that Burger King has in mind. But to do that, there are several tactics that Burger King follows. Some of them involve making fun of its competitors. Now let's look at some tactics. First, Whopper secret that happened in 2019. Burger King has been trying to market its trademark Whopper as a larger and superior alternative to McDonald's Big Mac burger. In 2019, Burger King upped the ante with chief competitor McDonald's by unveiling the Whopper secret. It turned out that all Burger King ads that year had a Whopper on them, also had a Big Mac right behind. The idea was that since the Whopper is bigger, people will not be able to see the Big Mac. This particular move was stage managed by BBH London. The next tactic, #NeverTrustAClown, that came up in 2017. Burger King cast in on the success of the movie adaptation of Stephen King's It. They took another swipe at McDonald's. The horror film was released in 2017 as it was a huge success. It famously featured a scary clown. Burger King saw its opportunity at the movie premiere in Hamburg, Germany. Just before the credits started rolling, the Burger King giant displayed two spotlights. The first of these said, "The moral is never trust a clown," and the second flashing up the Burger King logo. The ads came out of the blue. They provided a healthy dose of humor after a scary feature. It was also another swipe at its arch-rival McDonald's. The Burger King giant took the help of German-based Grabas and Partner to pull off the stunt. One more tactic, where again Burger King trolled McDonald's, but this time on Valentine's Day. The burger giant assured its customers that they would get a burger for every selfie they took with the McDonald's mascot, Ronald. The ad only showed Ronald McDonald sitting by himself in many places. There's a sad music playing as the text appears on the screen which says, "It sucks to be lonely, especially on Valentine's Day." It made the mascot look dejected. Viewers were asked to take selfies with him, so he's no longer lonely. Burger King tweeted the video saying, "We have found the loneliest man in the world, and he's been right in front of us the whole time. Go ahead, give him company, take a picture or two, tag @Burger King India, and we will give you a free Whopper this Valentine's Day. #lonely no more." So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on strategy versus tactics. These are the list of sources and links referred to for the content in the video.
In this video, we are going to cover the topic on 7 tactics of marketing. Let's start with the introduction. The 7 tactics of marketing entail product, service, brand, price, incentives, communication, and distribution. Let's look at each one of them briefly with suitable examples. Let's start with product. The practical factors of a product are demonstrated by the product aspect of the offering. Once the products are created, they get transferred from one person to another. To demonstrate that product is superior to its competitors, various tactics are created in the design, characteristics, line, and other aspects of the product. Products are frequently divided into non-durable and durable products. Example of Lego products. All Lego parts like the beams, bricks, minifigures, axles, etc. are manufactured keeping in mind the precision to the exact degree. It is vital for the pieces to have the correct amount of flexibility and endurance to stick when the components are snapped together. The pieces need to stick together till force is applied to pull them apart. Moving forward, Lego elements are constructed with a tolerance of 2 microns so that they can have the correct clutch power. Moving on to service. The service element of the offering is a practical feature, but the ownership cannot be changed. The consumers acquire the right to use the service for a duration of time. Services are created and consumed at the same time. Services and the service provider are not two different units, they are inseparable. The two components of services and service provider cannot be stored. The time of creation and delivery of services are always the same. Depending on the interaction taking place between the service provider and the customer, the quality of service varies. Services depend heavily on the experience of the customer and credence because of the intangible characteristics of services. Looking at an example of Ritz-Carlton, the Credo. Ritz runs luxury hotels and 5-star resorts all around the world. It has exemplified an organizational culture on the basis of outstanding customer service. Right from the company's early days, Ritz established and followed its gold standards. These gold standards are the secret to their exceptional customer service, which has set it apart from the rest. Gold standards comprise the philosophy and values by which the brand operates. The gold standard includes the motto, the credo, the 3 steps of service, the service values, and the employee promise. Talking about the credo, the company vows to provide the finest personal service and facilities for its guests, who will always enjoy a warm, relaxed, yet refined ambience with the credo. Next, brand.
A brand can be created only by the persistence and determination of a genius. A collection of associations and special marks which set apart the offering from its competitor is called a brand. A value is created which goes beyond the product and services facet of the offering. There has been a shift from the product and services to brands due to the growth in commoditization. When a product is priced low and the customer involvement in the purchase is not high either, that's when a brand name plays an important role in the selling of any product. Individual branding, sub-branding, etc. are the various tactics applied to branding. Moving on to the example, Tesla. Toyota is ahead of Tesla by a large margin when it comes to volume and revenue. Toyota sold approximately 30 times more cars than Tesla in 2019. Their revenue was more than 10 times higher than that of Tesla. Despite this, Tesla became the world's most valuable car maker in July 2020. They overtook Toyota, company from Japan, after Tesla stock hit a record-breaking high. Tesla shares reached north $1,100, reaching a market value of $200 billion. This was approximately $4 billion more than Toyota's stock market value. Moving on to the other tactic of price. A company demands a certain amount in monetary terms from its customers, distributors, wholesalers, retailers, and collaborators. This amount of money in exchange for the advantages delivered by the offering is called price. It is essentially what one has to pay for the value received in return. It is the only tactic that earns revenue for the company. All other tactics are cost to the company. Cost, competition, and demand help determine the price of a product. Loss leader pricing, price signaling, everyday low pricing are some of the various tactics applied to the pricing strategy in order to enhance the sales of the product. Example, Walmart's everyday low pricing strategy. Since the company incorporated the everyday low pricing strategy into its slogan, Walmart has become widely associated with the concept in North America. Walmart's pricing strategy is the reason for its growth and magnanimous success. EDLP, as stated earlier, stands for everyday low prices. The Walmart store was first opened in the year 1962. During that time, Kmart was a dominant player in the market and they used the high-low pricing strategy. How does Walmart maintain EDLP? EDLC or Everyday Low Cost formula has helped Walmart maintain EDLP. The main strategies are use of bargaining power over suppliers, obviously, low operational cost, direct sourcing from manufacturers, and high volume of sales. Moving on to the next tactic of incentives. An offering's value is enhanced for the customers or collaborators and employees with the help of incentive tools. Giving incentive to customers results in enhanced sales. Giving incentives to collaborators helps in pushing sales. Incentives can also be used to motivate the employees to sell more. Incentives like a discount, volume, coupon rebate, or price reduction are monetary incentives. Incentives like rewards, contests, and premium are non-monetary incentives. Looking at an example of Apple incentives to its employees. Apple declared free share for all its employees in 2015. These stocks were known as restricted stock units. The initial grants for the stock ranged from $1,000 to $2,000. They always had identical stock options which were available for their senior executives even before 2015. Apple has a reputation for providing wonderful perks to its employees. Apple staffers get a yearly 25% discount on the purchase of an iPod, computer, or iPad as reported by Glassdoor. Employees can get $250 off of an iPad or $500 off a Mac every 3 years. They also offer 50% of the Apple software. Depending on the type of product, Apple also offers other discount for the family and friends of the employees. Communication. Informing the potential and current buyer about the offering's features and specific details is communication. It plays an extremely crucial role in the positioning of the offering. The intangible features like guarantee, warranty, etc. are highlighted through communication. Information about the brand, price, product, distribution, and incentives is given to the customers through communication. A product faces the risk of failing in the market immediately after its launch if it is communicated or positioned wrongly. Example, Coca-Cola. The Coca-Cola company spent $4.24 billion, a record amount, on global advertising just in the year 2019 alone. According to data collected by LearnBonds.com, the advertising budget for the company in the last 5 years was $20 billion. Generally, the beverage manufacturer giant utilizes its advertising budget in print, television, radio, and other advertisements, point-of-sale merchandising, sales promotion, and marketing campaign. According to data, over the last 6 years, Coca-Cola spent an average of $4 billion annually on advertising. And finally, the tactic of distribution. Channel through which the offering is delivered to the customers is called distribution. A distribution channel can be designed by a company in many ways. Products, brands, services, incentives, and prices can be delivered through a well-designed distribution channel. For instance, a variety of models can embody retail distribution channels. Example, the franchise model, as done by McDonald's, personal selling by Amway, and online retailers, example Amazon. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on 7 tactics of marketing. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video. In this video, we are going to cover the topic on strategies for developing a business model. There are 2 strategies. Let's start with the first one, top-down business model generation. The top-down strategy usually starts from a strategic analysis. This strategic analysis aims to recognize the target market and to develop value product service for the target market. There are 2 parts. First, it can start with a consumer analysis that strives to recognize a need which is not fulfilled by the competition. In such a scenario, the manager can begin by asking questions like, what main difficulties are faced by customers? The company can solve which of these problems better than the adversary companies? Second, it can analyze company resources that seek to detect the core competencies and strategic assets which could lead to excellent competitive benefit. In these situations, the manager can begin with questions like, which are our special resources, strategic assets, core competencies? Which of those resources can develop exemplary customer value and market value? Which needs of the customers can be addressed with these resources? In both the parts, the needs of the customer and resource of the company should be addressed so that the company can develop a suitable business model. If unique resources are available, but there is no customer need, it will not create a viable business model. Looking at the examples of the top-down business model adopted by companies. First, Apple. Apple's approach to develop new offerings can be taken into consideration for a top-down business model. There is a clear-cut identified need of the customer for which Apple designed its product. For instance, Apple's revolutionary Apple Watch Series 6 and AirPods. And how can we forget the Apple iPod? Next, Tesla's battery. Tesla featured a new design called tablets in its new battery cell. According to the company's claim, the battery will deliver 16% more range compared to the older battery cell. It would also generate 6 times the power and 5 times the energy. Tesla signaled a huge shift which could potentially reduce a significant number in the price of the electric vehicle. This huge benefit will be made possible because of the internally produced batteries for the vehicles that Tesla has announced. The third example of Amazon's one-click patent and the Amazon Prime delivery options. Billions of dollars were generated in revenue through the one-click patent for Amazon.com since 1999. The one-click shopping removed the biggest friction point in the process of completing an online purchase, and this major friction point was the checkout process. In 1997, the one-click patent was filed by Amazon and it was granted this request in 1999. Amazon was able to back excessively high concessions from its existing consumer because of this innovation. A nearly frictionless checkout process is created as a payment and the shipping information of the customer is already stored on the Amazon servers. But on September 11, 2017, Amazon's US patent ended. Another example under the top-down business model is of Under Armour's fabric. Kevin Plank was a 24-year-old former special teams captain of the University of Maryland's football team. He founded Under Armour in 1996. Plank's t-shirt worn under his jersey always got sweat-soaked, but he noticed that the compression shorts he wore during the practice stayed dried. This became his inspiration to create a t-shirt from moisture-wicking synthetic fabric. After graduating, Plank developed his first prototype of the shirt. He distributed it among his Maryland teammates and friends who went ahead to play in the NFL. Very soon, the design was perfected to create a new t-shirt which was built from microfibers. It wicked moisture and kept athletes dry, cool and light. Now moving on to the other business model generation, the bottom-up model. The bottom-up strategy begins with designing a particular characteristics of a product or service. This is then followed by recognizing the target customers whose unfulfilled needs can be met by the company's product or service. The advancement of this model completely starts with the R&D process. This leads to the improvement of a specific element of the product or the development of new ones. Thus, in this model, the advancement begins with product development and not the intention to solve the needs of the customer, thus called bottoms up. Here, the manager can begin by asking questions like, what improvements can be made to the current offerings? How can new advancement in technology benefit the existing product service? Or how can new offerings be developed using new technology? The examples in this case, the first one, the Apple iPad. Apple, rather than making a completely new product to address the unsatisfied customer need, played it different. It created the iPad, which was primarily driven by the technology that already existed and was known, in this case the iPhone. Next, automobile companies. This trend is completely followed by passenger vehicle companies. For instance, hatchback models are introduced in sedan sections with subtle modification. In this case, Polo being the hatchback and Vento being the sedan. And finally, This approach is also followed by beverage companies, for example Coca-Cola, which came out with Coca-Cola Zero and Diet Coke, and also by Cadbury, where it had the normal Cadbury Dairy Milk, and then came the premium version, Cadbury Dairy Milk Silk. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on strategies for developing a business model. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video. In this video, we are going to cover the topic on strategically managing profits. Let's start with the introduction. The main elements of the company's bottom line must be understood by a manager. The focus and impact on the changes must be prioritized in order to have a bigger impact on the profit. Example, Amazon. Amazon profits were doubled during the pandemic. Amazon doubled its net profit from $2.6 billion in 2019 to about $5.2 billion in 2020. Before this figure was calculated, the company spent $4 billion on incremental COVID-19 related cost in the quarter to help keep the employees safe and deliver products to customers, according to Bezos. To the executive surprise, Amazon customers didn't just buy low profit goods like groceries, but also purchased more profitable softline category goods like clothing and hardline category goods like electronics. This helped the company eclipse the previous $3.6 billion profit that they earned in the first quarter of 2019 and in turn set a new record profit. Now moving on to the methods of strategically managing profits, starting by increasing sales revenue. In order to achieve long-term profitability, increasing sales revenue is a common approach. Internal resources can also be used to achieve sales revenue. Organic growth is an approach where internal resources are used. Companies can merge with other companies in order to increase sales revenue. However, the most prevalent sales growth strategy is organic growth. Moving further, the increasing sales revenue approach entails two approaches. A. Increasing sales revenue by growing sales volume. The basic strategies on the most general level for increasing sales volume are: first, market growth strategy. This attracts customers that are new to the category and in turn increases sales volume. Example, Ferrero in 2018-2019 registered a healthy sales growth since it was buoyed by the Indian customers' love for sweets. The other is the steal share strategy. This is a strategy that attracts customers who are already using the competitor's offering in order to increase sales volume. Example, Burger King's Whopper Detour campaign steered people away from McDonald's using geofencing and promoted Burger King's redesigned app. And finally, market penetration strategy. A company can also increase its sales volume by increasing the number of products purchased by the customer by the company's own consumers or by attracting new customers to the offerings category. Example in this case is Amazon.com. Now moving on to the other approach in increasing sales revenue, that is by optimizing price. Setting the price is the most important part of managing sales revenue. It is dependent on customers' reaction to change in prices. On the one hand, increasing the price can increase profit margins and have a positive impact on profit. But on the other hand, it can also have a negative impact and decrease sales volume since buyers might not associate with the high price. The price can be lowered in order to increase sales revenue. The negative impact of the decrease in profits is lower than the positive impact of the increase in sales volume. An example in this case for price optimization is Amazon. The prices of products are changed by Amazon 2.5 million times in a day. This means the average price of the product listed on Amazon changes every 10 minutes. This is about 50 times more than the Best Buy and Walmart. Even though a lot of customers are annoyed when the price of a product drops immediately after they buy it, this tactic has helped increase Amazon's profit by 25%. Moving on to the other method of strategically managing profits, and that is by lowering cost. Lowering cost is the alternative strategy to grow profits. The cost of the company can be divided into four parts: cost of goods sold, research and development cost, marketing cost, and miscellaneous cost. Let's look at each one of them briefly. Lowering the cost of goods sold. The cost that is directly related to creating the services and goods to be sold is referred to as cost of goods sold. This can be fixed cost and variable cost. The cost of turning raw material into goods and the cost of raw materials is the variable cost. The cost of fixed equipment, like the cost of fixed asset, and depreciation of all equipment is called fixed cost. The two ways of lowering the cost of goods sold are: first, the cost of inputs that are used in the development of the company's offering, like labor, raw material, and logistics, can be lowered. Another, using alternate technologies that are cost effective, switching suppliers, and outsourcing are some ways in which this cost can be lowered. Next, lowering the R&D cost. R&D cost is another cost that can be lowered. The fixed cost there is important for designing the company offering is research. A significant portion of every company is dedicated to R&D. Adopting technologies that shorten the development cycle of products, managing labor cost, and reducing the equipment cost can be a way to decrease this cost. Third, lowering marketing cost. The business model of many companies have higher costs that are dedicated to marketing. A very large portion of the overall cost of companies like Coca-Cola is reserved for marketing. Customer-focused promotions such as coupons, price reductions, sweepstakes, rebates, and premiums are included in this. Advertising in various media like radio, television, online, print, event advertising, out-of-home, point of purchase, PR expenditure, and digital marketing all fall under communication expenditure. Next, by lowering miscellaneous cost. In addition to decreasing the cost of R&D expenditures, marketing expenses, and cost of goods sold, the company also needs to decrease its miscellaneous and other cost. These prevalent strategies can be used to lower companies' cost along with lowering admin cost and legal cost by companies to gain economies of scale. Finally, an example of Walmart for lowering cost. Walmart slightly tweaks how the business runs and saves millions of dollars. By changing the process of purchase of shopping bags, $60 million is saved annually by Walmart. It makes the vest worn by its workers with recycled material and in turn cuts its cost by 15%. Walmart is trying to centralize the way it maintains equipment and increase its energy efficiency and in turn saving $100 million annually. Walmart said previously that it saved $20 million by changing its floor wax. It also saved $200 million by changing the light bulbs in its parking lots and stores. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on strategically managing profits. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video. In this video, we are going to cover the topic on managing product lines. Let's start with the introduction. Current market shares can be gained, value for target customers can be created, and the current market position can be sustained by companies through product lines. Competitive product line strategies entail, first, the fighting brand strategy, second, the sandwich strategy, and third, the good, better, best strategy. Let's look at each one of them briefly along with suitable examples. Let's start with the fighting brand strategy. A low-price fighting brand is launched by a company to compete with its rivals in this kind of strategy. The competitor's price is matched or undercut by a fighting brand. Example, the company assumes that there are two types of buyers in this strategy, the ones that are focused on quality and the ones focused on the price before quality. In this strategy, for the price-conscious buyers, the company introduces low-quality, low-price offerings while the original offering's value proposition remains the same. Example, Apple iPhone SE for the Indian markets. The new iPhone SE was released in India by Apple. This was intended to target the mid-segment users of Android and also the seekers who aspired to buy an iPhone. This new device looked like the iPhone 8 and had the power of iPhone 11. It was priced at just Rs 42,500 in the Indian market. The new iPhone was assembled by Wistron, an Apple supplier, at its Bengaluru facility in India. Mainly because of attractive price point, this Apple iPhone found good traction in the Indian market. The other example, Gillette launches the new Guard 3 with 3 blades in India for less than $1. After launching Gillette Guard for Indian male consumers to shave at home, Gillette launched Guard 3. The innovative product provides excellent and safer shave with 3 blades. Priced at Rs 60, Guard 3 is exceptionally affordable, that is about less than $1. Guard 3 is part of Gillette's vast lineup of disposable and system razors, trimmers, and shaving products. The wide range of offerings further the company's commitment to producing the best quality razor blades. Moving on to the next strategy, the sandwich strategy. Product line levels are introduced in the strategy, learning that involves low price offerings and high quality offerings that sandwich low price competitors. In the strategy, the extension of a product line is downscaled and existing offering is upscaled. Since both sandwich strategy and fighting brand strategy involve low price offerings, they are very similar to each other. However, the sandwich strategy is different in a way that apart from just introducing a downscale offering, it also repositions the prime offering by making it more upscale. Some of the more price-sensitive customers are lost to low-price competitors, whereas the rest of customers are generally more quality-oriented and less price-sensitive. These quality-oriented customers are the ones who want to stay with the company while they upscale the brand. Let's look at an example. FedEx. FedEx and the United States Postal Service at one point were both trying to develop most alluring express or overnight delivery choices for their customers. FedEx first introduced its overnight delivery service. This was priced at $12. The USPS countered this by announcing express mail at $8.95. FedEx then executed the sandwich strategy rather than lowering their prices to content. This was done in order to appeal to a wider market. They updated their overnight delivery option to notify customers of the time and date of their package arrival. This service was called priority shipping and the price was increased to $13. Responding to this, FedEx updated their standard option by adding morning and afternoon deliveries. However, the cost was kept to $9, almost identical to the competitor's price. Because of this strategy, USPS was left sandwiched in the middle. It left very little room for them to compete with FedEx. And finally, to the third strategy, good, better, best strategy. In this strategy, the core brand is preserved, a downscale offering is introduced as a fighting brand. Along with that, an upscale offering is introduced as a premium brand. Since it involves the launching of low price offering, it is similar to the sandwich strategy. A 3-tier product line with a downscale offering, the original offering, and the upscaled offering is introduced in the good, better, best strategy. Example, Armani. Giorgio Armani, the esteemed Italian fashion house, was established in 1975. The company has since then created multiple lines to win a broad range of people. For instance, in the good category, it is the Armani Exchange, which is affordable price range. Then comes the better strategy, which is Emporio Armani, the medium price range. And in the best, it is Giorgio Armani, high-end range. Understanding them further, starting with Giorgio Armani, this label is Armani's high-end signature brand. It specializes in ready-to-wear clothing for men and women. It is a high price point line. It is not easy to find it in a store. They also create a scent and cosmetic range. Emporio Armani is also a ready-to-wear label. It is aimed at younger consumers. It has multiple celebrity endorsement and it is comparatively priced lower, thus easier to buy. Armani Exchange is a mass market option of Armani's for fashion-conscious consumers. It's easily available. The price point is more affordable compared to the earlier two brands. And the final example of BBK Electronics, their Realme brand of affordable price range fall in the good strategy. Oppo and Vivo take care of the medium price range, thus falling under the better strategy. And OnePlus is their high-end range falling in the best strategy. Well, that's it folks. This brings an end to the topic on managing product lines. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video. In this video, we are going to cover the topic on managing product line cannibalization. Let's start with the introduction. There is always some expectation for the company's new extended product line to create extra revenue. The new offering is expected to do so by overtaking the competitor shares or by bringing in new users into the category. But in actuality, the possibility could be a little different. It could be a possible side effect that the new line would not only steal the competitor's share, but also cut into its own current offerings. This is called cannibalization. Cannibalization is a predicament where the sales of a company's offerings come at the cost of sales of another offering from the same company. Example, Gillette Fusion cannibalized the sales of 3-bladed Gillette Mark III. Many a time, corporation vigorously cannibalizes the sale of its own offerings. Whenever a company, which is leading the market, and it launches a new and improved or a better version of its product, it has no choice but to cannibalize its existing offering. A company is left with no option but to cannibalize its existing products when it is the leader in the market and it launches a new or improved version of its product. Example, the famous brand Toyota Qualis was cannibalized when Toyota launched Toyota Innova. Moving on to another example of Apple. Apple's larger iPhones were slowly killing the iPad. Apple launched the iPhone 6 in September 2014. The release of the new iPhone 6 cannibalized the sales of iPad. After the announcement of iPhone 6, the shipment of iPads went down by 23%. This happened because the new product was large enough and had a lot of iPad features without being bulky and inconvenient to carry around. The iPad suite became outdated and irrelevant. In fact, it all started in 2012 when Apple made an incremental screen size increase to 4 inches in iPhone 5. Heading consumer demands for a larger smartphone, Apple released the 4.7-inch iPhone 6 and the 5.5-inch iPhone 6 Plus in 2014. The screen of the iPhone 6 Plus then was only 2.4 inches smaller than the iPad mini. Speculation began about the possibility of latest iPhones cannibalizing the sales of iPad. Looking at the graphs here, iPhone 5s versus iPad, the iPad share was about 45%. If you move on to iPhone 6, it came down to 28%, and when the iPhone 6 Plus came out, it came down to 20%. Moving on to the example of Coca-Cola. In 2017, Diet Coke sales dropped. Its sales by volume declined in the mid-single digits. Coca-Cola discontinued selling Coke Zero in the US. Coke Zero was replaced with a Coke Zero Sugar. The new product had a new formula and a new design. After a controversial revamp of the brand, the sales of Coke Zero Sugar grew in the US. Unit case volume of Coke Zero Sugar doubled in comparison to the previous quarter. Coke Zero Sugar began to cannibalize Diet Coke and Coca-Cola's classic sales in some markets. The rise and decline in the sales of Coke Zero Sugar and Diet Coke respectively demonstrated the change of perception of health and nutrition in America. Moving forward to the example of Maruti Suzuki, India's leading passenger vehicle car Maruti 800 cannibalized. The passenger car section raised drastically in India since the turn of the century. Maruti 800 was a leader in the segment of small cars. It countered the contrast from South Korean brand Hyundai. Maruti Suzuki Alto was launched by Maruti Suzuki in the identical subcategory as Maruti 800. This new model's introduction can be seen as a classic case of cannibalization strategy. Next, Compaq. Compaq was initially established in 1982. Its fundamental focus was to develop and sell computers and products related to it. It was the first company to reverse engineer the IBM personal computer legally. Compaq rose to fame in the 1990s. During the time, it became the largest supplier of computers. Compaq seriously toiled to compete with HP and Dell, the computing giants. It suffered immensely in the price wars. Hence, HP acquired Compaq for $25 billion in 2002. They used the brand for lower-end systems, and finally in 2013, it was discontinued by HP. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on product line cannibalization. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video. In this video, we are going to cover the topic on the technology adoption life cycle, also known as Moore's model. Let's start with the introduction. According to Geoffrey Moore, it is unsteady to embrace technology-based innovations. The life cycle of technology adoption is a model in sociology that is used to show how a new product or offering is consumed by the public. This is decided by what the demography and the psychology of the groups adopting the product are like. There are several adoption patterns between the various groups of adopters. Because of this, different marketing strategies are required. Moving further, let's look at the technology adoption lifecycle model. 5 different categories of customers are identified in Moore's model. This is based on the attitude of customers towards technology, which conforms to 5 categories. First, technology enthusiasts or innovators, which form 2.5% of the lot. Next, visionary or early adopters, which point 13.5% of the lot. And together, these are people who want the newest things or they're early in the market. Next, pragmatist or early majority, which form 34%. They want the whole product solution. After that, we have the conservatives or the late majority, again at 34%, followed by skeptics or laggards at 16%. These 3 together fall into the mainstream market, and these are people who want complete solution and convenience. Moving forward, whether or not a product goes past the chasm depends on the life cycle of how the technology is consumed. As stated earlier, there are 5 main sections. These are the innovator stage, the early adopter section, the early majority section, the late majority section, and the laggards. Going from early adopters to majority is the most difficult thing to do. That is the chasm that has been mentioned above. A company needs to successfully build up momentum and create a major effect. This is how a product is turned into a standard. Now let's look at each of these stages briefly along with suitable examples. Starting with technology enthusiasts, the innovators. They're essentially devoted to new technology. They receive satisfaction and utility from being the first one to enjoy new technology. Example, customers who purchase or book the new iPhone or a new Tesla model the day it is launched. Apple customers waiting for the pre-booked iPhone 12. Australian Apple users gathered in front of the flagship Apple stores amid the pandemic. They tried to be among the first to get their hands on Apple's next generation devices, the iPhone 12 and the iPhone 12 Pro models. In fact, the first person to arrive at the Apple Sydney store reached at 11:30 p.m. Moving forward, Apple's analysis team is being headed by TF International Securities, Ming-Chi Kuo. According to him, iPhone 12 pre-bookings on opening day have already crossed iPhone 11 model sales from last year in the same period. Within a day of its release, Apple iPhone 12 sales reached 2 million units. This is more than 800,000 units of Apple iPhone 11 unit sales. Moving further, visionary, early adopters. They apply new technologies to solve crises and utilize opportunities in the marketplace. Example in this case could be the OnePlus new smart TV sold out within a minute in India. OnePlus was launched as a smart TV in 2019 in India. The company released new U-Series and Y-Series Android TV for the Indian consumers in July 2020. This was the first time the 32-inch smart TV model was up for sale. All units were bought within a minute. The company made this news known to the public on their Twitter account. Next come the pragmatists, the early majority. Remember, they are 34% of the group. The phrase early majority means the first large portion of the population that buys a new release. Around 34% of the total population is made up by the early majority. They buy a product only when innovators and early adopters they know like a new release product. For instance, newly released iPhone and Tesla model are bought by consumers who buy within 3 months of their launches. Example in this case could be the Tesla model. When it was announced that customers wouldn't be getting the new Model 3 units until June 2018, Elon Musk said this on his Twitter account. Tesla website used to say deliveries begin late 2017 near the order button. This was updated to delivery estimate for new reservations mid-2018 or later. A total of 276,000 deposits for Model 3 were put down within 3 days of bookings being opened. 117,000 orders have been even before the car model was even revealed. Next come the conservatives, the late majority, and the skeptics, as in laggards. Conservatives are known as late majority. They are very cynical about their capability to profit from new technology innovation. They are frequently reluctant to accept new technology. Whereas skeptics, laggards, are critics of all technology. Despite the distinct advantages of technology, they are less likely to embrace them and are late for the bus. Example, buyers of older version of iPhones. Customers buying older versions of the iPhone when a newer version is much more popular. There is a reason why people buy older version of iPhone. This is part of the laggard stage. This is because almost the entire population adopts the model and they begin to realize that the product is safe and stable. This is why we can call customers who buy iPhones a year or two after the release as laggards. Example, people who bought iPhones like the 7 or the 10 in 2020 can be called laggards. This is because these versions have been on sale since they were released in 2018. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on technology adoption lifecycle. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video. In this video, we are going to cover the topic on synergy. Let's start with the introduction. The word synergy is derived from the Attic Greek word synergos. Synergos means working together. When the collective result of a job accomplished by two individuals or organizations is better than when the job is completed individually, it results in synergy. In strategic management, synergy means cooperative interaction among divisions or groups, especially among the acquired subsidiaries or merged divisions of an organization, which helps create a greater combined effect. Moving on to the types of synergy, there are two types. Let's look at the first one, corporate synergy. Corporate synergy is a monetary advantage an organization attains when it merges or goes in partnership with another organization. Corporate synergy entails four types. First, marketing synergy. The synergy ensuing from the use of market research study or scientific discovery is called marketing synergy. It could guide towards a new product, an innovation, or a new market. This in turn can result in increased sales. For example, Walmart acquired e-tailer giant Flipkart, thus entering a new market. Walmart purchased 77% of India's biggest online e-tailer Flipkart for a sum of $16 billion in 2018. The US retail giant Walmart, with an intention to match Amazon India's expansion, made this move. Moving on to the second, revenue synergy. When two companies join together for work and produce more revenue than they individually would, it's called revenue synergy. Example, Marriott International's acquisition of Starwood Hotels and Resort. Marriott International declared that it would create the world's largest hotel chain by acquiring Starwood Hotels and Resorts worldwide. This merger was finalized in 2016. The deal went down for about $13 billion. Moving forward, Starwood's Sheraton, Westin, W and St. Regis property were combined with Marriott, Courtyard and Ritz-Carlton because of this acquisition. With this acquisition, 30 hotel brands fall under the Marriott umbrella in total. The hotel chain has 5,800 properties and 1.1 million rooms in more than 110 countries. As stated by Marriott CEO, we've got an ability to offer just that much more choice. A choice in locations, a choice in the kind of a hotel, a choice in the amount a customer needs to spend. Moreover, Starwood's guest loyalty program, Starwood Preferred Guest, would also be a central strategic rationale for the transaction. Moving forward to the third, financial synergy. The synergy created between two companies through an acquisition, merger or strategic alliance is called financial synergy. Example, merger of Heinz Holding Corporation and Crafts. Crafts and Heinz entered into a merger agreement in 2015. This merger created the Kraft-Heinz company. Both the company's board of directors unanimously approved to form a new company. This deal was valued at around $45 billion. Talking about the synergy in this case, Heinz has a global footprint. Territories other than the North America help Heinz derive almost 60% of its sales. 25% of sales are contributed by emerging economies. Whereas on the other hand, 98% of Kraft's sales are obtained from North America. Due to this amalgamation, there is a scope for Kraft's brand to sell in international market. The two companies' management declared that as they expect to save $1.5 billion in annual cost, the higher economies of scale in the North American market will bring about cost synergies. Kraft Heinz now stands as the third biggest food and beverage corporation in North America. It is the fifth largest throughout the world, and as of 2019, the company had $25 billion in annual sales. Moving on to the final, cost synergy. The synergy created by eradicating non-essential expenses of the merged business entity or the newly integrated team is called cost synergy. Example, Nokia cuts thousands of jobs after the Alcatel deal. Nokia, a telecom network gear maker, cut down thousands of jobs throughout the world in the year 2015. After it acquired Alcatel-Lucent, Nokia cut down 1,400 jobs in Germany, 1,300 in Finland as a part of the cost-cutting strategy. An all-share deal for Franco-American rival Alcatel-Lucent was cracked at $17.7 billion. After that, Nokia wanted to reduce operational expenses by $1 billion by 2018. Now moving on to the other type of synergy, that is multi-product unit synergy. When two different SBUs of a company work in conjunction and a synergy is created, it is called as a multi-product unit synergy. When a company engages in multiple service product categories, the above synergy is created. This entails three of them. First, sales synergy. The combined synergy or efforts to increase overall sales by both SBUs is called sales synergy. Next, operating synergy. Operating synergy is a kind of synergy created between two divisions of an organization. This helps the organization utilize its resources and facilities in a better manner. And finally, investment synergy. The allocation of resources that may be used in common for two services or products can be combined by companies in order to achieve synergies from investment, like the combined use of a common data center or machinery and plant. The example in this case is Facebook merging DMs for Instagram and the Messenger. In Jan 2019, Facebook announced its plan to integrate all messaging across Messenger, WhatsApp, and Instagram Direct. As announced in October 2020, Instagram decided to roll out an update for Instagram by starting a new Messenger experience on the app. After the update, Facebook Messenger users can reach Instagram users without the need to download the app and vice versa. Instagram DM users are also given access to more features like vanish mode, custom emoji reactions, etc. Finally, moving on to the evaluation of synergy, it entails the following. First, operational efficiency. The ability of a company to streamline its operations and pool resources is the basis of this evaluation method. Next, pricing power. The ability of a company to achieve higher pricing power gained through higher market shares and reduced competition is the basis of this evaluation. Third, economies of scale. The company's ability to increase the scale of distribution and production and reduce cost is the basis of this evaluation method. This helps the company provide its customers with greater quality products and more economical prices. Fourth, competitive advantage. The prowess of a company to compete with its rivals in the market is the basis of this evaluation method. Apart from that, a combined entity's ability to expand into new business areas and spend on R&D is also analyzed in this method. Fifth, fundraising. The ability of a company to get funds from its investors is analyzed in this method of synergy valuation. And finally, others. For instance, tax advantage, assessing growth rate, employee motivation are some of the other methods. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on synergy. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video. In this video, we are going to cover the topic on pioneering new markets. Let's start with the introduction. The first company that establishes its presence in the market in a specific category is referred to as pioneer or first mover. Example, Netflix. Netflix commenced in 1999. It was initially a mail-order DVD service. It accelerated the dying of neighborhood film rental stores in its early days. However, its most significant move was made in 2007. It transformed itself into becoming a pioneer of online streaming. It was an advancement that turned upside down the traditional business models of the media industry. It revamped Netflix into an international powerhouse. Next example could be of Sony Walkman. The engineers at Sony successfully joined a compact playback device with lightweight headphones in the year 1978. This produced a prototype for a hit product around the world. The Walkman was launched in the Japanese market in 1979. In the initial 3 months, it sold out its full stock of 30,000 units. Even later, Sony continued to give a tough competition to its rivals. For a whole decade after its launch, despite the market being saturated with competitors, Sony Walkman maintained a 50% market share in the US and 46% in Japan. This superiority was enjoyed even though the price of Sony Walkman was approximately $20 higher than that of the rivals. The next example of iPod. The invention of MP3 player technology was nothing new to the world. Although Apple set itself apart by introducing colossal memory and a new slick design to the technology, the first iPod by Apple was launched on 23rd October 2001. It thrived colossally due to the unique software that Steve Jobs designed. This software would let users download music from the internet straight into the product. Now moving on to the types of pioneers. First, technology pioneer. When for the first time a new technology is introduced by a company to a category of products, it's called technology pioneer. Example, Tesla creates cars like one would develop a software product. Apple developed the iPhone, or Microsoft leveraged Intel chips and Dell PCs in a different manner. In the same way, Tesla manufactures cars by producing software on novel hardware. Due to this unique approach, the company can improve the car software functionality every few weeks. This is a significant contrast to the conventional way that the auto industry model works, where the product remains the same for as long as the customer drives it. Next, product pioneer. Example in this case is Sony Walkman. That is when a brand new type of product is introduced to the world by the company, it is called a product pioneer. Third, business model pioneer. New business model is introduced by a company for the first time, it is called a business model pioneer. Example, Airbnb, a sharing economy pioneer. Arrangement for mainly homestays, lodging or tourism experience is provided by Airbnb. No real estate listing is owned by Airbnb. It does not host any events. Its function is that of a broker. Airbnb earns commissions on each booking. The original name, airbedandbreakfast.com, was shortened to form Airbnb. Now moving on to the benefits of being a pioneer in the market. First, preference formulation. A pioneer company has the option of changing customer preferences with respect to its products. Very close association is created between the customer need and the brand. Some companies have not only changed and shaped the customer's preferences, but they have attained fame with a whole new category. Example of brands who have done that: Amazon, Google, Jeep, Twitter, Facebook, and Xerox. Next, switching cost. By creating switching cost, brand loyalty can be built by pioneering companies. These costs could be monetary, functional, or psychological. Functional switching cost. This is when pioneering companies lose their unique features. Monetary loss. This is the penalty for breaking a contract for replacing equipment. And third, psychological cost. It is the cost of learning functionality of competitors' offering. Third, resource advantage. Getting scarce resources such as raw material, human resource, distributor network, and geographic location can turn out to be beneficial for a pioneer. Competitors can be kept away by pioneers if they secure exclusive access to important mineral resources. The fourth benefit, barrier to entry. Competitors can be restricted from infiltrating the market if the pioneers create technological barriers. Exclusive rights for using a particular design or invention that is important for developing products necessary for the success among a target audience can be reserved by the pioneer company. The example in this case is India's, or I would say world's leading edutech company, Byju's. Byju's is a learning app which comes under the Indian Educational Technology segment, or EdTech. It was an online tutoring firm established by Baiju Ravindran in Bengaluru in 2011. With a valuation about $11.1 billion, it was the world's most valued edtech company in September 2020. Byju's claimed to have posted Rs 2,800 crores revenue in the financial year 2020. They have patented the Byju's video technology. Next benefit, learning curve. The learning curve can be beneficial to the pioneer. Accumulative output can be increased over time if pioneer companies increase their production efficiency. The longer the pioneer is in business than the competitor, the more advantage the pioneer gains in terms of level of workforce experience, better technological know-how, and production process. Now moving on to the drawbacks of being a pioneer. First, free riding. The resources, product design, regulatory approval, infrastructure development, and human resources of a pioneer can be used by a latter entrant. The product can be reverse engineered and improved by a latter entrant by investing a small amount of resources in developing the original product. Example, Compaq. Compaq legally reverse engineered IBM's BIOS software and licensed MS-DOS from Microsoft. In India, in the very first year, they sold more than $50 million worth of these computers. Next, incumbent inertia. Market opportunities and technological opportunities are left open for customers by the market leader. The unwillingness to cannibalize existing product lines through the adoption of new business models for new technology can lead to incumbent inertia. Example, Nokia failed to grasp the software concept. Nokia was a leader in mobile phones in the late 1990s and early 2000 throughout the globe. The profits shot through the roof. People eventually understood that not voice but data is the future of communication. That is when there was an arrival of companies who focused on the internet. Soon the glory days of Nokia ended. In 2013, Microsoft acquired the hardware division of Nokia. Tanya Gleason in a TechCrunch article said that Nokia did not comprehend the concept of software. It did not accept the idea of formulating an ecosystem around apps either. They focused on hardware and got stuck at the stage. Because of its reluctance to switch from a focus on hardware to software is what doomed the company and left them way behind in the race. And third, market uncertainty. A significant drawback of being the market pioneer is market uncertainty, which is related to the offering. Uncertain consumer preferences, uncertain demands, and uncertain technological surroundings are dealt with by pioneers since they are the first to enter the market. Everything has to be developed from scratch by the pioneer, which is not the case with followers since their data is readily available to make their model. One of the final examples in this case is of Kodak. Kodak made the colossal mistake of clasping onto analog camera instead of moving quickly to digital. Due to all its resources, Kodak had a very early start with digital cameras. Before digital cameras took over analog in 2002, Kodak was aware of the technology for almost 20 years by then. Steve Sasson was the Kodak engineer who invented the original digital camera in 1975. According to him, people inside the company reacted to the new invention by saying, "That's cute, but don't tell anyone about it." He was incapable of persuading anyone in Kodak of the power and potential of his invention. Shortly, Sony and others released affordable digital cameras and Kodak lost its chance. The organization ignored the warnings and later Kodak filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy in 2012. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on pioneering new markets. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video.
In this video, we are going to cover the topic on international marketing. What is international marketing? Marketing carried out across national boundaries is called international marketing. It is a marketing carried out across the national frontiers. When the national frontiers are crossed by a country to market its products, it is indulging in international marketing. Policy, method, and execution of marketing activities in the international arena is referred to as international marketing. Examples of companies who have a widespread business in the international markets: Coca-Cola in 200 countries, Netflix available in 193 countries, Airbnb 220 plus countries, McDonald's having their chain of restaurants in 119 countries, Walmart 27 countries, Starbucks 70 countries, and Facebook almost worldwide, except certain countries like mainland China, Iran, Syria, and North Korea. Some of the features of international marketing are: first, large-scale operations; second, dominance of MNCs in developed countries; third, international trade restrictions; fourth, presence of trading blocs; fifth, foreign exchange regulation; sixth, three-phased competition; seventh, international marketing research. Moving on to the benefits of international marketing. First, better standard of living. People in different countries are provided with a better standard of living. International marketing also raises their welfare by providing goods that cannot be manufactured in their country. It assists in production on a large scale. It also generates employment chances in several countries. By bringing income to the people, it gives a higher standard of living. Next, optimum use of resources. It aids in the best use of resources. Excess in resources or production can be exported to other countries. Third, quick industrial development. Developing countries receive technology, aid, and capital goods from developed countries. The developing nations supply labor and raw materials to the developed nations. Industrial development creates massive job opportunities for people. Next, helps in lowering prices. Due to specialization, international marketing reduces the price of products and services worldwide. The comparative cost advantage in a particular product that the country has can be shared by other participating countries. Next, no monopolistic exploitation. There is no exploitation of customers due to a monopoly by any domestic producers. This is because of international marketing. It is tough to exploit one country by another country as many sellers exist in international markets. Next, availability of foreign exchange. Foreign exchange is earned by a country due to exports. The same foreign exchange is used to pay essential imports. Foreign exchange is used for import of modern technology, capital goods, and other crucial requirements. International marketing thus assists in easy availability of foreign exchange. Next, it also helps in expansion of tertiary sector. Industrial development is initiated through international marketing by boosting exports. Expansion exists in the tertiary sectors like transport, shipping activities, banking, and insurance. And finally, it also helps in the removal of deficit.
Removal of deficit in the balance of trade is enabled by international marketing. It also helps in the payment of participating nations through export promotion and import substitution. Now let's move on to the challenges in international marketing. The first challenge is huge foreign indebtedness. Many companies have massive foreign debts. Countries like Brazil, Mexico, Indonesia and Kenya are in tremendous debt. Next, issues with foreign exchange. The value of a country's currency decreases as a result of economic instability and high indebtedness. Next, foreign government entry regulations and bureaucracy. Regulations can be placed on foreign firms by the local government. Example, large number of locals would need to be employed. They may need a joint venture where the majority share might go to the domestic partner, transfer of technology, and finally, a barrier on profit repatriation. That is, taking away the profit from the host country to the home country, there will be a limit on that. Next, tariff and other trade barriers. The measures and policies placed by the government which hinder the unrestricted flow of goods and services across national borders are trade barriers. High tariffs are often imposed by governments to protect their industries. Invisible trade barriers like slowing down necessary approvals may be exercised. Next, the aspect of corruption. The one practice that is common in all parts of the world is corruption. It is now an international phenomenon. Foreign investors are discouraged from expanding operations due to bribery. Next, technological pirating. Technological pirating is mimicking the original technology and making identical products. It also involves imitating other sectors of business operation. It is a common practice in numerous developed and developing nations. Next, the challenge of transit. One of the difficulties in international marketing is transportation. A common problem among exporters is the availability of seaports and flights. And finally, the challenge of the target group. Consumers across different countries have different tastes and inclination. There are also cultural boundaries and language problems. Let's look at the steps which are under the process of international marketing. First, the company has to assess the international marketing environment. The next decision is to enter the international market. Third, determining which market to enter or which country to enter. After that, choosing how to enter, as in the methods to enter the international market. Post that comes the authorizing the marketing mix, as in the 4 P's. What would be the product, the pricing strategy, the distribution strategy, and the promotion strategy. And finally, agreeing on the marketing control. Next, and finally, methods of entering international market. There are many methods. Let's look at some of them briefly. The first is exports. For example, Apple is reportedly planning to move its production capacity to India from China. It may want to move almost 1/5 of its iPhone and other electronics production capacity. Apple is aiming at producing iPhones worth $40 billion through its contractors in India. The 3 contractors in India are Foxconn, Pegatron, and Wistron. So Apple would assemble their phones in India and export it worldwide from India. Next comes licensing. Example, the Coca-Cola company has 13 licensed bottling partners in India. They are approved to assemble, package, sell and distribute beverages under the company's banner. Third, franchising. By the end of 2019, roughly 36,000 out of 39,000 restaurants were franchised. That comes up to a humorous size share of 93% of the total McDonald's restaurant. Fourth, mergers and acquisition. Pfizer and Allergan announced their merger in November 2015. This resulted in the creation of the world's biggest drug company by sales. The deal value of the joint company was about $160 billion. Fifth, joint ventures. Example, Sony Mobile Communication was founded on October 1st, 2001. It is a multinational telecom company and a joint venture between Sony and Ericsson and is wholly owned by Sony. Its headquarters are in Tokyo, Japan. Later on, Feb 2012, Sony acquired Ericsson's share in the venture. Sixth, strategic alliance. For example, Uber has partnered with Spotify. This allowed users to connect their Spotify accounts and stream their favorite music while riding in an Uber. Seventh, wholly owned subsidiaries. Example, HUL or Hindustan Unilever Limited is a consumer goods company based in India. It has headquarters in Mumbai, India. It's a subsidiary of a British company, Unilever. It includes fast-moving goods like personal care products, food, beverages, water purifier, cleaning agents, etc. Eighth, contract manufacturing. Wistron, Foxconn and Pegatron are 3 contract manufacturers of Apple in India. And finally 9, the method of turnkey projects. Suzlon is leading in India as a renewable energy solutions provider. They offer their customers turnkey solution and lifelong support package. These offered solutions and packages encompass the whole range of wind energy projects. So that's it folks, this brings an end to the topic on international marketing. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video. In this video, we are going to cover the topic on strategic sourcing. Let's start with what is strategic sourcing? Strategic sourcing is the process that identifies the spending profile of a business and its suppliers. This ensures that the organization's requirements and that of the suppliers are aligned. Strategic sourcing is a process that constantly reevaluates and enhances a business's buying activities. It is an institutional procurement process. It brings all activities within the procurement cycle into traditional purchasing activities. Strategic sourcing creates supply channels not just at the lowest purchase price, but at the lowest total cost. Moving on, why is strategic sourcing important? First, higher degree of cost savings. The most obvious advantage that organizations get from strategic sourcing is that the cost savings are improved. Firms have to seek out and select suppliers, deliver the best value at the correct price. This lets the firm get increasingly higher cost savings. Next, lowers the risk involved. Strategic sourcing lowers the risk in the supply chain beyond the compliance checks. Sometimes, organizations have a pre-vetting process. It checks the financial stability of a supplier along with its corporate responsibility. However, there are larger risks involved that go beyond Tier 1 suppliers. Next, business and sourcing objectives are better aligned. Sourcing in an organization and the organizational goals have to be aligned. This is the heart of strategic sourcing. Firms that are better aligned perform better in business, supply chain risks are low, and they are more efficient. Next, ideal suppliers are optimized. Analysis of a supplier's core ability, their profiles, etc. are important. This allows strategic sourcing to be applied in a business. Once this is done, the business has information that lets it align their goals with their ideal suppliers. Next, relationships with suppliers are built in the long run. Strategic sourcing helps an organization build long-term relationship with its suppliers. A long-term relationship shows suppliers that they are important and taken into account in many sourcing decisions. Strategic sourcing encourages them to perform at their peak and achieve their goals. Next, strategic sourcing steps. First, assessment of spending. A business's present spending amount should be assessed. Questions like what, where, at what price is something bought should be asked. Next, market research. Market research should be conducted. The supplier's market should be studied. The question, who offers what, should be asked. Next, find out cost. Total cost should be analyzed. The question, how much does it cost to provide those goods or services, should be asked. Next, find suppliers. Ideal suppliers should be identified. Then on, build a sourcing strategy. There should be a sourcing strategy in place. A question to be asked, where should things be bought? Costs and risk should be lowered while taking demand and supply into consideration. Next, negotiate. A few things should be negotiated with suppliers such as payment terms, geographical coverage, prices, service level, products, etc. Next in line, make a new supply chain. A brand new supply structure should be put in place. And finally, repeat. Results should be noted down and the assessment restarted. In other words, it is a continuous cycle. The difference between strategic sourcing versus traditional sourcing. There is one major difference between traditional sourcing and strategic sourcing. The former, as in traditional sourcing, stresses on supplier pricing, while strategic sourcing has grown into a process that is ever-changing. Cost is only one aspect of corporate hierarchy of needs. Others include regulatory compliance, innovation, quality service, and assurance of supply. None of these can be compromised for a lower price. Finally, let's look at the examples of strategic sourcing. First, IKEA, India. IKEA has been sourcing from India for its global operation for close to 35 years. It is working with around 60 suppliers and 400,000 people in the supply chain. IKEA has also been working with social entrepreneurs and engaging close to 1,200 local artisans who are making special collections for their global stores. Next, China. IKEA's supply chain in China represents 38% of its global productivity in volume. From its entry in China 30 years ago, IKEA has grown into a company with product development, production and retail, owning 30 retail outlets and more than 400 furniture and home furnishing suppliers and service providers on the Chinese mainland, creating nearly 1 million jobs. Next, Walmart India. Walmart has been working with Indian suppliers for 15 plus years. India is already one of Walmart's top sourcing markets with annual exports worth $3 billion. India-made apparel, homeware, jewelry, hardlines and other popular products currently reach customers in 14 markets, including US, Canada, Mexico, Central America and UK via Walmart's global sourcing office in Bengaluru, which opened in 2002. In 2020, Walmart decided to source $10 billion worth of Indian-made goods each year by 2027. Walmart's new export goal is to give a massive boost to micro and small medium-sized enterprises in India. There are simultaneous efforts going on like the Flipkart Samarth and the Walmart Vriddhi supplier development programs. The aim is to enable 50,000 MSMEs to make in India. This will be made for global and domestic supply chains over a period of 5 years. Next, McDonald's. Investments are put into farming communities. McDonald's is putting resources into programs that support the livelihood of farmers. It's forging alliances with expert groups and suppliers. When it comes to coffee, McDonald's launched the McCafe Sustainability Improvement Platform in partnership with Conservation International and coffee roasters. McCafe SIP is a framework for long-term investments in coffee growers and their community. McCafe SIP is currently active in 5 countries across South and Central America, reaching nearly 6,000 farms as of 2019. McDonald's trains these farmers and gives them resources, tools and technical assistance, and also helps in evaluation and measurement. Next, McDonald's local sourcing. McDonald's works in close connection with local producers and farmers in markets worldwide. The ingredients for some of their most famous menu items come through this method. Example, in Romania, the egg muffin is made with eggs sourced in Romania. Next, cheeseburgers in Brazil use beef, produce, cheese, buns and even ketchup supplied exclusively by Brazilian producers. And in Argentina, the buns and lettuce in the McPolo sandwich come from Argentinian producers. So that's it folks, this brings an end to the topic on strategic sourcing. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video. In this video, we are going to cover the topic on organic growth. Now let's start with the definition of organic growth. Organic business growth stems from businesses the firm already runs. It excludes incomes from acquiring or merging with new businesses. Firms strategize such growth through organic growth planning. There can be many things that cause organic business growth. More customers might start buying from the firm. A newly launched service or product can result in greater income. It might start producing more units. Organic growth can also happen over time thanks to an investment at the start of the duration. On the other hand, income through mergers and acquisitions with another firm is considered to be inorganic growth. Foreign exchange is also not taken into account for organic growth. Moving on to organic growth strategies. First, firm can try and produce more and thus increase sales. For this, it has to boost its manufacturing capacity. Next, they can scale up operations at home and abroad. Moving on, they can start exporting to foreign economies. They can build robust indicators that are simple to interpret. Next, firms can launch new line of products or coming up with innovations in services and products or the business model helps. Firms can also invest in things that boost growth and income, example, high earning goods. And finally, firms can focus on a niche section of the industry. This can help it boost profits and prices. Moving on to organic growth advantages. The growth takes place at a manageable pace. It improves the strength of the existing businesses. This can be customer base, brand value, etc. Profits made can be relocated to boost organic growth. Organic growth is also safer when compared to inorganic growth or external growth, such as takeovers. Moving on to the disadvantages of organic growth. Organic growth does not make it easier to run franchises. Organic growth happens at a slow pace that shareholders may not like. A dominant firm might find it challenging to expand the market share. Moving on to measuring organic growth. Companies measure their organic growth every quarter or year. They calculate how much their revenue has grown and what it is at now. This is the yardstick of measuring organic growth. Firms have many ways to boost organic growth. It can launch innovative products. It can try and train its employees to be better at customer interactions. Firms can also invest more in marketing their products. Shareholders keep an eye on organic growth. They see if firms can outperform themselves in the coming year. They can thus decide to retain their investments or invest somewhere else. Moving on to the difference between organic and inorganic growth. Organic growth involves scaling up by using already available resources. These can be relationships, experience, information, the skill set of employees, etc. It basically happens in one or two ways. The customer base expands or the present customer starts buying more. Organic growth shows that a firm is growing in the long run. It is dedicated to the businesses it already runs. Therefore, it is seen as a positive for the firm. On the other hand, mergers, acquisitions, and takeovers lead to inorganic growth. This is because they increase the scale and operation and income in a short span. Inorganic growth can lead to branding issues. Brands have to be systematically tied into each other. One of the most famous examples of inorganic growth is Facebook. Facebook, till date, has acquired more than 90 different ventures over the last 10 years. And finally, looking at examples of organic growth. First, Walmart with over 30,000 stores all over the world. Then McDonald's with about 32,000 stores all over the world through its franchising model. Next, IKEA. Then comes Starbucks. Domino's Pizza. The firm also has about 1,000 stores in India itself. And chained with among the largest stores in the world, Subway. Most of the brands mentioned have taken the franchising route and have grown organically. So that's it folks, let's bring an end to the topic on organic growth. These are the list of sources and links referred to for the content in the video.
In this video, we are going to cover the topic on collaboration.
Let's start with the introduction. Coming together is beginning, keeping together is progress, working together is success, as stated by Henry Ford. Entities that work together with a company to develop value for its target customers are called collaborators. Associates of a company like suppliers, distributors, R&D agencies, advertising agencies are collaborators. These collaborators aid the company in building business and developing a valuable offering. Moving forward, the example of Apple and Foxconn. Honhai Precision Industry Company is better identified as Foxconn. Foxconn is the main supplier to Apple and various other tech giants. The company assembles a sizable percentage of iPhones along with some other prominent consumer devices like the iPad that are sold globally every year. Due to this, Foxconn ranks as the world's largest contract electronic manufacturer. It has a pivotal role in the technology industry's chain of supply. Majority of the manufacturing operation is based in China. Moving forward, IKEA and the Indian suppliers. IKEA India has existed in India as a part of the INGKA group for the past 30 years. It has been sourcing several varied commodities for IKEA stores worldwide. Currently, IKEA sources products for nearly 315 million euros per year. It has the aim of doubling the number in the coming years to fulfill the global and Indian needs. IKEA works with approximately 48 Indian suppliers. It engages 45,000 direct co-workers and approximately 400,000 co-workers in their extensive chain of supply. The other example of Walmart and their vendor partnership. The supply chain management of Walmart has always been a contributing factor to its success. The innovation of the supply chain started when, in the very beginning, the company removed some of the links of the chain. Walmart started a supply chain initiative called the Vendor Management Inventory or the VMI. Because of this system, manufacturers became responsible for the management of their own products in Walmart's warehouses. Due to this basic and simple initiative, Walmart could expect up to 100% order fulfillment on their merchandise. Moving forward, let's look at the advantages of collaboration. Like any other business relationship, there are advantages and drawbacks to collaboration. Collaboration extends many significant benefits for participating entities. First being effectiveness. A company can specialize in a special facet of value delivery process due to collaboration. It could be anything ranging from R&D, manufacturing to distribution. It helps each party to benefit from the other party's expertise. It can give both entities a competitive advantage. Next, cost efficiency. Cost efficiency creates value for an offering. An offering is made cost efficient as every collaborator can attain economy of scale and experience by gaining expertise in a given function. Specialization also encourages the company's investment in cost-efficient solutions like inventory management system, which would not have been invested in otherwise. Next, flexibility. Compared to insourcing, collaborators require less obligation of resources. They also offer tremendous flexibility when it comes to switching technology, penetrating new markets, or exiting the current markets. Next, speed. As a company, collaboration allows achieving the desired result much quickly compared to building in-house expertise. Existing distribution chain can be used by manufacturers to gain access to target markets almost overnight. A manufacturer can gain passage to target markets virtually overnight using existing distribution chain. If a company initiates its own distribution channel, it can take significantly longer. Moving on to the drawbacks of collaboration. The first, loss of control. Delegating facets of company activities to an exterior entity may lead to losing control over the process of value creation. For instance, it becomes difficult for the company and the processes when the manufacturing operation is outsourced. It affects the quality of the products. It also limits the company's potential to survey the monetary elements of the value creation process. It was announced Foxconn, as stated earlier, Apple's contract manufacturer, would manufacture its own phones. Next, loss of competencies. The core competencies are weakened when the fundamental activities are outsourced by the company. For instance, the company's proficiency to propel innovation is decreased over time by outsourcing R&D activities. Next, you also empower competition. When the company outsources its key activities, it enables the collaborating entities to develop competencies that are strategic in nature. Hence, it's likely that these collaborator companies become future competitors, and that's exactly what's happening in the case of Foxconn. iPhones are assembled by Foxconn for Apple, the technology giant of US. Foxconn wishes to blend hardware and software in its integrated solutions such as cloud computing. On June 6, 2020, Foxconn announced the news at their 3-day-long event which marked their 30 years anniversary of having worked in China. Louis Wu, special assistant to Terry Gou, chairman of Foxconn, said to Reuters that, "We have built data centers for many of our customers, but we are not known to provide data center services. And in the future, since we are having all these pieces, we can put them together to provide a technical service to a business customer. Next, let's move on to the levels of collaboration. Relationship between a company's collaborators and company is based on the way it is formed and the limit to which it is formal. The collaboration being explicit or implicit is dependent on this relationship. First, let's look at explicit collaboration. A contractual connection like an agreement, franchise agreement, and joint venture is an explicit collaboration. Cost efficiency and cost effectiveness can be achieved. There can be numerous drawbacks as the flexibility can be very low, there can be high cost of switching, etc. It is a possibility that collaborators could turn into potential competitors as they would have access to all information about profit margins, pricing policies, etc. The example in this case is Domino's and Jubilant FoodWorks. In India, Sri Lanka, Nepal and Bangladesh, the master franchisee of Domino's Pizza is Jubilant FoodWorks Limited. They possess the sole and exclusive rights to own and operate Domino's Pizza restaurant in all these territories. Next, Reliance Brand Limited. Ranging from luxury, bridge to luxury, high premium and high street lifestyle, Reliance Retail has a portfolio of over 45 international brands. Reliance Brand Limited possesses the rights to run super premium global brands in India. Some of these premium brands include Diesel, Gas, Superdry, Brooks Brothers, Burberry, Coach, Giorgio Armani, Hamleys, Jimmy Choo, Kate Spade New York and Steve Madden. Now moving on to implicit collaboration. Implicit collaboration has no contractual agreements or relationship between the collaborators. It's more flexible. This flexibility could come at the cost of ineptitude to foresee the behavior of the channel member. This category of collaboration comes with very poor levels of commitment from the channel members. Implicit collaboration also lacks a system of integration, which results in a lack of cost efficiency in comparison to explicit collaboration. The typical example is in India, FMCG companies provide products to mom and pop stores, which are known as Kirana Walas. They stock products from all the brands, including your competitors. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on collaboration. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video. In this video, we are going to cover the topic on collaborator incentives. Let's start with the introduction. The distribution channel partners are offered most of the collaborators' incentives. These incentives are also known as trade incentives. The objectives entail gaining distribution through a particular channel, motivate channel members to store their products at a particular inventory level, to steer clear of stock, to switch the stock from manufacturer to retailer. So that they promote the company's offering, the incentives are also offered to its channel members. Moving forward, the types of collaborator incentives, starting with monetary incentives. Monetary incentives of cash or payment discounts are extended as motivation to buy the product or promote the product to consumers. The types include, first, slotting allowance, an incentive to designate counter space for a new product which is given to the distributor. Next, stocking allowance, incentive that distributor gets to hold up extra inventory in the expectation of increased demand. Third, cooperative advertising allowance. This is the incentive given to a distributor by the manufacturer. This is offered in exchange for advertising the offerings in retailers' advertisements. The amount is generally in percent value. It is dependent on the advertising cost of the distributors. Next, market development allowance, an incentive offered for fulfilling a certain volume of sales in a particular segment of customers. Next, display allowance, an incentive that the manufacturer pays to the retailer for very distinguishably and clearly exhibiting their products and services. Next, spiffs. Incentives that are directly given to a salesperson rather than a distributor for selling a specific product is called spiff. These incentives can be cash premium price or extra commission. Spiffs are frequently called push money. Next, volume discounts. Volume discount is a reduction of price on the basis of the volume of purchase. Next, volume rebate. Volume benchmarks achieved by the distributor results in the manufacturer rewarding them with incentives. This incentive is called volume rebate. Next, off-invoice incentives. It is a temporary price reduction offered to the distributor by the manufacturer. And finally, inventory financing. Often, a manufacturer provides a loan to the distributor to stock his goods. This is called inventory financing. And now, looking at the non-monetary collaborator incentives, which include contest, bonus merchandise, buyback guarantee, and sales support and training. Now let's look at the example of US auto dealers, which earned bigger profits post the pandemic. US automakers and dealers sold fewer cars to earn bigger profits post pandemic. Stocks of dealers have now been operating at about 25% thinner than usual. This is due to the closures of factories during the pandemic. America is now adopting the standard practice of Europe. American customers are now pre-ordering the cars weeks in advance due to the reduced stock. This way, by holding less inventory, dealers are saving a lot of money. The cars are also selling faster at a higher than average price. On observation, a brand new vehicle spent about 56 days on an average in a dealer's lot in October. According to Edmunds.com, a car shopping website, the numbers are 27% lower than the last year. According to Motor Intelligence, a research firm, there were 25%, approximately 1 million fewer cars at US dealerships compared to the earlier year. Pickup trucks are the largest earner for General Motors, and GM has been working with only 1/3 of its average level of inventory. A dealer from Georgia and owner of 4 GM stores across the southeast, Mike Bauscher, explained that his profit per vehicle rose extensively because of lower discounting. He said he had requested GM sales chief to continue to control the supply. "I told Steve, you guys just had a monster quarter. The customers are happy, dealers are making money, we got to keep this train rolling." Now looking at the auto dealer scenario in India. Auto dealers in India are pressing for higher margins. Federation of Automobile Dealers Association is petitioning for a higher percentage than the current rates. Presently, Indian dealers of cars and bikes earn lower than 4 to 5% commission, depending on the automobile and the manufacturer. According to the study, four-wheeler merchants earn less than 6% commission on a successful deal of a vehicle. When it comes to two-wheelers, Vespa has the greatest margin, while Bajaj Auto appears to be insufficient paying one amongst two-wheelers. Harley-Davidson India is the solo brand taking off in double digit when it comes to luxury brands. The margins for commercial vehicles are very low and they never cross about 5%. Moving forward, the table here indicates the passenger vehicle dealer margin in India. And if you notice very clearly, when the cars are around 4 lakh of rupees, the dealer range is somewhere about 5 to 6%. But as on the right hand side, when the cars move on to about a 20 lakh and above range, the margin falls to about 3 to 4%. Whereas luxury brands mentioned at the bottom of the table, they pay somewhere around 5 to 7%. Moving on to the two-wheeler dealer margin in India. As stated earlier, the two-wheeler dealer margin in India is somewhere between 4 to 7% for the local brands and some international brands. But when it comes to luxury brands like Harley-Davidson, they are into double digits, somewhere between 11 to 15%. And Triumph, the other luxury brand, are somewhere in the range of 8 to 9%. Thus, moving forward, according to FADA, the international dealer margins are stated here. US it is 8 to 10%, UK 6 to 8%, Russia 12 to 14%, Gulf 12 to 14%, China 9 to 10%, South Africa 12 to 14%, and other parts of Europe about 13 to 14%. These figures on an average are relatively higher compared to the Indian dealer rates. Other than China, it could be bothersome to realize that the geographies of the other markets are much smaller than India. Centered on this, a request has been made by the FADA to give dealer better margins. 7% is the standardized rate that is proposed. FADA said that some manufacturers are giving heed to their pleas. Certain manufacturers are in conversation with senior dealer principals. So that's it, folks. This brings an end to the topic on collaborator incentives. These are some of the sources and links referred to for the content in the video. In this video, we are going to cover the topic on alternatives to collaboration. Let's start with the introduction. A company can insource instead of outsourcing if it does not wish to collaborate with any outsiders. This can be managed by the creation of an entity controlled by the company or by merging with an existing entity. Two significant categories of integration are vertical and horizontal. Let's start with vertical integration. Vertical integration is when a company obtains an entity at a different level in the value chain. The two types of integration could be forward and backward integration depending on the position of the entity. A corporation integrating towards the suppliers, as in the raw material providers, would be known as backward integration, and a corporation integrating towards the buyer would be called forward integration. Moving forward, restaurants generally pay considerably elevated costs for sourcing ingredients from third-party suppliers. On the other hand, unlike other restaurants, McDonald's is a source of its products. It grows its own potatoes, processes its own meats, and transports its own material through its partnership with contracted producers. The fundamental reason for McDonald's standing tall as one of the most inexpensive fast food chains in the world is the use of these vertical integration techniques. Let's see how. Forward vertical integration. McDonald's aspires to modify the drive-thru technology. The company declared in March 2019 that it acquired Dynamic Yield. It is an Israel-based company concentrating on personalization and decision logic. With the help of this acquisition, McDonald's plans to automate its drive-thru menus using artificial intelligence. This AI integration will raise the bar of personalization to the next level. McDonald's also aims to make automated systems that can make real-time menu suggestions on the basis of customer trends, ordering patterns, and even climate conditions. McDonald's also acquired Apprint, a Silicon Valley company founded in 2017 to try and automate its drive-thru further. Apprent's speech recognition AI will be used to understand drive-thru orders. The plan is to also use this technology in its self-order kiosk and mobile applications. Moving on to the other example, in case of backward vertical integration, is Netflix Originals. Earlier, Netflix was a forum to distribute films and TV shows produced by other content makers. Due to this, it was appointed at the end of the supply chain. This was a profitable way of doing business, although it was realized that a greater revenue could be generated by creating original content. It was understood that the existing distribution platform could be used to promote original content to its dedicated audience. And thus in 2013, Netflix's first original series was released called The House of Cards. And since then, it has increased its original content on the platform and there is no looking back. Another example of backward vertical integration is Starbucks. Starbucks uses a vertically integrated backward system. It works directly with nearly 300,000 of their coffee growers across the world. It is their belief that interacting with farmers directly assures the same quality and flavor standards from all their coffee beans. Moving on to horizontal integration. When the level of value delivery chain is the same as the business required, it is called horizontal integration. When manufacturers merge or one retailer acquires another retailer, it is called horizontal integration. Horizontal integration can take place between companies that have similar core competencies. A profit can be created through synergy generation in horizontal integration. Consolidation can help reduce economies of scale. Horizontal integration can help in attaining admission into new markets, obtaining tech, and new research. It also helps in decreasing the rivalry in a strategically important market and achieving power over entities in the value delivery chain. Let's see how. Example of Walmart's acquisition of Flipkart. Walmart acquired an 81% controlling stake in India's leading e-commerce giant Flipkart. This same at a price of $16 billion, valuing the company at about $20 billion. The Indian e-commerce market was pegged at about $38 billion in 2017. Walmart is counting in its expected growth of this market to reach about $200 billion by 2027. The deal was a savior for Flipkart, as in its battle with Amazon, the company was running out of cash. As stated by Doug McMillon, President and CEO of Walmart, India is one of the most attractive retail markets in the world given its size and growth rate. Other example, Facebook's acquisition of Instagram for a reported $1 billion in 2012. Next, Marriott International declared that it would create the world's largest hotel chain by acquiring Starwood for about $13.6 billion. This merger was finalized in September 2016. Sheraton, Westin, W, St. Regis properties were and Ritz-Carlton because of this acquisition of Starwood's hotels and resorts throughout the world. Next, one of the biggest deal of all time was a deal that completed in 2016 when Anheuser-Busch acquired SAP Miller for $107 billion. After the entry of Jio into the Indian telecom market, Vodafone had to merge with Idea from the Indian giant. So that's it, folks. Brings an end to a comprehensive take on the gamut of strategy. If you liked the video, subscribe to our channel where you'll witness new videos daily. Thank you and stay tuned for more videos.